The Select Committee on Youth Health and Safety will now come to order. Clerk will call the roll.
Chair Thompson,
Here.
Vice Chair Hull. Here. Representative Allison. Here. Chair Cabriglione. Here. Chair Denton. Representative Johnson. Chair Tracy King. Here. Chair Landgraf. Chair Lozano.
A quorum is present. There's an overflow room in E2028. If anyone like to go over there, you'll be able to hear everything that's going over here. Anyone wishes to testify before the committee, please register at the kiosk located in the hallway behind the hearing room. If you require assistance in registering, please contact the committee clerk. Before I bring the first bill up, I want to remind those witnesses who have registered that by filling out and submitting your witness affirmation form, you have agreed to give your testimony on oath. Members, we have a total of 70 witnesses registered to testify. I will be limiting the testimony to 3 minutes. This was also noted on your posting. I respectfully ask our witnesses to adhere to our time limit. If you hear the first beep, that means that you have 30 seconds to wrap up your testimony. We value each of your testimony, and we want to hear from each of you. Please do not be repetitive in your testimony. If someone has said what you were going to say, please bring new information to us when we call you up. Members, does anyone have any comments or questions before we begin? Thank you. Chair calls up House Bill 1626 and recognizes the author, Dr. Allen, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. House Bill 1626 seeks to better ensure the timely re-enrollment of justice-involved young youth, as well as the ongoing support of their academic and behavioral health needs once they return to school. Kids who have been involved in the system but coming back to school.
Dr. Allen, would you let me lay out the substitute at this time?
Sure.
Representative Thompson offers up a committee substitute to House Bill 1626, and the chair lays out the committee substitute and recognizes Dr. Allen to explain the substitute during the course of your testimony.
The substitute addresses opportunities for clarification within statute to better ensure students' re-enrollment in school and successful transition back into the regular educational environment. The committee substitute ensures districts maintain the ability to place students in an educational environment determined most appropriate, streamlining how students enroll, not who is eligible to enroll. Committee substitute 1626 strengthens parents' rights by adding language to require a meeting that includes the parents and creates procedures for parents to provide input and participate in the transition plan process. It increases academic support by including additional district personnel and reviewing transition plan at the beginning of each semester. This will help kids who are trying to transition back into the educational environment.
Members, are there any questions? Chair calls up Rebecca Fowler. Rebecca Fowler, we showed that you are representing the Mental Health America for Greater Houston and yourself.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And we show you for the bill.
Yes, ma'am.
Please proceed with your testimony.
Great. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Rebecca Fowler, and I'm the Director of Public Policy and Government Affairs at Mental Health America of Greater Houston. I am in support of House Bill 1626. We appreciate the nuanced conversations taking place in this committee under the leadership of Chair Thompson and Vice Chair Hull. I also have to shout out Representative Dutton and Representative Johnson, just as a Houston organization. Despite legislation that passed in 2019, students returning from alternative education programs continue to face challenges when attempting to re-enroll back into their local school district. Unfortunately, the problem is not unique to Harris County, and districts across the state are both rural and urban often deny youth because of their juvenile justice status. HB 1626 seeks to remove barriers that continue to keep students out of school and to strengthen supports for parents and their children within the existing transition assistance process. We want to just make sure that districts take a more prevention and early intervention approach with the student population we know has disproportionately higher rates of at-risk and special education students. In early conversations about this bill, two things we never thought we would have to include in statute were parent involvement and enrollment, and that's exactly why we're here today. Despite kind of success with the procedural creation of transition planning, districts are still denying parents the right to engage in the transition planning process, and solely because statute does not dictate that parents be included in a meeting or that they can provide input. So what we are hoping to do is that with 1626, add that language to statute to ensure that a meeting happens and that there are procedures within the district to create the kind of communication between the district and parents. We are also clarifying that we are not changing who is eligible to enroll. We just really want to make sure that a student blatantly cannot be denied enrollment because of their juvenile justice status. We will also look to increase those supports and similar to what happens with our homeless youth and our children of active military, to look at the credits and be as supportive as possible to ensure that the students really get the benefit of their academic placement in the juvenile justice facility as they're returning to school. In the kind of perfect world with the regular review established under House Bill 1626, if a returning student continues to experience behavioral health or scholastic problems, there will be immediate oversight by an administrator who can use the resources of that campus to really mitigate difficulties at the beginning rather than waiting till a problem happens at the end. We understand that districts have a really difficult decision to make when balancing student needs and safety, but when implemented as intended, transition plans really do create a stronger sense of connectedness for students. Thank you.
Members, are there any questions? We thank you for your testimony. Let the record reflect that Chairman Landgraf is now present. Sarah Beebe. We show you as Representative Disability Rights of Texas, and you are for the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. My name is Sarah Beebe, and I'm a supervising attorney with Disability Rights Texas. I operate an education advocacy program in partnership with Harris County Juvenile Probation Department that strives to improve education outcomes for our youth in an effort to reduce recidivism. And I am here in support of House Bill 1626. Ronnie, a 16-year-old student who attempted re-enrollment in a mid-semester after spending several weeks in juvenile detention, was told by his school that he could re-enroll but would not receive credit for the semester. Discouraged that his school district would not acknowledge the work that he did while in detention, he stopped attending, picked up another charge, and was sent to a long-term juvenile facility. Megan, a 14-year-old student who attempted re-enrollment, was told by her school that she could not re-enroll until her placement at a disciplinary alternative education program, or DAP, had been approved. While waiting for approval, she reconnected with her trafficker and vanished. John, a 17-year-old ninth grade student who completed his placement at a juvenile justice alternative education program, was told by his school that he was too far behind and they did not want a student who needed so much work to catch up. While searching for a different education program, he became a victim of violence in his community and now has permanent disabilities. Marcus, a 15-year-old special education student whose school failed to include his special education case manager in his transition planning, became so frustrated that his transition plan didn't align with his individualized education program that he dropped out, putting graduation further out of reach. Although all students are legally required to attend school under state compulsory attendance laws, our youth are often met with a myriad of barriers to school reentry, leading to poor education, mental health, and overall life outcomes. More effective enrollment processes and supportive transition planning offer the chance for all of the key stakeholders to come together and identify the students' needs as well as the school and community-based resources available to meet those needs. It does not in any way change the school's ability to determine a student's placement, and instead offers the opportunity for the school to find the right placement that strikes the balance of meeting the youth's individual needs and achieving school safety. And this is no easy task because a lot of our students, in fact, a disproportionate number of our justice-involved youth and youth who spend time in disciplinary placements are students with disabilities who require extra supports and services at school and placement considerations. There's also a very concerning lack of non-disciplinary alternative education programs available in the community to help our youth who are significantly far behind catch up academically. So in our experience, transition planning that involves holding a meeting with the youth and the parent and all the relevant school staff, auditing the coursework that's been completed in the last education program attended to capture all the credit earned, and specifying the timeline for review of the plan to ensure its effectiveness is the successful formula for increasing graduation and decreasing recidivism rates. Thank you for your time today. I will take any questions.
Members, are
that you
there any
have.
questions? Thank you very much.
Thanks so much.
Sandra Pressey. We show you that you are representing the reentry special Harris County Juvenile Probation.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you are for the bill.
Yes, ma'am.
Please proceed.
Hi. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Sandra Pressey, and I am the Reentry Specialist for Education Support Services at Harris County Juvenile Probation. I'm here in support of House Bill 1626. As the reentry specialist, I ensure our students who are enrolling back at their home campus are transitioned appropriately with necessary supports. I work directly with the student's own school campus to coordinate the transition meeting, which serves as the vehicle for development of the student's individual transition plan. I have participated in over 40 school transition meetings with middle and high schools located in various Harris County independent school districts, mainly Katy, Cypress, Fairbanks, Alief, Pasadena, and Houston. As a result of these experiences, I know there is a vital need for direct parent engagement and increased academic supports, especially special education and 504 coordinators, but also court liaisons. School administrators understand the student is transitioning from a structured environment back to a less restrictive home and school environment, but that's usually the extent of their knowledge. Most have no idea what the juvenile justice experience entails, and they are eager to know what has and has not worked for this student while they've been under our care. Holding a transition meeting and including all well-informed parties is an opportunity to efficiently share critical knowledge in order to create the best possible student transition plan. No transition plan is complete without establishing regular monitoring and review, which is imperative for the transition to be successful and lasting. For nearly all the transition meetings I attended, it was the first time the parent or guardian met the school administrator, counselor, and support staff. Thus, the school was wholly unaware of current family dynamics that could negatively impact school engagement, and conversely, the family did not have a comfortable understanding of resources available to them. Common themes discussed during transition meetings have been loss of a job, loss of home, a family member leaving, dying, becoming incarcerated, or ill. In each of these instances, school counselors or wraparound specialists at the transition meeting were prepared to offer immediate assistance by explaining what programs were available through the school and their community partners. Parental consent and signatures on forms were completed during the meeting or directly afterwards. Potential barriers for receiving resources, such as waiting lists for school mental health services or lack of school mentoring programs, were discussed, and the responsibility of providing these supports was shared equally between the schools, juvenile probation, and community partners. The transition meeting at its heart is proactive rather than reactive. Conversations were enhanced by the parent or guardian's input about concerns they harbored for their kids. A mother was worried about her son remaining stable on his medications for depression, anxiety, and ADHD because he sometimes forgot to take pills on time, and she works 2 jobs and leaves the home before his scheduled medication time. So the assistant principal added a student for medication check-in. A father expressed concern that his son was going to struggle with math in a large class setting.
Thank you for your testimony.
Pardon?
Thank you for your testimony. Can you wrap it up?
Sure, I can. The students were encouraged to self-advocate and reach out and ask for help. Reaching out requires trust in the person you were asking that help from. Only because all the people who were able to help were present at the transition meeting was that trust established. This timely relationship building between parents, students, critical school personnel, juvenile probation, and community partners is fundamental foundation for a successful transition process for these students.
Members, are there
Thank
any
you.
questions? Your testimony was very valuable. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let the record reflect that Chairman Dutton is now present. Is there anyone else here wishing to testify on, for, or against House Bill 1626? If not, the testimony on House Bill 1626 is now closed, and the chair recognizes Dr. Allen to close on her bill.
The witnesses were wonderful. I close.
Thank you. Members, the chair moves to withdraw the substitute and leave House Bill 1626 pending. Are there any objections? The chair hears none. The substitute is withdrawn and House Bill 1626 will be left pending. The chair lays out House Bill 249 and recognizes author Representative Rogers to explain the bill. Representative Rogers, let me also lay out your committee substitute. Representative Lozano offers up the committee substitute to House Bill 249. The chair lays out the substitute and recognizes you to explain the difference.
Thank you, Chair Thompson, and members for the opportunity to lay out the committee substitute for House Bill 249. In an urban or suburban school, you might see metal detectors and security officers. And the school districts are located closer to emergency services with more first responders available. In a rural school district, you have to find ways to do more with less. These schools are often located further away from emergency services with longer response times and fewer first responders. In rural areas, we need to have more options available to protect our schools and prevent tragedies. In 2018, Governor Abbott unveiled his School and Firearms Safety Action Plan. In that plan, it was recommended to prioritize the recruitment of retired peace officers and military and veterans for school security. HB 249 would allow school districts in a county with a population under 200,000 to design a plan for an honorably discharged veteran or honorably retired qualified law enforcement officer to provide security on a volunteer basis. Some of these men and women with specialized training and emergency response experience are looking for a way to serve the public and care for the children in their community. A school security volunteer program would give school districts the flexibility to decide who, what, where, when, and how a volunteer provides security services, including carrying a firearm. In Texas, we have the School Marshal Program and the Guardian Plan as guidance for school districts, and more than 30% of school districts have adopted a policy. It would also require that properly vetted volunteers receive a course of instruction in the school's safety and security policies. Because schools can best assess their needs, this bill does not prescribe requirements, but obligates local schools to dictate their course of instruction. The program requires school security programs to be included in the district's multi-hazard emergency operations plan to ensure coordination between schools, law enforcement, and emergency response personnel. The Texas legislature passed similar legislation to allow for voluntary security teams in churches. On December 29th, 2019, a day I remember very vividly, in White Settlement, a gunman opened fire in a place of worship, killing 2 people. And my dear friend Jack Wilson was a member of the church volunteer security team and reacted in seconds and saved countless lives. I ask that those of you who represent an urban district to take a step back and imagine yourself representing a rural district. There are less resources and more faculty and staff that have to regularly take on multiple responsibilities. And I know some of you may not believe this, but I have a superintendent that's also the head football coach. I don't know if any of you experienced that or not. Our rural communities and schools deserve options. One size doesn't fit all when it comes to school security. Thanks for your time, and I respectfully request the right to close. Thank you.
Members, are there any questions? Is there anyone here wishing to testify on, for, or against House Bill 249? If not, the testimony on House Bill 249 is now closed, and the chair recognizes Representative Rogers to close on his bill.
Well, House Bill 249 simply adds another tool in the toolbox for rural school districts in the overall school safety objective. This bill gives the school boards considering this program the discretion and responsibility to work with professionals to come up with a program that best fits their needs. Mr. Chairman and members, thank you for your time, and I ask for your favorable consideration of this bill. Thank you.
Members, any questions? Members, the chair moves to withdraw the substitute and leave House Bill 249 pending. Are there any objections? The chair hears none. The substitute is withdrawn, and House Bill 249 will be left pending.
She's not here.
Give me, do my bill.
Okay.
The chair lays out HB 2237 and recognizes its author, Dean Thompson, to explain the bill. Member,
As chairperson and members, when young children grow up in environments where there's violence, neglect, mental illness, or substance abuse, the stress from trauma is so toxic to their developing brain that they often suffer from long-term permanent damage. This causes decreased learning, behavioral and emotional issues, and poor health that extends into adulthood. Then we start to see those issues become generational. This bill provides an essential resource for at-risk Texas children and families. It seeks to establish the Child First Grant program in Texas to improve parents and child mental health, to foster a nurture parent-child relationship, promote school readiness, decrease child abuse and neglect, and improve immediate and long-term health and well-being in families. This is an in-home, evidence-based program for families with children 0 to 5 years old who opt in to participate. The care team consists of a licensed master level mental health developmental clinician and a bachelor's level care coordinator who are highly trained in working with children and families with a diverse set of challenges. I have a rider in the budget to cover the cost of implementing the program. I have witnesses here to provide more details about Child First and help answer questions that you may have, and I would like to reserve the right to close.
members, any questions for Dean Thompson? The chair calls up Fred Cardenas.
Hello.
Hi there. We show you representing Family Service and yourself
Yes, ma'am.
testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes.
You may proceed.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Fred Cardenas, and I'm the director of an early childhood mental health program at Family Service in San Antonio. I'm here today to discuss the importance of bringing the Child First program to Texas. Our agency has been in existence for 115 years. We have provided mental health services for over 30 of those years, and those services to our youngest children, ages 0 to 8, in the last 12 years in San Antonio, Uvalde, Winter Garden areas, and most recently in the San Marcos area as well. I have over 35 years of experience in the field of child and family mental health and education. My background and training is in social work, education, and early childhood mental health, mostly providing services to children of families and communities experiencing trauma, poverty, or other risk factors. Child First provides critical home-based early childhood mental health services focused on some of the most vulnerable children, families, and communities. Child First strategies are home-based, which maximizes access to services. Services come to families in their home regardless of where they live. The program is comprehensive in nature in that it addresses the non-medical drivers of health, helping to link families to any community resources needed by young children and their families. When children affected by poverty, trauma, and other risk factors receive these types of services, they are more likely to do well in school, graduate, build their resiliency, become successful at their jobs and with their own families as adults. Early childhood mental health and other early childhood services truly are poverty prevention, school dropout prevention, crime prevention, substance abuse prevention, and they promote the health and well-being of children and families, thereby reducing future costs in health, remedial education, treatment, incarceration, and they increase the likelihood that children will be a productive contributing member of our communities as adults. Just to share an example of the need for this type of program, we're working with a family in San Antonio that we have served for a few months. The family adopted several children, siblings all, due to termination of parental rights because of severe, prolonged sexual abuse and exposure to substance abuse perpetrated by the biological parents. If a program like this existed and had reached the mother of these children early in her life, termination of parental rights and many of the issues that children are experiencing would have been avoided. By providing services at a young age, these children would not have, these children early in their life, termination of parental rights and many of the issues that children are experiencing could have been avoided. By providing services at a young age, these children would not likely have experienced low birth weight, behavioral problems, night terrors in their sleep, the school difficulties, and subsequent health problems that they are experiencing, all associated with the neglect and abuse that they suffered. Fortunately, the adoptive family has worked to love and connect with these children and are proactively receiving help from our agency. Funding for Child First mental health services would help to reduce mental health problems later in life and improve the developmental and educational trajectory for children. If we want to reduce poverty, substance abuse, school dropout, and violence in communities, we must support programs and funding that do the early childhood mental health work with both the child and the parent. Thank you for your time, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Members, are there any questions for our witness? Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Chair calls up Brittany McAllister. And we show you representing the National Service Office for Family Partnership and Child First, and you're testifying for the bill.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Chair Thompson, Vice Chair Hull, members of the committee. My name is Brittany McAllister, and I am testifying in support of HB 2237 on behalf of the National Service Office for Nurse Family Partnership and Child First. We're grateful to the chairwoman for introducing this bill to bring this two-generation early childhood and parent mental health program to Texas. The Child First home-based mental health intervention pairs families with young children who are 5 and under and their families with a licensed master's level clinical provider, a mental health clinician that can be licensed as a social worker or so on, and a bachelor's level care coordinator who work as a team to nurture, support, and provide comprehensive services to families. These families typically enroll in the program for approximately 6 months to a year, dependent on the needs of the family, and they receive approximately 1 to 2 visits per week from either one or both of those team members. The mental health clinician provides therapy to the family to improve their mental and behavioral health status, and the care coordinator connects the family to resources while also teaching the family how to navigate those often complex systems to help improve their ability to become more stable and self-sufficient. The House Appropriations Subcommittee on Article 2 has adopted a contingency rider for this bill, which would allocate $7.2 million over the biennium through a competitive grant program in GR for local providers to offer Child First to their communities. At the present, this funding would be appropriated to DFPS's Prevention and Early Intervention Division. This would also make Child First, to our knowledge, the only publicly funded program in the state providing 2-generation mental health services to families with young children so that we can address problems when it's more effective, typically before they reach school age. Programs like multisystemic therapy target older youth, and programs like ECI are often only offered to families with kids with or at risk for developmental delays or disabilities. This program could be offered to families referred to the program from anywhere in their community when a parent or caregiver has a mental health issue affecting their parenting, or when a child has a behavioral health issue impacting their life and family. In the 6 other states Child First is present in, families are referred to the program through a variety of sources. Some of the children we serve have actually been expelled from daycare centers due to behavioral issues, and Child First providers are able to not only work with the family in that instance, but also work with the daycare providers to understand the meaning of a child's aggressive behaviors and how to better respond to them. But today, you will also hear from a mother of 2 children who flew in from Florida to be with us today. Her name is Courtney Williams, and she will speak to the impact the Child First program has had on her life and the lives of her children. I humbly ask for your support of this bill to bridge the gap in the Texas mental health landscape that currently exists. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, are there any questions for our witness? Thank you. Chair calls up Courtney Williams. And we show you representing yourself, and you're testifying for the bill.
Yes.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Courtney Williams, and I'm a graduate of the Child First program in Florida. I have flown to Texas to share my story with you all in hopes that you would see the importance of bringing Child First to the state. So during the pandemic, I found out that I was pregnant with my 2nd child. My partner's mental health was already spiraling due to the many uncertainties of the pandemic, and to be honest, mine was too. I soon realized that this pregnancy would amplify these issues even more. The emotional, mental, and verbal abuse began the moment I told him I was planning to continue the pregnancy.
Ma'am, sorry, Courtney, 1 second. Is it Boynton Beach? Is that correct?
Boynton Beach, Florida. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, oh, it says Texas. Boynton Beach, Texas.
Oh,
May we correct that? And
absolutely.
Beach, Florida?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Of course.
May continue.
He physically abused both myself and my then 10-year-old son. I had to make a very tough 911 call to protect us. Thankfully, the baby inside of me was still physically okay, but the trauma that we all endured was very paralyzing. So here I was, 6 months pregnant, unemployed, suffering from hyperemesis or extreme nausea during the pregnancy, and it kept me bedridden. I had a son entering adolescence with no partner. The healthy family I once imagined was ripped apart, and we were all facing emotional and mental health issues. I fell into a deep depression, and I didn't want to live anymore. I really believe that God used my children to keep me here. When I was introduced to Child First, trusting was very scary for me because I didn't have any good experiences trying to seek mental health support on my own. Child First paired me with 2 Black women, Delicia, a brilliant, attentive clinician, and Celine, an energetic, kind-hearted care coordinator. I immediately felt safe, and I let my guard down. Not only did they evaluate, counsel, and treat my PTSD, they created a sense of family and belonging. A few examples of this are they developed an evidence-based treatment plan that not only promoted my mental health, but that of my babies as she entered this world. She actually had her own treatment plan to ensure she was happy, thriving, and able to meet all of her developmental milestones after her trauma. They fostered a nurturing environment that taught me how to understand my baby's needs and helped me improve the parent-child relationship for my daughter as well as my son. My care coordinator would also see that I had needs and quickly connected me with community resources. Working with my team reminded me that I still had a purpose in life. I discovered a local mentoring program for teen moms, and now today I get the privilege to mentor a 17-year-old mother with dreams to become a pediatrician one day. I also became a certified birth and postpartum doula, where I get to empower and support moms like me. So working with my Child First team has empowered all of this.
I just have to wrap it up.
Okay. I don't know where I would be without them.
Thank you.
Please pass House Bill 2237, and thank you for your time, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, are there any questions for our witness? Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair calls up Eric Marin. Hi, we show you a TEA registered on the bill, neutral. Is that correct?
That's correct, Chair.
Thank you.
Since I'm just a resource, so I'm happy to answer questions, but although this particular bill isn't part of what the agency normally looks over.
Does anyone have any questions?
Is this something that you believe that may be needed in the schools in Texas?
Well, Chair, I'm an attorney, not a policy person, so I'm probably not the right person to ask.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
If there's no questions,
Thank you all.
thank you. Is there anyone else here wishing to testify on, for, or against HB 2237? If not, testimony on HB 2237 is now closed, and the chair recognizes Dean Thompson to close on her bill.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Over the interim, we heard about the horrific issues our youth in Texas Juvenile Justice Department are experiencing. We heard pleas from advocates on the need for more mental health resources. We experienced mass shootings where the perpetrator had underlying mental health issues, and we continue to hear about the need to provide Texas mothers with support they need during their pregnancy, in the postpartum period, and beyond. I believe this legislature understands the importance of having healthy Texas, both physically and mentally, and I wholeheartedly believe that if we put more resources in places to be able to intervene at an earlier stage, we can make a tremendous difference in the families in our state. I close.
Members, do you have any questions for Dean Thompson? Thank you, Madam Dean. Members, the chair moves to leave HB 2237 pending. Are there any objections? Chair hears none. HB 2237 will be left pending.
The chair lays out House Bill 2857 and recognizes Arthur Chair Dutt to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. May I conduct it from here?
Yes.
Please, thank you. Essentially, what House Bill 2857 does is the current law in Texas now requires, it says shall, in terms of removing a student and placement in a DAEP for violations of. I'm sorry. Oh, that was quick. That's all right. But I was trying to hurry. But what it does is it causes kind of disruptions in the school. One, because since 2003, we've in this legislature, we've been considering changes to the laws related to marijuana possession, particularly for minor amounts of marijuana. However, we haven't changed the Chapter 37 to accommodate that because it now requires the school district says shall. So if you had, for example, a seed of marijuana in a class or in a school ground, you would have to be removed to a DAEP. I think that's a little bit extreme. I think there are circumstances that requires for the school district to exercise certain judgment in regards to the placement of a student in the DAEP. And I will tell you too, members, one of the reasons I did this is because I had a hand in creating the DAEPs. And at the time we did it so that school districts would never expel a student to the street. And so we tried to create a way in which that student could still continue their education services and not be at home. The problem with that is that the education services are a lot less than what we anticipated in the traditional classroom, and so the student is still being punished because they happen to be in the DAEP. There's at least some lawyers, I will tell you, who believe that placement of a student in a DAEP without a due process hearing where the education services are less than in the traditional classroom is a result of is a problem for us constitutionally, because right now there's no way in which a parent could access the due process in terms of challenging a placement in the DAEP. So essentially that's what the bill does. It just removes the shall and makes it a may.
Members, are there any questions of Chairman Dutton? Okay. Catherine Lassie. Are you representing the student advocacy and school choice in North? Okay. So we show you as representing Northside Independent School District.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you are for the bill.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you may proceed.
Okay, good afternoon, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and members. My name is Kathy Lissy. I am the Director of the Office of Student Advocacy and School Choice for Northside ISD in Bexar County. I appreciate the opportunity to share with you some of the thoughts why this piece of legislation is important. In our district, in the 2018-19 school year, about 26% or 221 of our hearings were for a felony-controlled substance, the liquid THC, typically for vaping. Last year, we went up to 37%, 716. And currently this year, we are already at 55% of our hearings, and that's 825 so far this year with 2.5 months to go. It's almost always the liquid THC, but that does include our marijuana and drug and alcohol offenses. Many counties feel like the punishment is too much for the crime. However, many districts are being advised that they must expel the child, typically by their attorneys. In fact, my predecessor believed and practiced that all students were sent to JJA for THC. The current concern is that we do not believe sending first-time offenders to an alternative school or to Juvenile Justice Academy will help them. Doing so does not use the best practice of restorative justice. Rather, it only punishes them without considering the needs of the child. In Northside, my department, we use mitigating factors in favor of the student. Rather than expel a first-time drug offender, we send them to our district alternative education program. In middle school, we've started a pilot program for these students who tend to be casual users, a way that puts them in a place other than with the repeat and or violent offenders, and provides them with education and social support they need. We started our 4th cohort today. In discipline hearings, we find the parents are usually shocked to learn how their child is accessing the drugs by setting up meetings through social media, typically in the middle of the night, or having the drug dealer drop it off at their home without the parents ever knowing. Students don't realize it is a felony for the liquid THC, and even when they are told, they don't fully grasp the difference between a felony and a misdemeanor or the implications it can have on their life. Our program that we are piloting right now teaches kids about the drugs and the harmful effects, as well as teaching them how to regulate their emotions, practice refusal skills. We help them set goals and identify the adults in their life that can help them achieve their goals. Our next phase is to add a parent component. This bill will make it explicit to districts that they can use mitigating factors to make the best decisions for the child. We want districts to have discretion on what they do with the students who are first-time offenders with a consumable amount on them, but it still allows us to give more harsh penalties to students who are in possession of an amount that indicates they're distributing the drugs.
Members, are there any questions of this witness? Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Sarah Reyes. Sir, we show that you are representing the Texas Center for Justice and Equity, and you are for the bill.
Yes, correct.
You may proceed.
My name is Sarah Reyes. I'm in support of this bill. I'm a policy analyst from the Texas Center for Justice and Equity. We are a nonprofit organization that engages in both state and local policy around Texas that advances rehabilitative alternatives to incarceration and promotes overall community well-being. Texas has seen a rise in the number of children being charged and removed from their classroom due to the use and possession of drugs, namely vape pens. Vape pens have become a popular tool for cannabis consumption in the form of concentrated THC, a classification that carries a felony drug charge. Texas, like many other states, has implemented zero-tolerance policies for certain offenses. School administrators are required to suspend or expel students for most drug offenses. When a student is expelled in a Texas school, they're required, if it's a felony offense, they're required to attend alternative programs such as Juvenile Justice Alternative Education Programs, or JJAEP, which are often prison-like education facilities overseen by the local juvenile probation department. JJAPs do not offer an adequate education environment for students and are often the first stop on the school-to-prison pipeline for many students. In the 2018 to 2019 school year, JJAP attendance days rose 40% and rose another 22% in the 2019 to 2020 school year, due mainly to vaping. Alarmingly, exclusionary discipline of any kind has not shown to reduce infractions like drug use. Instead, expulsion and displacement of students from this normal classroom has negative effects on their social, emotional development and increases the likelihood of future expulsion and justice system involvement. This bill is a huge step in the right direction on how we address substance use in youth, as it gives the school the option to not remove the student. There's one thing I want to say, and I am in touch with the office already, but I think this bill would be even more impactful if we change the language from shall instead to may in section 1, subsection A-1. We need to start to move away from removing students for substance use altogether and start addressing the root cause of use instead. I think this bill will create an opportunity for schools and the community to truly start to create and come up with other ways of holding youth accountable instead of slapping kids with a record or school removal. Overall, I think this is a great piece of legislation, so thank you, Rep. Dutton, for bringing this issue up, and thank you for your time. Open to any questions.
Members, are there any questions of our witness? Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
Is there anyone else here wishing to testify on, for, or against House Bill 2857? If not, the testimony on House Bill 2857 is now closed, and the chair recognizes Chair Dutton to close on his bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I close with this and thank the witnesses for coming and certainly for making sure that we get this right, because I think this is important to the future of these students, because if we want to correct their behavior, that's one thing. If we want to punish their behavior, that's something else. And so, Madam Chair, I'll close with that.
Members, are there any questions of Chair Dutton? Members, the chair moves to leave House Bill 2857 pending. Are there any objections? The chair hears none. House Bill 2857 will be left pending. The chair lays out House Bill 18 and recognizes author Representative Slauson to explain the bill. Let me just remind the audience again that we do have an overflow room in E2028. If you need an opportunity to sit and listen, you will be able to hear the testimony, and you'll be able to hear your name if you happen to be a witness when it's called. Let me also lay out the substitute Vice Chair Hull, Office of a Committee Substitute to House Bill 18. The chair lays out the committee substitute and recognizes Representative Slauson to explain the substitute. and to tell us about her bill.
Chair Thompson, Vice Chair Hull, and members, thank you so much for the opportunity to lay out before you today House Bill 18. This is the Securing Children Online Through Parental Empowerment Act. And apart from using a useful acronym here, SCOPE, we're going to talk today about how, why, and who has the scope of authority to interact with our children, where the scope of this interaction is taking place. That's what's at the heart of today's discussion. So modern technology, as we know, has given rise to some incredible tools for us that enhance our lives. This was very evident during the pandemic. Grandkids could get on Zoom or FaceTime with their grandparents. Groceries could be ordered in a contactless delivery method. Children had some semblance, anyway, of education through our ability to connect with our schools through devices. The pandemic also underscored and accelerated for us a shift in the scope of interaction, and more our kids are turning to devices, applications, and online networks for their social lives and their social interactions. A game on the playground has sometimes turned into an online game of Minecraft. A compliment can be given in person, but more and more it's increasingly shared in a comment on a post, a thumbs up, a heart, and sometimes those reactions are perceived as more meaningful than the content of the words that we use with each other. Family movie night is not always TV and popcorn anymore. Sometimes it's headphones and a tablet and YouTube. And this would all be fine and well if the internet were an idyllic place, reflecting just the best of humanity out there, just altruistic companies and platforms. But as you and I know, this reality is sometimes much darker. And in the new scope of online social interaction, the very worst elements of society have taken root. And along with any possible benefits, the truth is that the experiences for the kids in our state can and have resulted in increased rates of self-harm, suicide, substance abuse, sexual exploitation, human trafficking, and other mental health issues. And what's worse is that platforms have visibility into these darker elements through the vast amounts of data they collect and process, while parents are often occluded from their children's online experiences and powerless to intervene. Equally troubling is that these online platforms are often fueled by financial interests. They aren't motivated in seeking the best interest of the user, but to increase clicks, users, and screen time. This unrelenting financial interest has given rise to sophisticated algorithms and advertising strategies that are manipulating all users, but are most troubling and most addictive to the developing minds of children. Our children are the commodity, not the customers. An addiction to the platforms is not a bug for the platforms. It's a necessary feature for corporate bottom lines. There is unfortunately no financial incentive for these companies to change business practices that exploit our children, which is evidenced by the worsening mental health experiences of kids online. This legislature has multiple times called industry to the table to work with us on solutions for protecting our kids. Last year, Chairman Lozano held hearings after Uvalde, and they could not even be bothered to come in person to talk to us. And Madam Chair Thompson, Chair Dutton, I am especially reminded of the two of you at the front mic in our chamber with a very apt admonishment about this Texas House, that if you don't respect us, you better expect us. In the months since those platforms did not come and testify at Chair Lozano's hearings and didn't bring us any solutions after that, a Texas girl died of asphyxiation after attempting a blackout challenge being amplified on one of those digital platforms. Just last week, a Texas teenager was rescued from a shed in North Carolina where she was being held by a predator who had allegedly lured her away through a chat app. And on behalf of both these young Texas girls and thousands of other Texas children at increasing risk of harms from their experiences on these platforms, expect us. Through HB 18, we will reestablish the scope of control, pulling it back from the companies and returning it to parents through 3 primary objectives. First, under the bill, for the first time, parents would be given the authority to consent to the platforms their children interact with online. Just as I get to say who my young daughters interact with in the real world, this bill finally gives parents a modicum of control for their children's online experience. Furthermore, parents would have the ability to know what data is collected on our kids, the right to correct it, and critically, the right to delete it. Second, HB 18 would redress the warped financial incentives platforms have to collect data on and target children for advertisements. At its core, ads aim to elicit action from us. Some companies may argue this is to the user's benefit, but at the very least, a child and their parent should know what they're being used, when they are being used, and how they're being used to carry out somebody else's objective. This is only exacerbated in recent years by the increased subtlety and manipulation of advertising strategies and the increased sophistication of targeting tools employed by these platforms. Under this bill, users would know when they're being advertised to and what data was used to target them for a specific ad. Lastly, the bill aims to curb the abuses of sophisticated and addictive algorithms. Parents could opt out of algorithms altogether, or at least the ability to modify or downrank the type of content being served to their kids. The rabbit holes that are opened by these algorithmic systems can quickly devolve into bottomless pits of harmful content and behaviors. These harms are all too real for the children of our state, and every day, more research is drawing a causal link between a kid's online experience and poor physical and emotional outcomes. And as the case with so many issues that we take up in this legislature, statistics are not just numbers, but they are the lived experience of many of our fellow Texans. Some of those Texans are here today to share their stories with you. Others are still processing the trauma. I am willing to speak to the data, but I'm quite confident that the experiences of those witnesses is much more relevant and more real for the discussion at hand. And with that, Madam Chair, I am open to any questions that you may have and would otherwise request the opportunity to close.
Members, are there any questions? Okay. Brian Dixon, Jennifer Hogue, and Kathy Johnson. Dr. Brian Dixon, we show you as representative of the Texas Medical Association and yourself,
That's correct.
and you are for the bill.
I am for the bill.
You may proceed.
Yeah, so good afternoon, y'all. I'm Dr. Brian Dixon. I'm a board-certified child and adolescent psychiatrist from Lufkin, Texas, and I'm up in Fort Worth now. And so I'm here in support of the bill because parenting is the hardest job in the world. What we ask of parents is a Herculean lift. I get to work with parents every single day and remind them that they're not crazy and y'all are doing the best that they can do. This particular bill helps close a loophole. Our kids have vast access to lots of knowledge. Sometimes that is not very helpful. And so I want to share a story that just recently happened to me. I'm using a fake name because you know how HIPAA goes. But Wyatt is a 13-year-old kiddo that I've been seeing for at least 6 years. So when he was 7, he came in, and I know his parents extremely well, and they're all, for all intents and purposes, a wonderful family. And he came in recently, and I said, how's school going? How are your friends? And he goes, I'm better than all those kids. And I was like, like, okay, well, some of that is a little bravado that is expected of a teenager, but as we got deeper and deeper into the conversation, he was very, very serious. He said that there's nobody at school that can relate to him, and then as I started to dig down deeper, I said, where's this coming from? And he said, well, Andrew Tate said X, Y, and Z. And I was like, I don't know who this person is, y'all, and I try to keep abreast of all the things, right? So I'm like, I don't know who this person is, so I jump online and I'm reading about him. And I realized, wait a minute, this is something that, being up in Fort Worth, I have friends on both sides of the aisle, and I said, this is problematic because he's getting access to stuff that nobody that I know of would say. And so I am here today in support of the bill, and this is just one example of multiple examples of working with young women and young men who are getting a lot of access to things that make them feel bad or that don't teach them the things that their parents are teaching them. And so I have the best job in the world. I love my job, and I'm here to answer any questions that I can. Thank you so much for y'all's attention on this issue.
Members, are there any questions of Dr. Dixon? Representative Chairman Dodson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was trying to follow your testimony in terms of this bill. What's your understanding of what the bill does?
Yeah, so one of the difficulties with digital access is that if you, as adults, we get to opt in to a lot of the things that we do. Every website you go to, you click the accept cookies box, right, so that you can start to learn who's tracking you. Kids 13 through 17 don't have that, as I understand it. So 12 and under is covered under a federal law, but 13 through 17, there's a gap missing, and I think that this is a great opportunity for Texas legislature to jump in and fix that gap.
And I guess what you're, if I understand it correctly, what you're saying is that there is some relationship you determine between the information they have access to on the internet versus information elsewhere.
Correct. Yeah, so to put a different spin on it, so I was born in 1980, so when I was raised, we had 3 channels, and there were gatekeepers on ABC, CBS, and NBC. Now kids have access to all channels, social media, all things all the time, and because there is no filter, they don't have the skills and the perspective to know when they're being advertised to versus not, and we need to make that way more apparent.
So, but the point I'm getting to is children could access this information from a number of places.
They could.
Right.
Yes.
And in fact, they do.
Correct.
Okay. And I'm just trying to figure out how you address one way in which they can get the information, two, without addressing all of them.
Yeah, and this is, the tough part is, there are things that companies can build into their software, their algorithmic software, that will confront all sorts of things, including letting young people have access to data that they shouldn't be seeing. So I do think that this is something that the software institutions themselves can do.
And the example you gave, I think, was about the young man who was...
Yeah, young man.
Did you determine where he was getting the information from?
Yes, so YouTube. So if you're not careful, so number one, parents are doing the best that they can. And again, I think I'm pretty tech savvy, and I can't figure out how to completely turn off certain algorithms. And so that's what happens if you play things long enough, or if things aren't coded correctly. A kiddo will watch this video, and if they just sit there long enough and let it run, sometimes this thing will pop up, and then they will start to see things that they're not supposed to be seeing, depending on what your parental controls are. But that's all things that literally can be coded and changed, because I've worked with software engineers before. They can code those things so that those things don't happen.
Well, I guess what I'm getting at is kind of, as a lawyer, we talk about probable, proximate cause a lot of time. And I'm trying to figure out how you relate what's happening to the young man to the sources of the internet or something. How do you make that determination?
Yeah, so when I'm working with someone, the beautiful part about my job is I get to build a longitudinal relationship. So this is a family that I've known for many, many years. I know where their value sets are because they have kept those for the years that they're there. So anytime I see a change, so for a psychiatrist, anything where there's a shift in personality, a shift in temperament, that's a cause for concern. And for this particular kiddo, this was a huge shift in his personality. As we go through and we see what he's seeing, I check with the school is doing school things. I'm checking with his friend group. I'm checking with the church group. The only thing that's left missing is him mentioning this name. And so that's how I kind of whittled it down. But this is one kiddo with a very supportive family. I can't imagine what's happening to other families that don't have those resources.
Yeah, but I guess that's the part that I'm troubled with, and it's trying to make the connection between what's actually happening to what the cause is.
Yeah, so if we take the kind of neurobiological approach, and then I'll stop talking whenever y'all want me to stop talking. The frontal lobe is the part of your brain that tells you to stop doing things. And when you are a young teenager, especially a young teenage boy, that part of your brain is not extremely well developed. And so depending on what messages you're hearing, you're going to start to do and see things that may not be the best. And so that's one of the reasons why for a lot of young boys we say, hey, you are who you hang around. Well, if you're getting these messages of somebody saying certain things, that's very problematic.
So I guess what I'm still trying to understand, maybe I'm not asking my question properly or something, because I'm certainly not understanding your answer. But is there a way in which we can translate an action by a juvenile into what causes that action?
Yeah, so I'll say it slightly differently. Kids, what they see, they believe what they see. And so when you see a certain thing, and I'm not saying I wouldn't stretch it to violence in video games, that's another hearing that we could do, but when they see and they hear certain things that resonate with them, hey, go make as much money as possible. Take it if you have to. Those, depending on what age group, if they don't have a certain backstop, they're going to be more likely to do those things that they're hearing. And so if you were seeing videos of, fast cars and drugs and other things, you tend to believe those things more at that age group.
Okay, so I guess the other side of that is the messages can be negative and positive.
Correct.
But you're saying that the negatives influence more than the positives.
Yeah, so my argument is be mindful. So whether we pass judgment or not, be mindful of where the information is coming from. And so that's what I would say. So let's be mindful of where it's coming from and then allow parents to be able to mitigate those things, be able to regulate what information is given and what information is taken.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Members, are there any additional questions?
Madam Chair.
Chair Caprioni.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I wanted to ask you, Chair Dutton had asked this question about what you thought the bill did. Can you say that part again?
Yeah, so my understanding is that there's a gap in parental engagement. So for 12 and under, there's a federal law that allows, that prevents certain data from being able to be taken for 12 and under. Whereas if you're 13 through 17, there's actually a gap because once you turn 18 and up, you have the right to opt out of certain things. You can tell your cell phone not to track you, that sort of thing. But for 13 through 17, there's actually a gap.
Yeah, there's federal law that, COPA, that will go and provide certain restrictions for under 12-year-olds, but I guess what I also heard, though, is do you think that parents have the ability at 12 and higher to regulate what their children are doing, either on a cell phone or their devices?
So they should be able to. What my understanding is that they don't always have that ability to do so. And so one of the things with the law is to make that more apparent so that parents can literally get in and set parental controls and that sort of thing.
But if there was a way, let's say on your own iPhone, to be able to regulate, or on your router or something, for parents, you think that would be a good idea?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. We'll probably get back to that. So you also said in here, in general, a kiddo should have a total of less than 2 hours of electronics time in a day.
Correct.
How much time are adults spending?
Oh my gosh. Yeah, so kids follow adults. Adults are spending somewhere between 8 to 10 hours on their phone. And when I say this is the American Academy of Pediatrics, it's total screen time. So TV, phone, tablet, computer should be 2 hours total for all of that for kids. So we're way overdoing it. Way more than that, yeah.
I think it negatively affects you.
Oh, absolutely. So the rates of physician suicide, the rates of physician depression, the rates of physician substance use are incredibly high because we're all on social media. We doom scroll just like everybody else. We're under the same amounts of pressure. Decompressing, so mindfulness is the art of being able to see something and then and not pass judgment. You just step back from it. So we are all doing that collectively as a society, and we need to do less of this stuff.
Right, so I don't know how to say the phrase without it sounding bad, but isn't it physician heal thyself? So
It is.
What should you do?
Yeah, so what everybody should do, first of all, everybody should have a therapist. So I just throw that out there to you. And then for me personally, what's that? Just not, yeah, exactly. Not just any therapist. But for me, what I do personally, so I make sure to work out at least 3 times a week using the WHO regulations of how much exercise you should get. I eat less because at the end of the day, in our culture, we actually overeat by 30 to 40%. And then I spend a lot of time with my family because they're only going to be here for so long. So those are the kind of 3 things that I try to do every week.
Does that work?
So far, and it gave me the ability to be here with y'all, and y'all are the folks making the policy, and I appreciate you just even being here.
Right, but I think you'd make the case that you're on electronics a long time.
Mm-hmm.
You're making some changes, and you're fine. I'm assuming.
I would say yes. I have a timer app on my Twitter. Right, Twitter is terrible; it's a cesspool. But I put a timer on there to every 15 minutes, and it says your time is up, right? So so I'm doing things. The key is you have to work at it. Progress is beating yourself up a little less every day, right? It's taking the small steps that you can do to build a better life.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further questions, members? Let the record reflect that Representative Ann Johnson is not present. Jennifer Hogue? We show you as representing yourself, and you are for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You may proceed.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Representative Allison from San Antonio, our hometown. Thank you for being here, and we want to thank the committee members for your service to our great state. I really wanted to just talk to you and not read this, but I'm so passionate and emotional that I feel like I may have to refer, so I apologize.
No, we can really read ourselves.
Okay.
So if you really want to just talk to us.
I want to talk to you.
Please feel free to do that.
I'm a licensed professional counselor and also a certified school counselor, and I have been for the past 29 years in Texas. And I've literally helped hundreds of students, families, exactly what this bill is aimed at. And currently I work in private practice. Unfortunately, I'm here today. This is where I might get a little emotional because I've seen a sharp increase in the harmful effects of social media from anywhere from social media, internet use, gaming, and unfortunately there is a dark underworld that you and I are not privy to. Well, we are privy to because we're professionals, and that's why we're here to share this with you today. Unfortunately, our children are soft targets. They're easy targets. They're at an age where they want relationships. And they're seeking these online relationships. And guess what? There's a lot of people out there that are really ready and willing to help them with these relationships. Unfortunately, they're inappropriate, unhealthy, sexually explicit, and damaging relationships. Online sites that create, and I'm going to share some actual multiple cases. Each of the ones I'm sharing with you, I've had multiple families and children that I've worked with. Online sites that encourage inappropriate, sexually explicit behavior. Not only, I know we hear a lot about human trafficking, but with relationships with who they think are children that they're speaking with, and unfortunately they're not, because what happens is I have parents tell me that they end up, when they're previewing and seeing the sexually explicit photos of male and female genitalia that's sent through these websites. They have relationships, and they encourage some of these social media sites not only relationships with humans but with animals. There's incest, multiple families that I've worked with where the children then go and act out on siblings, on other peers and friends, what they're seeing. Children playing video games with people who they think are friends, and they're actually strangers from other countries, with ongoing degrading comments, sexual content, cussing, cyberbullying. I have kids as young as 8 years old that have addiction to social media and technology. These kids are ending up in psychiatric facilities. They're ending up with juvenile detention, juvenile records. Some of the harmful effects I've seen in my office is an increase in eating disorders, anxiety, depression, delinquent behavior,
Ms.
lack
Holt,
of
you have
sleep.
to wrap it up because you're.
Thank you. So I just feel like it's time we hold these social media sites accountable, put some kind of limits. When we address only the schools and the parents, we're only attacking half the problem. We're not taking care of the because kids will find a way to sneak in. And so there's got to be, that's why I'm here today. Without this, I fear for, unfortunately, the increased decline in our kids' mental health services, which sadly brings me more business, which I really don't want. So I thank you for your time. Any questions?
Members, are there any questions? Chairman Dutton?
Thank
I was hoping you'd ask me.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
I'm still trying to figure out how you relate. I think you mentioned there are harmful effects.
Yes, sir.
But how do you relate that directly to social media?
Because what's happening is these kids are getting on these social media sites. This is an ongoing all-nighter with people they know, don't know. Most of them are people they don't know. And it's this relationship. They thrive because we all want relationships. At that age, they want that acceptance. And so they're trying to gain these relationships. So when these online, if you want to call them predators or whoever, are seeking them out, their kids are wanting this. Does that answer your question?
No, ma'am.
Can you say it a little differently, sir?
No, because what you're saying to me is that there are two events. One happens and the other one happens. What I'm trying to figure out is how do you relate the two? How does one say that there's a cause and effect here? I mean, because you know, when you go back and you look at some of the studies, there were cries about, I mean, I can remember cries about when I was growing up about the records we listened to.
Yes.
And how that was causing a problem. And in fact, a long time ago, there was one, and I think the chair may remember this, there was one called, a record called Annie Had a Baby. Mm-hmm. And there was a big cry about, wait a minute, you shouldn't do that. That's going to cause this. And I'm trying to figure out now how you get to.
Because what happens is the kids, as the physician was explaining, they're not developmentally prepared.
I understand that. I understand that.
And so what happens is for example, one kid is, I have to get on, I have to get back on, I have this need, I have to get back on. And so I have these intrusive thoughts, and those intrusive thoughts create this anxiety within them. And that anxiety then is this perseverating thoughts that go on in their brain, and I have to, and it's more and more and more, and now I'm linked in, and there's a natural curiosity with children. So for example, and I hope I'm not offending anyone, and you can always call me because there's children in here, so I'm trying to limit how I say some of these things, is that when a child's natural sexual curiosity happens when they're a young age, and so then they become more interested in it, and it becomes, it's I guess, equating to an adult who is obsessed with certain behaviors. And so the child perseverates and wants to see more of it. And that in itself creates an incongruence in their brain.
Well, I thank you for your answer, but I'm still struggling trying to get an answer to my daughter's a child psychiatrist, so.
Nice.
You know, and that's probably her calling me. Probably her calling me, saying, "Dad, be quiet." But you know, I'm struggling with trying to figure out if we do this, if this legislature decides to do this, pass this bill, what do we think is going to happen?
I believe it's a start. I
No,
don't.
no, no,
it-
what's going to happen afterwards?
As far as will.
Anything, as far as anything.
Well, my hope is that it limits some of what the kids are able to see and what they're
Well,
targeted
what's going to
as.
happen? What's going to happen? What do we think is going to happen in Texas?
I'm hoping that it reduces the amount of social media inappropriate. There's one called Discord that kids get on. Discord is the one that parents can't even have control over. And so my hope is that there will be a reduction with the kids, the inappropriate, for my piece, is for the inappropriate things that they're being sent via social media and that they're being marketed towards, and that people are then reaching out to some of these kids.
Okay, thank you.
For example, if I type in the word towels right now, and I start looking for towels, and then I go to Facebook, guess what comes up on Facebook? All these different kind of towels. When someone Googles something else inappropriate, guess what comes up? And that's what I'm hoping gets reduced or eliminated.
And that ultimately translate into what?
Online addiction, inappropriate sexual behaviors.
And I guess we'll know that somehow or another.
Hopefully I have less business.
Well, okay, all right, thank you, Madam Chair.
Chairman Caprioni.
Okay, hi, thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to kind of follow up on that. So you do have a business, and in your business, do you see that, I mean, you're saying there's a correlation,
Yes, sir.
right? So how are you reducing the usage? I mean,
What do I
yeah,
do? I work with kids and teens and adults. I also see adults in my practice, and I also have worked 28 years in Texas schools. And I currently work part-time in a private school. I work with kids and teens on healthy coping alternatives. How do we change? I use something called cognitive behavioral therapy. So how do we change how we think, which affects how we feel, and the behaviors and effects that we do? So other alternatives, other healthy coping as opposed to scrolling.
But none of that is reducing online time. I mean, I've heard what you said, but none of that was, I reduced their time on.
Well, I do work with parents on limiting their time, yes. But see, I feel like that's only addressing half the battle, because kids are going to find a way in. If we don't somehow put a ceiling or some type of limits for the social media companies to place on kids' social media accounts, I think we're only doing half the battle.
So same thing, you want to find some way to put a limit either on the time that adults have on their.
I'm talking about kids today, but.
Yeah, but who do you want to be able to put that limit on?
The social media companies. I think I can work with parents all the time on limits, on love and logic, on parenting skills, but that's only addressing half of it. That's like saying if we say, don't do this, but
I guess
then
I'm
it's still
asking is,
here, the candy's still here.
Do you want the adults to be able to have the ability to limit the time for their children, or do you want?
Absolutely. There's some like Discord that don't even have parent controls on them.
Okay. So again, but that's what you're looking for. I guess the Chair Dutton's point is, what do you expect to happen? And so what do you expect to happen? What do you think this bill does that will do that?
My understanding, and I know y'all are the professionals on this, I'm not a politician, but my understanding is that the bill will reduce the algorithms, if I'm saying that term correctly, reduce the algorithms, reduce the ability for kids to continue, for these social media companies to use these soft targets to market out to kids the same way that if I put in towel, all the towels come out. If they put in, and kids are creative. If you even put in a certain word, things, and then it also, and I would love, I don't think this bill addresses it, but I would love for us to figure out a way somehow to be monitoring, for social media companies to be able to monitor the Discord, the conversations that go on, because that's what's also very damaging.
The conversations that go on between I'm taking notes,
Between-
right? We
between-
want to
I
make
love
this
it.
bill we can. So the conversations between. you want them-
between my friend that I'm having here, and I'm sending the pictures, and I'm having these conversations, and nobody is monitoring any of that.
So you want the company, so I'm also a very big First Amendment person. So you want the
I
company
do.
to look at the message?
Well, First Amendment, but when you're a child and your brain is not developed enough to be able to decipher that, that's why do we have limits? Could a child walk into Valero or whoever sells, I don't even know who sells magazines anymore, but Hustler, could a child walk in and just go buy that? No, there's a parent limit, but with social media, there is no limit there.
All right, but just to be clear, because I don't know if I agree with you on that specific thing. I don't think that's in the bill, so I don't want to get too far off, but you want these corporations to monitor and look through our kids' emails?
I don't know if that's possible, and I'm not talking about email. I think today we're talking about social media, but I could be incorrect on that.
I don't want anybody going through my emails, just to be clear.
Yeah, I don't either. Well, I don't really know. But I do think there has to be some way to monitor it, what the kids are being sent out, what's being pushed out to kids.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Thank you. Kathy, we've finally gotten to you. We see you registered as Kathy Johnson, and you represent yourself, and you are for the bill.
Yes, ma'am.
You may proceed.
Okay. Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair and committee members, and thank you for your service in allowing me to speak here today. My name is Kathy Johnson, and I'm a certified professional school counselor for 24 years, and I've worked at every level, elementary, middle, and high school. I am here representing myself and not my school district or school. I am speaking in favor of House Bill 18. The last 6 years, I am working at a high school as a crisis intervention counselor.
Can you tell us why you're supporting this bill? Because we have this excellent piece of testimony you've given us. Why are you supporting this bill?
I am supporting this bill, number one, because I'm worried about the children every day and what they're exposed to. All right. And I may not have all the answers, and I know y'all will probably ask me a lot of specific questions, but I'm going to tell you today what I'm seeing on the campus every day at a high school, middle school, and elementary school.
Okay.
Because I have seen that there are some negative effects to social media. I've seen it at all levels, elementary, middle, and high school. I have a 6th grade daughter in 5th grade. A lot of her friends were on social media, including TikTok, Snapchat, Instagram. I have a big worry about that our kids are getting devices and phones earlier and earlier, and they have access to information that I don't believe is very safe and can be very damaging. And so what I see at the high school level today, I see kids, their anxiety and depression is through the roof, and it has increased drastically in the last 3-4 years that I've been there.
And is that a result of what they've been seeing in the media, over the internet?
So I believe there's many factors on that. I do think that COVID did not help a lot of our students, but I will tell you that we have a lot of students that are addicted to their phone and on social media. If you walk into any cafeteria in a high school, you will see not every student, but a lot of students on their devices, on TikTok, and that is what they are driven to do. Many of my students come to me and they're anxiety and they're diagnosed with anxiety or depression, and they have told me that the social media has really affected their mental health negatively. And I've asked them why. Why do you say that? Why do you think that it has made your anxiety and depression? And the reasons what they tell me is because I'm constantly comparing myself to others on social media. And let's think about that. Let's really think about that, because I know some of us in this room are actually on social media. How many times do you see other people doing things and maybe you're not doing that? And you put that in with a student that is, their brain is not fully developed, it causes them stress, insecurity. I mean, our middle school kids, that's the most insecure. I mean, do you remember middle school? That's like such an awkward age anyway. And then
Chair Johnson, Chair Dutton has a question for you.
I'm sorry. I didn't know I was going to finish my,
Well, that's all right, I was going to help you.
yeah.
Can you answer a question now? Or would you?
Oh, well, I was
Your
really
time has
kind of,
expired.
I have a couple of things I really do want to address.
Oh, go
because I
ahead,
want
go
to
ahead.
get-
Well, Can
And
you
then
wrap
I'll,
it up because your time is expired?
okay. Has it? Okay.
Yes.
Well,
I mean,
can
can you wrap up what you were gonna say?
Well, one of the biggest issues I have right now with I've seen an increase in eating disorders. All right, that has really in the last 3 years has skyrocketed. And I really believe that TikTok and some of these other social media platforms, the algorithm has really made a difference with some of our students. I had a student tell me they wanted to lose weight. They got on how to lose weight in 10 days on TikTok. Next thing you know, their news feed, everything's about how to, a fad diet, exercise, how to throw up, how to purge. They start to join ED groups, eating disorder groups online to support each other. They give each other cheers when they lose weight. And I have had students, more students that have been admitted into an eating and recovery center or rehab. It is crazy how it's out of control.
Ms.
And it's not just,
Ms. Johnson, what was that TikTok on weight loss? What is it?
yeah. TikTok.
Okay, it's TikTok, okay.
But I will tell you, go on TikTok and just start looking, and I will guarantee you, your news feed, because of the algorithm, will continue over and over. And for young kids, that is not okay, because they are starting to hurt themselves. And I have kids that are self-injuring, and we have kids having panic attacks in school because of their anxiety is so high. They're comparing themselves. They think they're going to be like one of the influencers on TikTok, and that is what's driving them. And they think that they can be them. And that's some of the things that I wrote about that I ran out of time to talk about, but it's all in my notes. And I will tell you, I mean, this is just out of the mouth of somebody. She said that I was a size 6. This was a young lady. It affected how I looked at my body. TikTok, this was made worse by the abundance of diet fixes and skinny culture promoted by influencers. I found myself on the side of social media where body image was all that matters, and I was drowning. The depression, anxiety I experienced was exacerbated by the continued use of social media, as well as the content that I was taking in from influencers promoting unhealthy, destructive, and unrealistic lifestyles.
Well, I want you to know that I used to be a size 6, but I was 6 years old.
But these stories are real. And I'm going to tell you, I may not have all the specific answers to your questions, but I'm going to tell you what I see every day with my kids. And I'm worried about our students.
Question for you.
Okay.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. We as policymakers have to make choices about how to do things and whether or not there are any unintended consequences of what we do and the like. Most middle school students don't have a job, right? Is that true?
Probably do, but yeah.
I mean, most of them don't.
Yeah.
So how much does a phone cost?
It depends on what kind you get.
Right, but
Well-
parents generally buy those phones, don't they?
Exactly. You're right.
So maybe we should outlaw parents from buying phones.
Yeah.
That might help.
I will
right?
tell you a true story. A parent is paying her daughter $1,800 if she does not get on social media until she's 18 years old. True fact.
Does that work?
Well, she's not 18 yet, I'll let you know. We'll meet you back here in a couple years.
Has it worked so far?
Well, I mean, the young lady is not on social media, and she is very motivated by the $1,800. But that parent is saying no.
So maybe the
not.
bill ought to say that then. We ought to pay you not to
I'm just
have
telling you a true
not to
fact.
get on social media. Because I'm a little, let me tell you what troubles me more than anything, and I think it's what Chairman Capriglione was getting at too. The same fence that we build to protect people in also imprisons them. And that's what concerns me. That what we're doing is we're getting to a point where we're deciding that all of our children are going to look the same. They're going to think the same. They're going to be the same. Everything's going to be the same because they're all going to be out of one sort of Stepford, You understand what I'm saying? And that's what concerns me. I don't, and if parents really are concerned about their children being on social media, whatever my children were doing and I was concerned about it, I stopped it. I absolutely stopped it because, you know, I did it the way my dad did. You know, you can, if you're gonna do that, you can't live here. Okay, so, you know, if you want a place to stay, then you have to abide by my rules. And so I think what we ought to do in part is help parents be better parents. Because even doing this, I believe, children are ingenious about figuring out how to do things that you don't want them to do. And so even if this passed, we'll probably have to come back here to the next session and deal with it because they'll figure out something else. Maybe it'll be something that I'm not sure I can describe, but children are ingenious. I have 7 children of my own and then 8 grandchildren. But children do strange things. I mean, I was walking with my kids, Madam Chair, and they said, let's stop, let's go here, Grandpa, and we pay money to go in this house, and then you have to figure out how to get out. I said, hell, I'm already out. You know, so why would I pay money to go in someplace, and then I gotta figure out. To me, it didn't make sense. Now, to them, it made sense. I thought, well, somebody sold them on the idea that that's a good idea. And so I started telling them, I said, look, I got a great idea. I'm going to sell teenagers something they can't see, you can't feel, you can't touch it. But it costs $25. And you can tell your friends you have one. And they won't be able to see it, they won't be able to touch it, and they won't be able to feel it either. And my granddaughter said, Grandpa, that might work. And I thought, what? You know, you got to be joking. But what I'm trying to figure out is, and I understand the point. I understand that children are doing all kinds of things now that we didn't do and that children after me didn't do. But the point is, for us as legislators, as policymakers, we've got to do things that make Texas different, better than it was before we did it. And I'm not sure how to do that in this regard without doing something about the source, and that's parents.
Let's get a new batch of witnesses. We have worn them out. You all have been so gracious to us. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks, y'all. Appreciate it.
Come back and see.
Wait a minute.
I'll be back.
Wait a minute.
Sir,
Reverend
you look
Johnson.
like you look like you were dying to say something, and
I really was, just super fast. So the difference, Chair Dutton, is the concept of abstract versus concrete. Hey, don't cry over spilled milk. If you tell a 5-year-old that versus a 17-year-old that, that's why that's...
Would you re-identify yourself for the record?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Brian Dixon, Dr. Brian Dixon. And therein lies the hiccup is older kids may know a little bit more than little kids, but little kids have no filter. They have no context for anything. And so, but everybody's getting exposed to the same exact algorithm. And that's why that's what we're trying to get at. That's why it's dangerous. You get the algorithm, my 6-year-old gets that. I don't have a 6-year-old, but like 6-year-olds get the algorithm. And but you have years of wisdom and experience to go, oh, that doesn't make any sense. Whereas that 6-year-old does not. There are kids now that literally think that food just appears at your door because we order it through Uber Eats or whatever, right? So that's the difference.
thank you, Chairwoman.
All right. All right. Thanks, y'all.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, y'all.
All right, we're going to call Zachary Whiting, Danielle Greenup, and Annie McAdams.
After this panel, it's up against. For these 4, I'll get the against. Some against. Then the next panel. Okay, we're gonna go Zachary. What's his name?
Zachary Whiting, we show you as representing the Texas Public Policy Foundation, that's correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And we show you for the bill.
Yes, ma'am.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair and members. I'm a policy director and senior fellow at the Texas Public Policy Foundation working on technology policy. I'm here to testify in support of HB 18, and I had prepared testimony that went through the litany of harms, and Madam Chair, at your suggestion, I will not talk about those things.
You got it written so well, we can read it.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. And to try to talk to hopefully address some of the questions that have been raised by a few of the members.
Our chair recognizes Chair Dutton.
Oh, I was just saying generally to try to address some of the points they've raised, but I would welcome any questions at this time.
I know we had some, so I
Okay.
Okay, Chair Dutton, do you want to ask them?
No, I just.
Okay.
Struck me, Madam Chair, with trying to make the connection between what is and what caused it. I mean, I realize there are two events taking place. There's social media and there are children not acting like children. But how do you relate those two?
Yeah, so I think what a lot of the witnesses have tried to get to is the social science research that demonstrates that. And we've spent a lot of time going back and forth on that. But I think you look at these were the types of thing I was trying to go to is what does the bill do and how, if this bill were to pass, what would happen? And I think it goes predominantly to four things. I'm trying to get back to the bill and see if we can get it within that context. So it's a bill that is a data privacy bill, which the legislature is considering in a lot of other contexts. It is a bill that would empower parents by giving them a number of rights that have been listed and digital rights that would do that. And it goes into how these products are designed. And I think one of the concerns that we may not have addressed is it by itself is a deceptive trade practice. If you are offering a device or a service to the public and you know that is harmful, that by itself is a deceptive trade practice. And so continuing to allow companies to proffer services and products to people that they know are harmful, that's troubling. And the legislature has an interest to address those concerns. I think part of the bill goes to that today. One of the concerns about earlier is can't parents just parent? And to the physician who testified before, it's the hardest thing in the world to do. I would agree with that, and it probably has been since the Garden of Eden. But what we're up against is parents who, in the digital age, in the digital economy, say it's harder to parent now than ever before, and even more so. We don't know that we have the tools. We don't know where to go. And so maybe you go to other parents, maybe you go to teachers, maybe you go to a psychiatrist. Not everyone has the means to go to those providers. You can go and find stuff on the internet, and as we all know, everything on the internet is true. And then I know we're probably running low on time, but just a couple other things. What does the bill do? It's not some novel or unreasonable thing that the bill does. It limits the ability of online providers to collect data, personal information on kids. That's already a requirement under federal law. This bill extends that to a degree to those 13 to 18. It requires a duty to exercise reasonable care in the design and use and execution of a product. We tell people you can't put asbestos in your buildings. We put parameters on how much alcohol you can have in a particular drink. This is not an unreasonable thing for the legislature to do, to put those parameters on there. And then providing those tools and various digital rights to parents to exercise. So this is a parental empowerment bill by ensuring that, yes, those tools may still be there. And I just set up an iPad, and it took me 2.5 days to get in and do all the things to make sure that we wouldn't see something we don't want to see. And I had to go back and do that. So to fix that a couple times. So making sure that those tools are readily available to parents in an easily accessible way. And if you violate the bill, that gives rise to the liability. And so you have the bill, you have the parameters, and if you violate it, that gives rise to the liability. I'd be happy to answer any questions with my very disjointed testimony.
I just had one question, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Chairman Dutton.
From what you just said, parents, the rights that it gives parents in the bill, They already have those rights, right?
To a degree, I would say a couple things. Not every online, this applies to the entire scope of pretty much all online providers. So I can't speak to every online provider
No, I'm not talking
providing
about
those
it.
rights.
I'm talking about parents. Parents already have rights that are in the bill.
Not necessarily. If we're talking about the specific enumerated rights in the bill, the right to know, access, delete, have those things, have data be fixed if wrong, not necessarily. We can say parents have rights to keep their kids off of their phones, but they don't necessarily have these rights under the bill. Parents don't have these rights for minors, and we're concerned that consumers don't have those rights, and so there's other legislation that is tackling those aspects. So I would say no, we don't know that parents have the enumerated rights under the bill for every online service provider.
And so I was just curious, which right in the bill, as I read it, which right did they not have?
We don't know which ones they don't have on various providers. You may have certain rights under the terms and services of various providers. I'm sure a lot of the major, let's say, platforms, Google, YouTube, Facebook, and the like, have various protections like that in their terms of service, but we don't know across the entirety of the internet that are there. So I don't know if I have the right to delete my information on ESPN.com. I probably do. So this doesn't just say, hey, Facebook or Google, don't take my stuff. It says to everybody, make sure that you are focused, you're taking a consumer-focused approach to how you provide your products.
Okay, all right, thank you, Madam Chair.
Chairman Capriati on it.
All right, thank you. Finally, coherence. Okay, so I 100% agree, obviously, on the privacy protections, and that's in this bill, right, to go and provide protections outside of COPA right now, right? So that kind of gap at 13 and older, making sure that, but also like obviously the idea that the parents have and what this bill does, where it has tools or other opportunities for parents to go and participate, right? So just want to pull back in terms of what this bill is doing and what it is. But I do want to talk about Siberia for a little bit. What about this idea of monitoring people's emails and that kind of stuff and putting it, I mean, because not that that's in this bill there, but there is this concept of who has the responsibility, either in this bill or after this bill is passed.
So, candidly, that's not in this bill, and that's not what this bill is. It lays out a very broad definition of what personally identifiable information is. It takes maybe 2.5, 3 pages to do it, and then it says, let's say digital service providers, operators, whatever the term of art is under the bill, you have a duty not to collect that on children. And among that information is things like that, emails and the like on that. The goal being to limit the amount of data collected on kids, but giving parents the ability to verifiably consent to certain data being collected. And I think the biggest problem that we have is we already have an outdated federal law that already requires it. So for, let's say future witnesses that may testify before the committee today to say, this is too hard, we can't do it, you're already required to do it, this just extends that to a little higher age. So yes, all that to say, I don't think this bill goes to those questions of pervasive surveillance, though I would say, I've told this story before, I was in 8th grade on 9/11, and we were so concerned about the amount of data the government was collecting on us. We've swung the pendulum. We are still in a surveillance state, and it is not the NSA that we have to worry about, is the amount of data that's collected on us by major multinational corporations. And that should be a troubling piece, and this bill and other bills like it that the legislator is considering this session go a long way to, again, take that consumer-focused approach and not just a sort of sycophantic attitude towards corporate pecuniary interests.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further question, members? Danielle Greenup. We show you as Representative Eric Calls, and you represent yourself, and you are for the bill, correct?
I am, yes.
You may proceed.
Thank you. So I'm Danielle Greenup. I'm with Eric's Cause. I am for COPA, and I'm also for this bill. I going to tell my story. In 2005, my brother was addicted to the landline. He was addicted to the internet. I was addicted to the internet. I was 13. What it is you're addicted to someone that's on the other end of that line because you're not connecting in real life. And, you know, mom was at work. 2 jobs, 3 kids, mom's at work. I put a lot of viruses on that computer. And I'm for free speech. I'm not for going through emails and different things like that. But there is something that needs to happen. I am 31 years old and I'm addicted to my phone and I get stuck in a loop. I have to say, oh my gosh, you've been on the phone for 2 hours. So I started to count every time I think about getting on the phone. So I have a bunch of solutions for y'all. I'm an innovator and we are in a time where we have to make innovations because the internet has come so far from 2005 and we're the ones living this life. So we have to help these kids get off. I think that by having, if the kid's been on for 40 minutes, something pop on the screen, say, hey, maybe you should get off now. Or my brother passed away from the blackout challenge. It was passed by word, but he learned about it online, on the internet. Till today, we really can't get many answers from his friends about who all was playing and what was happening, but we know he passed from it. And after that, I got asked so many times to play it at school. There are so many kids who've passed away from this challenge. I think that when it needs to be stopped for being uploaded, it gets uploaded, it gets flagged. You know, if you're not getting immediate gratification and likes, oh, look, I'm doing the challenge, it's going to really deviate kids from putting it on there. Because I know for me, I'll post a dumb video and I think I'm brilliant. I'm like, that's a great idea. And then I watch it back a little later and I'm like, oh, God. And if it doesn't have any likes, I'll take it down because I grew up in the 2000s and I guess that's where I'm at with my self-worth, but I work every day to build it up. And I think parents have it really rough and they need help. They need help. And social media, it's our parents, teachers, and social media. That's who's taking care of us. And I'm 31. My frontal lobe's developed, but when I was 16, it was like, who am I addicted to next? In a sense, crushes. Who's looking at my content? What's happening? It's an addiction, and we can help do it. We're just going to have to think outside the box.
Members, are there any questions? Thank you so much. Annie McAdams, we show you as representing yourself and for the bill.
That is correct, Madam Chair.
You may proceed.
Thank you for this opportunity. To the esteemed members of the committee, my name is Annie McAdams, and I'm the lead attorney who has represented sex trafficking victims against Facebook and Instagram for the past 5 years, and currently still do. Cases are still pending. I'm here today in support of this bill. I'd like to commend Representative Slauson and all of the members that have worked on this bill for one main reason. This is why Texas leads the country in child safety and the internet. And these types of bills are important for enforcement, transparency, and accountability. And that is really, truly the only way that we are going to see change when it comes to our children in the state of Texas. I'm here today to share 2 observations that concern enforceability as the bill is currently written. The first, as it pertains to the definition section as minor. I've heard a lot of references to 13 to 18 is important because of the federal law protecting under that, but I would submit that maybe consideration of extending that to the definition of all minors under the age of 18. A lot of that has to do with the fact that the platforms, digital marketing, and the big social media companies do not dispute that children under the age of 13 have unprecedented access to their platform and harms. So I would respectfully submit maybe consideration in extending the definition. I, for one, like to see Texas maintain leadership as far as enforcement and haven't really seen that federal enforcement really have that profound effect as we have with Chapter 98 that was passed by this legislature some time ago. The second part that concerns me greatly is as it pertains to enforcement. Without accountability and transparency, we can write bills like this and pass them.
If this bill was to currently pass as drafted, I think the first thing that we're going to see from the digital marketing and the social media companies is a motion to transfer venue or a motion to dismiss on forum selection choice of law. As an attorney, I respect and understand that forum selection is an important part of business agreements, but it really truly has no place when it comes to the harm towards children.
Where do you think the forum would be selected to?
California, by and large. 99% would be transferred to California. We have seen social media companies such as Facebook and Instagram, after a 5-year fight here in Texas, start to use forum selection that 13-year-old trafficking victims had agreed to when signing up for their platform to attempt to circumvent Texas law. So as Texas continues to be the leader and pass bills such as this, it is extraordinarily important that we don't let these companies such as Facebook, Instagram, and Snapchat continue to try and circumvent the laws they don't like and allow the harm committers choose the laws that they would like to apply. Thank you again for your time. I will always remain as a resource and appreciate all of your hard work.
Any questions? Any questions? Thank you very much. Servando Exprasa, Antigon Davis, and Kevin Kane. Okay. Antigone Davis, we see you as registered as representing Meta.
Yes.
And you are against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes.
You may proceed.
So Chairwoman Thompson and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to be here today. As you said, my name is Antigone Davis. I'm a VP at Meta and Global Head of Safety. While we strongly agree with the underlying intent of the bill, we oppose HB 18 as filed. I want you to just know a little bit about me before I start. I'm a parent. I used to be a former middle school and high school teacher, and I worked for an attorney general in the state of Maryland on these very issues. Like you, we care deeply, and like the sponsor of the bill, we care deeply about the safety and well-being of young people online. I've dedicated the better part of my career to this work, and I'm incredibly proud of the work that our teams do. I think for today's discussion, it might be helpful for me to walk through some of the work that we do, and then speak a little bit to the bill if that works. So just to give you a sense of the work that we do, we have first, when users come to our platform, they must be 13 or older to use our platform. We require people to enter their age when they use our platform. We use innovative technology like AI to identify those who are misrepresenting their age. We also allow people to report underage accounts, and our reviewers will flag accounts that are underage. If we see that someone is underage, we will give them an opportunity to identify their age, and if they cannot accurately show us their age, we will remove those accounts. In addition to that, we've built over 30 tools to help young people remain safe and have positive experiences on our platform. So to give you a sense of those, I won't go through all of them here because I have a very short period of time, but we have the most, we set our private accounts on Instagram, for example, for people under the age of 13, their accounts are automatically set to private. We do not allow unconnected adults from messaging minors directly. We prohibit content that promotes suicide and self-harm or eating disorders. And we use AI to actually find 98.6% of that content before it's reported to us. We prohibit certain kinds of ads for people under the age of 18, and I don't just mean illegal things like alcohol or tobacco, but financial products, weight loss ads. We do not target minors on our platform by the behavior on our platform. We limit any kind of ads going to them to their age and location. So for example, if they live in the state of Texas, so that the ads are relevant to their experience. At the same time, we also strive to make it easier for parents to supervise their kids on our platforms. So we have parental supervision tools that enable parents to set time limits for their kids' use of our platform, for them to see who their child is following and who's following their child. We also have a family center that has resources with expert guidance for parents to help them parent, because I, as a parent, and the people who work at Meta want to ensure that we are supporting parents in their efforts to support their kids and provide a safe and positive experience. In the interest of time, those are just a few of the tools, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Members, are there any questions?
Madam Chair?
Oh, Chairman Caprioni?
Yeah, thank you. All right, so we've talked a little bit today about the amount of time that kids are on. And I have a stat here that says the average time on social media for 13 to 18-year-olds is about an hour and a half per day. It's excessive amount. So can you talk to us a little bit about how Facebook or Meta, what they're doing specifically to try and minimize the amount of time that the children are online?
Yes, certainly, of course. So we want people to be very meaningful and intentional about their time on our platform, and in particular, young people. So I mentioned, for example, that parents can set time limits, but also for young people, we will prompt them if we see them on the platform for a period of time to take a break. At that time, they have an opportunity to actually set notifications and reminders for themselves to take a break. Interestingly, we find that with teens who use those tools, when we did a study, about 90% keep those reminders on after they've set them. We have something that we've introduced called quiet mode that not only enables the minor to set times, but it also lets other people know that the minor is in quiet mode, so that they won't bother that minor during that time period. So we're trying to find numerous ways. In particular, and one thing I'll mention, in addition to the take a break tool that I just mentioned, we also nudge teens. So if we see teens on a particular kind of, on any kind of content for a period of time, we'll nudge them off of that content onto other content that they can look at.
So that's inside of your algorithm and different than for adults? It's for minors, they can set those quiet times, or are those available?
Yes, we also provide the tools for like that for adults as well. So that, I mean, you were asking earlier about the amount of time that adults spent on the platform. I'll tell you, for example, I'm a parent, and I set a parameter for my daughter when she was young, where I told her after 9 o'clock, no use of your phone. And the first thing she turned to me and said was, "Mom, but you do."
Yeah.
And so that became a family rule, a house rule. And so this is really designed, the tools that we've built are designed to help parents with that kind of parenting.
So, in part of this conversation, I've been trying to understand is who should be responsible for the account, right? Some people think parents should ultimately be in charge of their child or account. Some people think the child should be in charge. Some people, I guess, think the company should be in charge of the account, and then almost everyone thinks that we on this should be making laws to make a charge. But so, what is Meta's position, right? I mean, what kind of control do you provide for either the adult or for the child? Like, where does that line get drawn with you?
So it's an interesting question. So, ideally, I think we should be thinking about the parent-child relationship online is very similar to the parent-child relationship offline. To some degree, you want to make sure that parents have tools to be parents and to do the kind of parenting that they want to do, and set rules and set parameters. At the same time, when your child is at that age, you also want to be helping them to develop their own executive functioning skills, their own ability to reason and make decisions. So a lot of the tools that we offer are really designed to facilitate that conversation between parent and child. Like I mentioned, our family center. In addition, we actually also provide those tools that will prompt young people to think intentionally about the time that they're spending. So those notifications are designed to help them think about those things, to be intentional, to set reminders.
So how do you know that someone logging in is a child, right? I'm not going to say I've ever changed my date, my birthday, but I'm assuming there are people who may change when they were born or when they get asked when they were born. So how do you know there's a
That,
trial.
yeah, that actually brings me to, I think, one of the sort of maybe unintended consequences of this bill in terms of the algorithm. So when a young person signs up for our platform, they give their age. But we also use AI to identify, artificial intelligence, to identify or to find accounts where someone may be misrepresenting their age, and then put them through a verification process. So when we talk about shutting down all algorithms for young people on the platform, that's all algorithms. Those are lots of algorithms that we use to keep young people safe on our platforms.
Now, I don't know, maybe a few months ago, you all paid one of the biggest fines, or at least it is a big fine, $500 million or whatever, based on, I guess, GDPR or European law, for collecting personal identifying information of minors. Why don't you talk about that? And what kind of PII do you still collect for minors? Right, so that everyone's clear, you know, you get online and they're collecting all sorts of stuff. At least they are for adults and that kind of stuff. But you all had to pay a big, hefty fine because you were collecting this information from children. So what kind of information are you collecting today?
So there is some data that we collect in order to enable an experience that's age appropriate, for example. We want to know certainly that someone's a minor, but it's also how we use that data. So what do you do with that data? So for example, we don't allow people to target ads towards young people for their behavior on the platform. We do want that behavior information in order for them to be connected to interests that they have or to the friends that they've connected to. If they're an athlete or they're a soccer player and they want to know what's happening with their soccer team, we have that information in order for them to have that experience where they're building community and having friends. But we don't use that information, those behaviors, to then target them with ads. So when we use, in that case, we only use age and location, like what state they're in.
So do you look through what, because a lot of people at least think that talk about something and then all of a sudden there come the ads, right? So do you look at what kids are liking? Are you looking at, what else are you looking at?
We don't serve ads based on their behavior like that.
Okay. So here's a question. How much revenue are you all gathering from teens, right? I mean, how much revenue are you making off of?
So I don't have an exact number of how much revenue for any particular demographic, but I do think the question that you just asked previously gets to some of that question. So, for example, an adult, we may use your interest to serve ads, or others may do that. For minors, we don't do that. Not only that, but I think, when you talk about our commercial interests, there's a sort of misunderstanding, for example, that it is our goal to just have teens online for indefinite amounts of time, and that we've built our platforms to do that. In fact, what we really want to do is make sure that most people are having a positive and safe experience. And in the context of young people, we've developed a lot of tools that we know are actually going to reduce the amount of time that they spend on our platform, whether that's that take a break tool or whether it's quiet mode. Because ultimately, long term, we really want to provide a safe and positive experience to the most people most of the time.
Madam Chair, if I can ask one more. Okay.
Go ahead.
I was going to maybe try and, if Chairman Dutton was here, maybe this would be his question.
Right
but,
behind
right there. I didn't see it. All right, is this your question?
No, you're doing good.
Oh, okay. Well, all right, I'll try. I can't do the voice, but one of the questions that's up here is being asked is, okay, there is a problem, right, with teenagers, right? We're seeing that in terms of higher depression, anxiety. We heard from a lot of folks who are in the counseling field about patients coming in, young patients, stuff that we probably didn't deal with at least I didn't when we were younger. So have you all done any research? Because I guess we were trying to ask a bunch of different ways, the correlation, or if there is a correlation, but have you all done any research because it's a big deal for you all, right? I mean, people are asking and people are saying there is this cause and effect. Have you all done any research? Have you looked at this?
Yeah, so I and my team and the many members of my team work with academics and experts all the time in these areas. And what we hear from many of these experts is really that these issues are multifactorial. And in fact, the CDC and the U.S. Surgeon General just released a report that really get to the multifactorial issues that are at play in relation to the rise of teen suicide and depression. So, for example, things like the rising inequality of income are referenced. Academic pressures are referenced in these studies. Climate change is referenced in these studies. I think what is important to know is that while they are multifactorial, while they are individualized, we want people to have a positive and safe experience, and teens in particular. And so this is why we're introducing and building these tools. To give you just a sense of the kind of investment, putting aside the $16 billion since 2016, it's really the deep investment in technology. So, for example, we have tools that will identify suicide and self-harm content on our platform. If we see that content, we will surface resources to the individual who's posted that content so that they can reach out to a crisis center or a lifeline. In addition, if you were to see that content and to report it to us, and we were to understand that content to be of that kind, we would not only surface those resources to the individual for which you reported their content, but we would come to you and say, look, if you're trying to reach out and help, here's where you can go to get help to reach out to that individual. So we're investing very deeply to ensure that people have a positive experience.
Okay. I'm going to save my content question maybe for you two, but later on. But thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Ms. Davis, I may struggle here a little bit because I'm so conflicted over this because the internet and in some respects social media seems a little bit like a blessing and a little bit like a curse. But I want to talk to you about the addiction side that we heard from earlier. I went to visit a school. I asked where the restroom was. I got in there. I stood there for about 10 minutes. I came out with one of the supervisors who had directed me to it, and I said, let me guess, y'all have a policy that kids can't get on their phones during school hours. And she said, how'd you know? And I said, because there's a kid in every single stall, and nobody has moved in 10 minutes, and I bet they're all on their phone. So no matter what we give parents or adults as tools, when that kid has that phone, they're going to get on the phone because of this addiction. So rather than nudge, why don't y'all just cut them off? Can you do that?
I want us as a platform to make that decision for parents or about what's best for their children. I think would much prefer to give parents the controls to do that. And I'll give you an example of why that gets complicated. There are young people who use platforms like ours to manage their after-school practices. Mm-hmm. They use these tools to have big campaigns around an issue that matters to them. They use these tools to connect with people who may be like them when they feel isolated. I think it's probably in the best interests of the child for us to allow parents to really parent. I agree with you that we need to provide tools so that parents can see what their children are doing and can set those time parameters. And I think helping parents by nudging their kids to think and be intentional about those tools is really important.
I don't want to dismiss where parents should be involved, but we also heard from somebody that said, single mom, 2 jobs, 3 kids. Sometimes parents are doing the best they can. And unlike those parents, you know the structure, you know the system, you know it's working. Same thing, mentioned blackout challenge. The minute that you all recognize that blackout challenge is leading to the death of children, why don't you immediately shut it down and block it?
So we do use our technology. First of all, we don't allow those challenges on our platform, and we do use our technology to find those challenges. And as I was saying earlier, in the content that violates, we have a very high rate of finding that content, 98%, as I was mentioning earlier, before it's reported to us. So we do, when content like that violates our policies, find it and try to remove it. Just to take a second, a little bit, though, to talk about the parent piece and about where parents don't necessarily have the ability to step in, or they're working hard and they can't take care of those things. I think one of the perhaps unintended consequences of this particular bill is that there are a whole slew of children whose parents may be in those kinds of places who will lose access to the internet the way the bill is currently written. So by asking for express consent from a parent, first of all, there are a couple of things we need to understand. That means that we have to verify the age of everybody on our platform. So everybody on our platform in the state of Texas will have to provide a driver's license to use our services. In addition to that, if a parent wants to not allow their child to use our services, or to allow, they will have to provide us with some way to confirm that parent-child relationship. So as the bill is currently written, that means that a parent would have to provide a birth certificate or some other kind of very personal information in order to make this bill work.
You mentioned earlier, aside from that piece of it, you said that you could and you have the ability to identify children. Can you explain to me again how y'all say that you have that ability?
Yeah, so it's not a perfect science. This is a very complex issue, identifying age. So we do a number of different things. First of all, kids can state their age. Mm-hmm. We've also started using age verification or age assurance technology that enables us to identify potential minors, and if they look like they're misrepresenting themselves on our platform. Mm-hmm. When that happens, or we can identify that maybe, for example, I get the easiest example I can give is, say there's a post or a comment under their post that says like happy 12th birthday. Mm-hmm. That would be the kind of signal we might pick up that would allow us to then put that minor through a verification process where they would have to provide us with something to identify that they are the age that they say they are.
I have to say I've also done human trafficking prosecution, seen some of the websites that were used, seen some of the exploitation that occurred, obvious indications on social media that was happening. I've seen some of those platforms get shut down, and I have to say they shut down and more pop up. And I think that's why everybody's so frustrated. Everybody feels at a loss of what do we really do to how we get a hold of it. But I do feel like you guys have a whole lot more power and a whole lot of control than maybe is acknowledged.
On the particular issue of child exploitation, if I can speak to that for a minute, in addition to the tools that we have to identify that on the platform and to remove it and to report it to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, our company has really tried to take an industry-leading approach. So I'm not sure if you're aware, but recently NCMEC had developed something called Take It Down. So this is a tool for young people who maybe have shared an image of themselves, potentially in a relationship, and an intimate image. They're now being worried that, afraid that that's going to get shared on our platform. They can actually prevent that from being shared on a platform by basically creating what you might think of as a digital fingerprint of that image, which they'll share with NCMEC, and then companies like ours can take that digital fingerprint and prevent it from being shared. We supported and helped NCMEC to build that technology because, as you said, we can have all the rules in the world that we have, but these things have to be solved across the internet. So we do really understand that it takes a cross-industry approach and have tried to be supportive in the context of child exploitation in particular, but in other areas as well.
And I do appreciate that. As I mentioned, I've seen it where we've had to deal with social media companies that don't exist in this forum to go get or communicate with. And I appreciate your effort to collaborate where appropriate. I think folks are just really concerned because when you do lose a kid to a blackout game, when you do lose a kid to a pimp that got them to come with them to the mall, it's too late. And that's why there's such an overwhelming need from parents right now to get your industry's participation in child safety as quickly as possible, given the fact you know the back end of how all this stuff works, and we're all just equally addicted to our phone, trying to figure that out.
Well, we're very supportive of working with you all to identify good standards for industry, particularly around age-appropriate experiences, age verification, and we look forward to having those conversations with you all.
And I did have one more question. I know age-appropriate kid design. Can you explain that and what that means? Is that new? Where is that going? What is going to happen with that?
So what the concept behind it is trying to identify design that really takes into consideration the information of children and develops an age-appropriate design around those ages. And I think that's actually maybe one of the more promising ways to approach design. So think of it, I mean, we already have, for example, private by default for young people under the age of 16. That's not something that you necessarily need for an adult, but given a child's experiences, that's the kind of protection you can put in place. And so looking at how do we balance the age with what their skills are and developing defaults, for example, I think is probably the easiest example to give for that.
So in that circumstance, is that something that the parent is actively involved in, or is that something that the company can do based on what you see as the user profile?
So we do both. So the parent can be involved in certain things. And by the way, in our parent supervisory tools, they can see what those settings are. So if a child were to change those settings, they can see that. But we also have defaults that are different for minors in certain cases to help create a good safeguard and protection for them.
And do you draw a distinction between searching for things that are kind of verifiable educational information versus other things that may be, again, like part of a blackout game or Tide Pod challenge or something? Can you make those distinctions between, hey, you're going to the CDC or you're going to Medline or whatever it is, as something that's recognized as more verifiable, legitimate source versus something else?
I don't know if I would say verifiable, legitimate source. I probably wouldn't use that language, but we have policies and rules. So I'll give an example. We were talking earlier about suicide and self-harm content. We have a policy against promoting that kind of content on our platform. At the same time, there are young people who will come to our platform to try to get access to mental health resources. And so our technology is designed to try to differentiate between the two, and also to not recommend. So we have content that violates our policies, and that content is we find it and we try to find it and remove it. But we also have content that may sit around that's sensitive that we would not recommend to minors as well.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chairwoman.
Any further questions? Chairman Capriano.
I'm sorry, I have one other one. So I want to get back to age verification, because I think that's going to be, however we decide to do this, right, that's going to be key, whatever restrictions or personal identifying information. So at least in my little bubble, it's hard to think about how to do that without everyone else giving their identification, which I'm not going to do, by the way. So, but do you have to do this in other countries? I mean, does the UK or does anyone else in the European Union, either under GDPR or other rules, do they, like outside of the U.S., do they have rules?
So it is a real and complex challenge, because inevitably people move toward asking for IDs, which creates all kinds of access to information that you might not really want us to have. There are technologies that are being tested. So, for example, technologies that use your face to identify what your age may be and use that to prevent you from accessing a platform. This is the kind of innovation that we want to leave room for technology companies to develop, where they focus on, I think, a few key things. How do we minimize the amount of data that we have to collect? How do we ensure that it's fair? So one of the problems with ID verification, for example, is that there are a large number of young people who don't have access to IDs. They're often from marginalized communities, which means that we're further marginalizing them by cutting them off from access to information. So how do we minimize data? How do we ensure that it's fair? How do we ensure that it's effective? So each one of the things that are currently out there right now have varying degrees of effectiveness. As unfortunately many of us know who've had teens, you can fake an ID, and young people do. So how do we find a variety of options? And I think right now we probably are best offering a variety of options so that we have different ways to check and to innovate.
So that's what you have in other countries, a variety
Yes.
of options? Okay. All right, that's it. Thank you.
Any further questions? Kevin Kane. We show you as representing YouTube,
Yes, ma'am.
and we show you are against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You may proceed.
Yes, ma'am. Chairwoman Thompson, Vice Chair Hull, and distinguished members of the Select Committee, thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. My name is Kevin Kane, and I'm the Government Affairs and Public Policy Manager at YouTube. Today, I would like to explain how we work to safeguard kids across 3 areas: our products, the enforcement of our policies, and protecting children's privacy. To begin, let me tell you how our products give parents greater control over how their children view content on YouTube. YouTube does not permit children under the age of 13 to use our platform without permission of a parent or legal guardian. Any accounts belonging to people under 13 without a parent's supervision are terminated when discovered. We terminate tens of thousands of accounts per week as part of this process. Every family has a different approach to how they use technology, which is why we work with child safety experts around the world to develop YouTube Kids and our supervised experience. YouTube Kids is a standalone app built from the ground up to be a safer and simpler experience for children to explore and provides tools for parents and caregivers to guide their journey. Videos on YouTube Kids include popular children's videos, diverse new content, and content from trusted partners. We also offer our supervised experience on the main YouTube platform, which enables a parent to create and link a child's account to their own. The parent can choose from 3 content settings to manage the experience. These categories are Explore, which is for viewers 9+, Explore More for viewers 13+, and Most of YouTube. The Most of YouTube setting will contain most videos on YouTube except for age-restricted content that may not be appropriate for viewers under 18. I also want to note that for both YouTube Kids and Supervised Experience, autoplay is turned off by default, and we have take a break reminders turned on by default. Our policies provide the rules of the road for content on YouTube, and we will remove content that violates these rules as quickly as possible. Under our child safety policy, YouTube does not allow content that endangers the emotional and physical well-being of minors, including cyberbullying and harassment. Our policies also prohibit content that is harmful, dangerous, or violent. Additionally, YouTube does not permit promotion of suicide and self-harm, eating disorders, pornography, or hate speech. And we have strict prohibitions against abhorrent child sexual abuse material, also known as CSAM. Although CSAM accounts for a very small portion of the material uploaded and shared across our platforms, we take it extremely seriously. We remove CSAM and report it to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, or NCMEC. NCMEC then evaluates the reports and may decide to refer cases to law enforcement. In addition to this critical enforcement of our policies and our important partnerships with NCMEC, we also work hard to protect the privacy of our young users. For example, we do not allow personalized advertising on YouTube Kids or YouTube Supervised Experience. And for anyone watching made-for-kids content on YouTube, we treat their personal information as coming from a child, regardless of the actual age of the user. For these videos, we limit data collection and use. We also restrict or disable some product features, including personalized ads and features such as live chat. YouTube shares the Select Committee goals of giving parents and caregivers the tools they need to help their children use our platform safely and responsibly. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. I look forward to discussing proactive solutions to promote online safety for Texas families.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Do you understand the problem that the bill tries to address?
Yes, sir. We absolutely understand and share the common goal of making sure that children are protected online.
All right. And do you believe that there ought to be a solution to that problem?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell me what you all are doing, or how would you propose a solution to it?
Yes, sir, absolutely. We strongly believe that making sure that parents have the tools necessary to include on our supervised experience to help set limits in terms of time and to help make sure that children have the appropriate safeguards to prevent unnecessary data collection and to prevent targeting of ads.
But you're currently doing that, right?
Yes, sir, we are.
So you don't believe there's any additional solutions needed to...
Oh, no, sir. No, sir. We've actually been working with a number of organizations to propose a solution to address a lot of these concerns, and appreciate the committee's consideration.
Okay, so you don't have anything today you could tell us that you would suggest we do about the problem?
Yes, sir. Certainly, in the legislation itself, addressing things like the duty to prevent harm requirement, certainly that is an impossible requirement for us to meet, and there's no clear path forward in terms of how platforms like YouTube could come into compliance. Furthermore, addressing the issue of the strongest setting for minors, we certainly understand and agree with the intent, although I think as we look as to how that would actually impact users of our platform, individuals under the age of 18 would be restricted from, seeing educational content or other things. And so we want to make sure that children have the opportunity to explore and learn online in a very safe manner. And so working with the committee to address those concerns is something that we're very interested. Finally, with regard to the issue around algorithms, and I'd like to talk about that very briefly for a minute, in terms of what an algorithm actually is. And an algorithm at its most basic level is a set of computer instructions that allow people on YouTube to essentially find a needle in the world's largest video haystack. And we use our algorithms to promote authoritative information as well as helpful resources, addressing everything from suicide and self-harm to eating disorders, and providing information and resources necessary for people to get help that they need. So the bill as drafted is frankly not, that provision would severely impact our ability to promote and raise authoritative sources of information to keep people safe.
Okay, well, I was just curious as to whether or not you, one, identified that there was a problem, and two, how you would actually solve it, if it was different than what is proposed in the bill.
Yes, sir, and certainly we've worked to provide language to address those issues, and look forward to having these continued proactive discussions.
Okay, thank you, sir, Madam Chair.
Chairman Capriglione.
Awesome, thank you. So I wanted to ask, I guess, the same question I just asked Meta, which is, how do you verify someone's age now in the U.S., and how do you do it maybe in other parts of the world?
Yes, sir. Similar to Meta, we utilize machine learning to help identify those individuals. And if we do find that anyone's under the age of 13, those channels are permanently suspended. So it is leaning heavily upon machine learning technology to make those determinations, and certainly we work to make sure.
Based on their face or biometrics or?
Well, in terms of, for example, different types of content, if we find that, someone's watching very content for very young children, that could potentially be a signal that we would utilize in that manner.
Okay, so how is, and we go back to the algorithm because I think people do throw it around, but at the end of the day, it's if then, right? If people are doing this and they're like that, then we're going to show them this. So how is what YouTube will show me different as a minor than an adult, right? I mean, what are the differences either in how I guess you said autoplay. I didn't catch what the other thing, but like, how is it going to be different if you're a minor versus adult? How is your experience different, or what's prohibited and what's not prohibited?
Yes, sir, absolutely. So we empower for users under the age of 13. We absolutely do not collect personal information. What we do collect is contextual information, so that would be things like language, country, IP address, things like that, that help us be responsive in terms of various queries to ensure, again, that we're surfacing authoritative information. For individuals from 13 to 18, we offer those features, again, of disabling autoplay, providing take a break reminders, and again, ensuring that there's no targeted ads. For individuals over the age of 18, we also provide a number of controls as well, where individuals can have positive control over their privacy, over what types of ads they want to see. If they don't want to see personalized ads, we empower the consumers to make those decisions.
So obviously this is in court now, so we'll talk hypothetically about maybe being exposed to violent or extreme videos, right? Because there's, like you said, there's a haystack, but the haystack, goes all the way from very dark to okay, right? There's a lot of potential videos that are allowed but are inappropriate.
Yes, sir.
Probably for most of the sane human, but there's also the under 18 and under 13. So how do you protect minors from being exposed to videos that by definition are just inappropriate?
Yes, sir, absolutely. So there's really sort of two key ways. Number one, when a creator comes to YouTube to upload content, they can mark if this content would not be appropriate for individuals.
This is the person uploading?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So on the front end, we work to provide creators those options. Furthermore, we also utilize machine learning to identify those videos that might not be suitable for young people and age restrict that content. So anyone under the age of 18 cannot view that content. Furthermore, if an individual is not logged into YouTube, we do not show anyone that type of content that would be marked as age restrictive.
So you say you use machine learning. I mean, are you going through the video itself, looking? I mean, is this computer going through the video itself to try and figure out if it's inappropriate, or is it based on people complaining about it, or?
Yes, sir. It can be based upon a number of signals, but again, with 500 hours of content uploaded every single minute on YouTube, we do lean heavily upon machine learning to help keep our platform safe, to address those issues, as well as potentially identify harmful content that then we can that then is sent to our teams for review. And I'd also note that for violative content on YouTube, in terms of how quickly we can identify and remove this type of content, approximately 70% of all violative content on YouTube is identified and removed before it reaches 10 views. And so again, that speaks to the speed and scope of which we work to operate in dozens of countries around the world in over 80 languages.
So I guess I got to go back just a little bit. What specific, because when I asked Meta about it, what kind of personal information are you collecting? I mean, because there's the contextual stuff, which is this person at this IP address likes woodworking or whatever, right? And so that's what we're going to show mostly to that area. But what do you know about that person? An adult, or I mean, we might as well ask, since there's adults in the room, what kind of information do you collect in general, and in minors specifically?
Yes, sir. This is exactly why we developed our privacy dashboard, to address those issues and give consumers the ability to have control, again, to do everything from turning off search history to not opting into personalized advertising, or excuse me, opting out of personalized advertising if they're over the age of 18. And so we do provide a number of tools. And so, again, for young people, we want to make sure that we are able to have the contextual signals, again, to better understand how we can be responsive to those queries. So, for example, an individual searching for content in Japan is going to be vastly different from an individual searching for content from YouTube. And those contextual signals are vital to, again, make sure that we can be responsive, and also make sure that we're surfacing relevant and authoritative information. You know, for example, looking at the issue of suicide and self-harm, we want to make sure that we're surfacing fresh, relevant, and authoritative information from sources to have conversations about the harms associated with this, what people can do to get help, and ultimately, make sure that anyone coming to YouTube has the opportunity to learn and explore.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Johnson.
Did you say 500 hours of video uploaded every minute?
Yes, ma'am.
Wow, I just want to make sure I had that right.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Members, any other questions? Okay. Servando, you're up.
Yes, ma'am.
And you're with TechNet testifying against the bill, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, Chairwoman Thompson, Chairwoman Hull, and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Servando Esparza, and I'm the Executive Director for TechNet in the Southeast region. I'm testifying today in respectful opposition to House Bill 18. TechNet is a national bipartisan network of tech companies that promote the growth of the innovation economy nationwide. TechNet strongly believes children deserve a heightened level of security and privacy online, and there are several efforts within the industry, you heard some of them here, to incorporate protective design features into the websites and platforms. I provided a written testimony. It's about 3 pages, but I'll go over a little bit of it just to highlight some of the feedback. I focused on the operational challenges that digital service providers, which is what is in the bill, would face with the bill as filed. The filed bill has a rigorous duty to prevent harm requirement, which the committee substitute modified that to include the exercise reasonable care to prevent harm. While the addition of those 3 words it's helpful, TechNet remains concerned that the duty to prevent harm, along with what could be considered harmful, is inherently subjective. You see that list in both the filed bill and the committee sub. It's not clear and will result in some cases over blocking online content. On the data privacy provisions, House Bill 18 includes provisions that would overlap with some of those provisions included in House Bill 4, a separate data privacy bill that Representative Capriglione has filed. On that bill, we've worked with Representative Capriglione, Chairman Capriglione, for 6 years on that bill. So we believe that a lot of the considerations on how it functions with COPPA, the lessons learned from other states have been included in that bill. We asked that House Bill 18 work to harmonize that language in House Bill 4. We appreciate the concerns, that some of the concerns that we provided ahead of the hearing were addressed in the bill. I'll call out 2 specific ones. One was the use of colloquial use of language that is common among minors and music or audio popular among minors as 2 ways that would be identified as sort of targeting minors or content that is targeting minors. Those 2 things are pretty difficult to understand. As you can imagine, what is a 17-year-old sort of colloquial use of language or their music or audio popular for them versus an 18-year-old? That is really, really difficult. It would make it very difficult for companies. The committee substitute removed the target or appeals to minors. We think that needs to be clarified for the concerns that I mentioned here. We want to make sure we know what we're talking about so that the companies know that. In the interest of time, I do want to highlight that the bill and the committee substitute have a private right of action. We have major concerns about that. And I'll thank you for allowing me to share feedback. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Are there any questions? Any questions? Oh, Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Scrolling on social media, if you put in like Texas and you're waiting to see what's going to happen on Texas recruiting or high school football, right? You may get a bunch of stuff that has Texas, but you could also get some content that has nothing to do with Texas or football and is sexually explicit that has a tag name of Texas. And then you can see that it has a bunch of tag names of a whole bunch of stuff to try to catch folks. So are y'all able to limit and take that stuff down? Is it something where it was uploaded so fast that your algorithm didn't have the chance to capture it yet? Or do you just allow those people to troll and fish for folks that don't want to come in contact with that content, but they want to come in contact with you?
Yeah, I would answer that. The platforms differ in ways that they do content moderation. Obviously, that has to do with text-heavy platforms or ones that have photos. A lot of them have sort of the hashtags that it sounds like you're talking about. Others sort of do the live streaming. So the different styles that they do is a combination of both artificial intelligence, so using machine learning so they can quickly scan whatever it is that the content that is provided, and then 2, be responsive to any time that there's a flag that the content is concerning. So 2 different ways to do that.
So in that circumstance where it's somebody that has got a sexually explicit video looking for sugar daddy or something else, but they've literally put in the hashtags of all the things that are popular searches at the moment so they can catch as many people as possible. Are you waiting for somebody else to report that? Or are your systems able to identify? I mean, this is like somebody running around the room with a baseball bat. I mean, are you able to control that person in the manner in which, and I guess if I may, Chairwoman, I see somebody else nodding their head, can this be answered by anybody on the panel?
Would you identify yourself before you answer that question?
Yes, ma'am. My name is Kevin Kane, and I'm with YouTube. So we do utilize machine learning to help us first identify content. Approximately 90% the violative content that we removed is first identified via our systems, but we also ensure that anyone has the opportunity to report content to YouTube, and they can also not just select from different criteria of like why they would be reporting something, but also add in additional context. So they can type in why they're reporting something. And again, we work to make sure that that content is removed as quickly as possible. We also ensure we produce quarterly transparency reports that provide clear metrics of exactly what we're doing every quarter. And I'd also add that we recently released a new statistic. It's called our violative view rate. And essentially what this means is it's not just what we're taking down, but what does the overall environment of content on YouTube actually look like? And the way things stand today, approximately 10 views, we track it in views, approximately 10 views per 10,000 views on YouTube would be violative of our policies. And that's roughly a 70% decrease over the last 3 years. We're continuing to work to drive that number down to zero. But yes, we don't just wait on someone to report something to. We want to be proactive in enforcing our policies.
And if you identify, hey, this is, I know you said you take it down, but if you recognize a user, like I've seen circumstances where you have pimps that go on social media and they will troll and they will recruit. Simply because one parent identifies and marks something as a red flag doesn't mean that that person's not out throwing their line out constantly. What do you do in those circumstances?
Yes, ma'am. This is exactly why we have a 3 strikes policy. So any individual, any channel where content is removed, we issue a strike. And so essentially that says, policies are violated. We notify the individual. We also provide the opportunity to appeal, and we also report our appeals numbers in our quarterly transparency reports. And then usually they're not permitted to upload content for a week. And after the second strike, if a second strike is issued, then it's for 2 weeks. If there are 3 strikes within a 9-day period, that individual is permanently suspended.
And what about, we heard earlier about direct message. Same thing, pimp is trolling, puts their stuff out there, and somebody takes the bait and they start direct messaging back and forth.
While we do have comments on YouTube, we do not have a direct messaging feature where someone can do sort of peer-to-peer messaging.
So if somebody else, where you have that ability, and you have the ability for somebody to take themselves from a public space and identify somebody who might be a vulnerable youth, that then you have put those two folks together, and now they're engaging in direct messaging, communication with each other, that can be then the connection that allows this young individual to be recruited into prostitution. What do you do with those direct messages? While you may get the public content that's out, what, if anything, do you do when you see that connection between a probable pimp and a kid that you can identify as under the age of 18?
Yeah, Servando Esparza.
Yourself.
Yeah, Servando Esparza with TechNet. One quick thing to go sort of step back to the original question about sort of the trends that you see. You start seeing sort of actions. That is why the companies work with the National Center for Missing Exploited Children to understand both report what they're seeing on their platforms as potential harmful material. That's how sort of a lot of, not through the National Center for Missing Exploited Children, but through that collaboration, the Tide Pod Challenge, right? It was like, what is happening with this? It's problematic. It should be taken down. A lot of that communication happened. But with working with the National Center for Missing Exploited Children, that is where you learn a lot more of those trends to prohibit, remove that content, remove that user, so you never get to that situation where you're talking about the direct messaging may happen. That's some input.
Well, and I remember seeing you come up when we were talking about Uvalde. And it was a tough moment for you because you had a member that said, hey, I heard you say the same thing years ago. And that's obviously, we're still in the same position, whether it's gun violence, mass shootings, human trafficking. I appreciate that y'all are connected with the NIPMIC, but that's not preventing the kids that are currently getting out and getting prostituted because they're getting connected on the phone. And so I think, again, that's the question, is you've got folks trying to do something because they feel like you guys are not putting $16 billion and putting NIPMIC on your website is not keeping kids from getting prostituted, apparently.
May I speak to the direct messaging?
Please identify yourself.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Antigone Davis from Meta. Sorry about that. So to speak just specifically to the direct messaging issue, we really are working to prevent that in the first place. So we don't allow, we have technology to prevent an unconnected adult from directly messaging a minor so that we can prevent exactly what you're talking about. We also use technology to identify suspicious accounts and then try to help prevent those suspicious accounts from connecting with minors. So not surfacing minors to those suspicious accounts and not surfacing those suspicious accounts to minors. So we do take efforts to prevent that direct messaging. Now there are, people have access, unfortunately, to young people, both offline and online, and you may have adults who are already connected to a minor. If we have signals that those adults are suspicious, we will prevent them from interacting. So we will try to interrupt those interactions.
And you have adults that use other minors to go recruit other minors.
Yeah.
So
this is an adversarial space, and this is why we are constantly trying to develop technologies to put in place. And it's also why, for example, we have parent supervisory tools so that parents can see who's following their teens.
these kids don't, these kids are your most vulnerable population that does not have a parent available to them to sit on their phone and change the features.
Right.
And I think that's the frustration, is we are recognizing there's a significant vulnerable part of this population that doesn't have what you're saying, just get the parents more involved. Some of these parents don't have the capacity to be more involved, but that's the thing. You do know if there is a connection in certain words or certain content or certain activities. And all I can tell you is most of the child victims that I have seen over the last 10 years have come off of this device. They don't get recruited out of schools. They don't get recruited out of other places. They get recruited on their phone when they have no intention in getting engaged. But, and that's a frustration, which is everybody wants to work with you, but this is the common feature that I see for kids. Pimps are able, you are the bridge between two islands. You allow the pimp the platform to roam and operate in their flat out there existence to just go pick off the vulnerable kids that they see talking about their parents being lame, talking about wanting to find weed, talking about going to hang out at the mall. I mean, it is like you have put fish in a barrel.
So I would argue that our defaults, for example, putting teens into private accounts by default, not allowing unconnected adults to connect with minors, these are designed exactly to provide that kind of protection when a parent isn't in that position. So it is really trying to create a multi-layered approach. Another example of the kind of interventions that we do are if we see a minor who may block and unblock. So for instance, young people don't always necessarily want to report to platforms like ours for a variety of different reasons, but we can see that they're blocking and unblocking an adult. We'll surface up and encourage and nudge them to report that content. We are dealing in an adversarial space. We are dealing, just like anybody who works with young people, where people will try to target vulnerable young people, and that is why we've put in place so many protections. It's also why we're encouraging parents and trying to give them tools to supervise. So it's really trying to create a very layered approach to a very complex social issue.
I appreciate that you have the tools, and so that's my question. If you have the tools, and we know you have the tools, what do you think is the holdup, or what do you think we could do to assist you in getting to this next step? I'm sure you don't want this stuff happening on your platform, right? I can't imagine that you do. So what is it, where's the disconnect between the tools that you have in place with the algorithm and the ability to do it, and yet the fact that the system is still flooded?
So I'm not sure that the numbers suggest that the systems are flooded. I think the prevalence of this kind of activity on most of our platforms is very, very, very small. To give you just some sense of some of the research that we've done on our platform, so speaking to child exploitation material, we studied our reports over a period of time, and we saw that about 75% of the reports in this period of time were not actually people who had a sexual interest in children, but people who were sharing the content to express outrage, to express, some people think the content is funny. It's obviously anything but funny. And so how you address that particular issue is really going to be quite different than going after someone who has a sexual interest in children. So we have in that space, we are basically are now providing education to people to let them know that the best thing that they can do is to report that content, to not actually share it. That's not the best way to protect a minor. I really do appreciate the invitation to work together. I know that we have supplied some ideas on this particular bill, and I'm quite, personally quite happy to continue to have the conversations to see if we can develop solutions together, because I do think these problems are the kinds of problems that we all have to solve together. They won't be solved just by tech companies. They won't be solved just by policymakers. They won't be solved just by parents. It will require all of us working together.
Chairman Lozano.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do want to just thank Ms. Davis and Mr. Kane for being here. In the interim, when this committee had hearings, it was just Servando that was here, and it kind of created well, Mr. Esparza, there were some questions he couldn't answer, and they best would come from YouTube or Meta, and it's obvious that y'all care about this. And I noticed that after those hearings, I think it was June of 2022, Meta announced new tools on parental controls. I feel like the discussion is moving in the right direction, and your presence here, I think, speaks volumes, and hope that we can work something out for the children of Texas and for this great pro-business state. But I do recognize that y'all do care about these issues, and I want to thank y'all for y'all's time.
Thanks, sir.
Okay, any further questions? Thank you so much. You've been great witnesses.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Maureen Moloch, Heather Snelser, and how's this one? Oviedo, Mr. Oviedo, Mrs. Oviedo.
It's okay.
I gotta run upstairs to speak to you.
Okay, yeah. All right, Maureen.
Thanks to you.
Who's Maureen? Okay. You are representing the Davis Legacy Foundation and yourself.
Yes, ma'am.
And you are for the bill.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, please proceed.
My name is Maureen Molack, and I am here in support of HB 18. Chairman Thompson and members, I'm the co-founder of David's Legacy Foundation. You may remember David's Law that was passed in 2017 is named after my son David, thanks to many of you that are on this committee. Chairman Lozano, you invited me to speak at the committee hearing in the fall of 21, and I thank you for that, and I'm back here talking about this. Representative Johnson, you may remember that you phoned me after that day because I shared my experience with you and the suffering around having a child who died by suicide. So I appreciated your call that day. Although that trauma remains for me every single day of my life, I am here today to talk about the circumstances around David's suicide and what I believe were the detrimental effects and what influenced him to take his life. It probably began about 2 or 3 years before David died. And we noticed that he was developing a very unhealthy relationship with technology. He was probably about 13 or 14 years old. We saw him wanting to spend less time with his friends in person and more time online behind his screen. So we sought out counseling. And we heard things like, technology has just changed so much in the last few years. You just need to limit more of his time online. And you need to realize that all children are different, because I didn't experience that same experience with my older two boys. So we did that. We limited his time online. We put different programs in place to do that. And we started to seek more counseling. We tried to get him out and doing more things. We signed him up for more outside activities, but we found that it would often go where he did not want to attend those things. So we saw over a period of time, we saw him develop depression and anxiety. And he would be increasingly angry with us when we would take away his device from him. About a year before his death, we saw some very serious addictive behaviors develop around gaming. And we even caught him, and it's really hard for me to talk about this, we caught him stealing from us on multiple occasions. He was sucked into a vicious cycle of addiction. And we were doing everything that we could, seeking guidance. We took away his gaming devices. We were searching for gaming addiction resources and more. And then came the cyberbullying. The months leading up to his suicide, he was the target of devastating and relentless cyberbullying, where they were threatening and ridiculing his personal appearance and telling him he should never go back to school. The cyberbullying mostly occurred on Instagram, GroupMe, and through videos. The cyberbullying was reported to Instagram by some of the students, and because they were concerned about David's mental health. It wasn't until David's death that we had an IT cybersecurity expert do a deep dive on all of his devices. And we found, we were made aware of the websites and the content that he had access to during that time of when he was depressed and anxious. And even though we had those safeguards in place, he was able to access some of the most disturbing, pornographic, and violent content I have ever seen in my entire life. When we were working on David's Law, we continuously solicited input from experts. We invited the social media companies to be a part of our conversation, but they chose not to. They did not engage with us at the time. We do not believe that there are any requirements for social media companies to curb cyberbullying, and we know that when it is reported, it does not necessarily get taken down.
Ms.
Thank
Bullock,
you.
Can you wrap it up? Your 3 minutes
Yes.
is up. Can you wrap
Yes,
it up?
I'm finished. Thank
Okay.
you.
Are there any questions? How old was your son when he passed?
He was 16.
16 years old?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Members, are there any questions? We're sorry for your loss.
Thank you.
Heather? We see you representing yourself, and you are for the bill.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Good evening, Madam Chair and members. My name is Heather Schnelzer, and I'm in support of House Bill 18. My husband, Mike, and I are proud parents of 3 boys. I'm here to tell you the story of our middle one, Jay, and he was given me permission to tell you this story. It's quite personal. He is a kind, quiet, reflective, bright teenager. And in December of 2022, I got an alert on our Bark app. It is our parent monitoring app that we put on our kids' phones and computers. It let me know that Jackson had done some type of activity that said inappropriate sexual related language. And the way that works, I'd had other ones like that, but it said severe. So I went, at 9 o'clock every night, our kids turn in their phones to us because we do want them to sleep and we limit what they have. That night, I used that time to look into his phone and see what I could find. I was shocked to find out that my child was in exchange between a supposedly 15-year-old girl named Jenny that he had met on Discord And Discord was on my child's computer because in middle school, it was the program that was used between the teachers and the students, kind of like Google Classroom and things like that. So we thought it was safe. He was in a Discord server chat room talking about a popular video game, Roblox, which kids as young as 8 to 10 are playing. After a month of innocently chatting on Roblox with Jenny on this, she had gained his trust and eventually got him and invited him to a separate chat room. In that room, the conversation turned flirtatious almost immediately on her behalf. And Jenny would use phrases like, I love you, and that happened on day 3, and showered Jay with compliments, attention, and verbal affirmations that our 15-year-old, who had never been in love before, thought was wonderful. From a parent's point of view, and when I read it, it was textbook grooming. I knew what I was seeing immediately. Jenny and Jay also used Discord to make phone calls. But guess how they're made? Through Wi-Fi base not visible on your phone logs. So I had no clue that these calls were taking place. Within a week, Jenny had convinced Jay to download the Snapchat app. Our parental control, Bark, can monitor the text application of Snapchat, but not the images sent in a snap. That is when she first sent her first sexually explicit photo to him and immediately asked for one back. At this point, he was in love, his term of love, and he sent him back. By the time, and want to note, her face was never in any of the pictures. My child's was in every single one of them. From the time I caught on this activity, my son had already sent more than a dozen explicit pictures to Jenny and had shared the city he lives in and the school he attends. This is in 1 week. Sadly, it was evident to me as an adult that Jenny was not a 15-year-old girl in love with my son. Research done by husband and I, including a phone call, quickly learned that my son had fallen victim to a criminal ring that collects child pornographic images to sell, and then they extort the parents for money. I immediately took screenshots of the conversations, deleted my child's Discord account and Snapchat, and contacted the FBI.
Can you wrap it up for us?
I will tell you that deleting those accounts is difficult from a parent's point of view. I will say in all of this that as a parent who had controls and thought they had time limits, whose phones were turned into us at night, we had every parental control possible, and my child's images are now out there forever. And he's 15 years old. So I ask you to please look at this bill and what it does, and make the parents be a part of this conversation. Inject us into this. Inject us into this policy-making part of it, and allow us to have more rights to how our child's information and images are out there. So I appreciate you.
Okay, members, are there any questions? Well, how do you pronounce your first name?
Xiaomi.
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 Okay. I see that you are representing the Unbound Now and yourself, and you are for the bill.
That is correct.
Okay, please proceed.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and committee members. It is a pleasure to be here with you guys today. As someone who works in the field of child welfare and has conversations and interactions with youth who have exposure and involvement in social media, I have seen the impact this has on their lives.
Your last name?
Oviedo.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay.
And I'm here to speak in support of the bill.
We got that. Thank you so much.
Working as an advocate for youth who have experienced human trafficking, I have come to believe that preventing data tracking is one way which we can support our children in the safety online. I have seen that increased usage of social media has led to problematic digital behaviors, increased irritability, challenging and addictive behaviors, anxiety, a lack of self-esteem, risky behaviors, compromised safety, and increased vulnerability. And algorithms can be good and they can be bad, and positive content is great, but it is typically forgotten a lot quicker than the negative content. That'll stick with someone a lot longer. What these algorithms do is create these addictive behaviors and these small shots of dopamine, which is the chemical that is created when you feel good. And so the more you scroll and the more that you see, the better you feel. So you want to feel good. And so while youth are in social media and experiencing these high shots of dopamine levels, and they continue to scroll, their algorithm just continues to feed them whatever it is that they're looking at. And it doesn't take much clicking for it to become something more, and you get deeper and deeper. As we all know, we can all rabbit hole into information pretty quickly. For example, our agency has served a youth who became friends with someone on Discord while playing a video game. And they built this quote unquote relationship that slowly developed over time in order to gain their trust and to gain access to this particular youth. Eventually, this led to exploitation, where nude photos were shared and spread without any regard to the minor in these photos. The youth then experienced risk to her safety, bullying from her peers, and a great shame was experienced. Now, grooming occurs when minors are exposed to materials in order to become desensitized to whatever kind of material they're being fed. And as someone who understands algorithms, or it is easy for someone to just feed continuous material to desensitize this youth. And eventually, the data and the algorithm will develop its own thing and it'll continue to feed it, and not much more needs to be done by the person grooming this particular minor. So if we want to keep minors safe, it is vital that we take reasonable steps to stop current trajectory of our youth, that our youth is facing regarding this exposure to social media, and ensure that we are intervening as early as possible. I am hoping that this bill will be passed so that parents possess better tools to help ensure their child's safety and just to provide all youth with the basic protections in our modern world.
Chairman Caprioni.
Hey, thank you. I want to get back to something you said, because I didn't get it. So does this algorithm lead to the grooming of the child? I mean, I just do not understand that.
Okay. More in the sense of somebody who is trying to groom somebody, a minor, correct? They could send videos of whatever desensitizing material, whether they want to desensitize or normalize in this minor's life that, for example, that.
But that's not the social media platform. That's
right. You could use so what I'm trying to get at is they could send these videos through the social media platform. Once that minor clicks on it, they're going to click and open the video. Then the algorithm and the data tracking then allows them to be like, oh, they're looking at this material. So now we know that they are interested in this material.
Okay, so you're saying I don't know what to call this person, but the bad person,
Sure.
they're basically sending videos in hopes that the platform then learns and adapts and will send other videos similar to that child so that they continue to talk to that person? Or
Sure, in a sense, what it will do is, for example, we could look something up on a social media platform, and after a few clicks in that, the algorithm will automatically start putting that on your feed. And so what I'm trying to get at is they could just send a few videos, and that minor will click on them, and because the data is being tracked, that will automatically create it will create it to put it on their feed, or just to make it easier for them.
Okay, and this is just separate, but little, and I have heard, and this is just like a PSA, but it is very difficult sometimes, and I feel for all of your losses, sometimes to keep track of what a child is doing. That being said, maybe it's a little bit more complicated, but there are tools where you can look at not just what's being on the phone, but to be able to look at the Wi-Fi and so on, right? So it's probably more complicated than normal, but I mean, you can get like OpenSense or pfSense, or there's other tools where, at least for me, I can literally see everything that's going on in my house. But anyway, I just wanted to get more clarity on that. Thank you.
Any other questions, members? Thank you very much. Don Wibble, Chloe Sonny Iverson, and Cody Ivan. Don, would you, I see that you are registered representing Talk More,
Talk more, tech less.
Tech Less, and you also represent yourself, and you are for the bill, is that correct?
Yes,
You may
I'm for the
proceed.
bill. Thank you. Dawn Weibel. Good evening, Madam Chair and committee members. As a digital wellness educator and leader and founder of Talk More Tech Less, an online safety organization, I train communities on healthy and safe choices on their screens. I'm also a mom of 3 boys, ages 10, 14, and 16. I'm here to speak in support of Bill HB 18. I've trained over 10,000 kindergarten through college-age students, plus community members. After 10 years in this work, I firmly believe these safe choices cannot be solely on the shoulders of parents and youth. The platforms have to bear responsibility for the persuasive design through data collection and algorithms that target our youth, which is what this bill represents. Today, 97% of teens say they use internet daily, and 46% say they use it almost constantly. With social media's limited parental controls, this puts our youth in easy contact with strangers. After my presentations and trainings, I always give time for the kids to come up and ask questions, because once you let kids talk about their phones, they really will like to open up and talk about their phones. And recently, a young woman said, if someone sent a picture they wish they didn't, could they go home and break their computer screen? Would that make the picture go away? After, of course, getting her the help and support, it was in that moment I realized on an even deeper level the power of these devices in the hands of minors young enough to have no clear understanding of even something as basic as the difference in a physical and digital object. I started educating on this out of the lived experiences of youth we work with, but now we're seeing such a difference in sleep health decline, mental health decline, lower empathy impacting relationships, education negatively impacted, and so much more. I knew what to do in my own home according to science, data, and experience. I delayed social media for my own kids. I set up parameters, educated them, stayed connected to them. And now with 2 teenagers, I can say it doesn't take long for the platforms to even be negatively affecting their well-being with all of those parameters in place. The platforms are designed to monetize off my own kids' attention, data, and time. I speak on behalf of my experience with our Texas communities. As much as education and empowering families is important, it isn't enough for the giant that we're up against. I hope that this bill will pass and help support the Texas families that I'm with each week.
Member, are there any questions?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Chairman Dutton.
Thank you. You said you're a digital wellness educator?
Yes, digital wellness educator and online safety advocate.
Do you work for a school district?
I don't. I speak in school districts. Talk More Tech Less is its own organization.
Oh, school districts invite you to come and
Yes.
speak to the students?
Yes.
Okay.
So I speak why can't I say that?
Specifically?
Yes, on phones and on to youth.
And tell me why school districts call you to speak to students?
Because of the issues they're seeing with technology addiction, with kids, all of the issues that we heard from the stories today and that educators today. So I come in and specifically address those issues with kids and with families and give them support. And I've been doing it for 10 years. And now
Which school districts?
School districts, Midway ISD and Doc Anderson's district, private schools in the district, Live Oak, Vanguard, trying to think of the other ones.
So Midway is the only public school district you...
No, Midway is not the only public school district. I also have spoken at, I'm trying to think of all the districts. Crawford ISD this last week, I just did 450 kids, 5th grade through 12th grade. And
So you don't teach them a course, you just...
no, I come in and do a presentation,
and do a
training.
And do you do it with a specific subgroup at the school? Age group or?
Well, I started at college age, but I'm down to second graders, kindergartens through second graders even, because phones and technology are affecting kids so young now.
Yeah.
So 10 years ago, I started speaking at Baylor University, and I'm down to kindergarten through second grade because this issue is affecting all ages.
Okay. Do you ever speak to parents?
I do. I do online parent safety presentations, and we talk to whole districts of parents or just communities of parents.
So the parents come to you and ask you to do this, or you
Yes.
go to them or something?
Both, either. Sometimes they see what I've done, or they come to me, or I go to them.
And does it seem to help?
Yes, it does seem to help, but the thing that I come up against so much is parents want more access to help and control what their kids are doing online, more access to like I said, a lot of the stories we're hearing today is exactly what I hear from kids. How do I know who I'm talking to?
And what do you propose as a solution for them?
Well, the solution that I've been giving for 10 years is a lot of digital wellness, which is how to be healthier and safe on your phone, which is we go through a lot of specifics. We talk about how to be off of your phone before bedtime to help with sleep health. We talk about all kinds of different techniques and tactics that they can use. And usually I'm up to date on the best apps and filters, but parents are still needing more help in addition to that.
So you don't talk to the online companies at all?
I don't talk to the online companies.
All right. Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any further questions? Okay, Chloe?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and committee members. I want to thank you for the
Could you give us your full name, Chloe?
Yes, my name is Chloe Srinivasan.
And you are representing yourself?
Yes.
And you're for the bill?
Yes.
You may proceed.
Okay. My name is Chloe Srinivasan. I'm 17 years old, and I'm a junior.
Can you pull that microphone close to you?
And I'm a junior at Churchill High School in San Antonio, and I am in support of the House Bill 18. My sister Stephanie passed away from suicide in 2017 when I was in 6th grade. I use social media to cope with feelings of depression and guilt, and especially during COVID, I felt even more depression and just alone, and I just wanted people like me to communicate with. And I found a lot of stuff that inspired me, but I started to go down a rabbit hole of diet products that I found mainly through Instagram and TikTok. And I looked up to these celebrities who promoted those products, and their diets encouraged disordered eating, but they claimed it was healthy, and I believed them. And then I soon found a community on Twitter called Eating Disorder and Self-Harm Twitter. And these communities had ways to not eat for 7 days, and tips on how to throw up after you eat and how to get away with it, and even websites for the best blades to cut with and how to get the deepest cuts. And I started to post, and whenever I ate too much, people would encourage me to stop eating, and they would be very mean to me. And we would celebrate when I didn't eat for days. And my eating disorder started to get a lot worse the longer I was on social media. I felt really addicted, and I just felt like I couldn't stop, and I just felt like I needed to for these people I didn't even know. And soon I had to go to the hospital, and I went to residential treatment for 8 months in Houston, and I missed my entire sophomore year of school. And while I was there, we learned about the dangers of social media. We were asked to do our best to stay off of it as much as we could, and we learned coping skills to help deal with that. But I did go on social media again after I left, and I fell back into a relapse because right when I opened the app, I just started getting triggered all over again. And I started to resort to drugs to feel better. And I found drugs like cocaine, nicotine, and marijuana very easily, and I could get it very fast to my house in an hour, basically, on Instagram and Snapchat. And now that I'm off social media, I'm still struggling, but it helps to not compare myself and not to see edited photos of people who I want to be like. And I just don't want kids to learn how to hate themselves at such a young age. And I just came here to talk about my story to prevent this from happening to other kids impressionable kids like I was. Thank you.
You're very courageous to do that. We appreciate your testimony. Members, are there any questions? Yes. Vice Chair Hall.
Thank you. And thank you for being here. You did really, really wonderful. Thank you for sharing your story. You mentioned that on Instagram and Snapchat that you were able to get cocaine and these other drugs very easily into your house within an hour. Can you share who you were contacting and who was bringing that to you? Were they adults? Were they other kids? And how did you find them?
Almost everyone I've contacted for drugs were adults, and they never asked me anything about my age or anything like that. And all they asked for was the address and the money, and I got it sent to my house.
And how did you know, how did you find these adults on there?
You just have to search up what you want, and you'll have to scroll a little bit, and you'll find like secret accounts with keys on how you know like what is what, and I don't know, like emojis, I guess, and you can just text them and you'll get it.
So you would search certain words, like whatever drug that you were looking for, and then you would find things would come up based on these secret accounts, like you were saying, would come up based on the drugs that you would search?
Yes.
And then you would just contact them. So you didn't know any of these people?
No, I did not.
You just contacted them and they asked you no questions and they would just bring it to your house, or had someone, I guess, bring it to your house?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you again for being so brave and sharing your story.
There was any further questions? Thank you. All right, Cody. Irvin? Ivan, I see that you are representing Texas Against Federal Law and yourself, and you are for the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Please proceed.
So, thank you, Madam Chair and committee, for having me here and speaking, telling my story and my situation with all of this. So I am a single father, 15-year-old and a 16-year-old, both boys. And it's very difficult to monitor a child's phone 24 hours a day. Let me just start off saying that. We can't be there, and kids are so smart nowadays. They can delete the app and then reinstall it when you're not around, make you think they don't have it, block you on all the different platforms. I mean, there's got to be safeguards where we know that they are on these platforms, whatever it is. My 16-year-old Leighton, he found, purchased, and got delivered a Percocet January 22nd of this year, which ultimately took his life. And this is happening every day. I'm sorry.
We understand.
It's a bigger problem, and I'm seeing it. There's a Kick platform. You can type in what city you're in, and it pulls up the groups, and it shows you the drug dealers, and you talk to them, you get it delivered, and there's nothing safeguarding teenagers from this. They no longer have to talk to somebody on the street. They can get on Instagram, they can find it, they can have it delivered, and it's anything. And we don't know about it because we don't have access to those accounts. These teenagers are smarter than we give them credit for. They know more about this technology than we do. They grew up with it. In my situation, had I had more access and I knew that he had an account, whether it was a verification process or anything, I would have been better equipped to intervene on that and know what's going on. But like they said, the fact that you can lie about your age, I mean, that's a problem. If a young person can say they're 18 and good on these platforms, then those barricades aren't working for minors. If we need to make verification so we can monitor as parents, that's what needs to happen. It doesn't matter to me if it makes it more difficult for anybody else. Our first thought needs to be, our younger generation and our kids. And
drugs right now, especially if they're that available on these platforms. I mean, look what's going on in the world. I mean, these fentanyl is tearing this place apart, and it's so accessible on these platforms, and they need to be monitored, and they need to be red flagged. And those accounts, you know, they're out there. I can find them on my phone. They need to be deleted. I appreciate your time and let me
We
talk.
appreciate your testimony. Members, are there any questions? Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Andrew Kingman, Mary Elizabeth Castle, and Kirby Marshall. Andrew Kingman, you are representing State Privacy and Security Coalition, and you're against the bill, is that correct?
That's correct.
You may proceed.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Andrew Kingman. I represent the State Privacy and Security Coalition, a coalition of over 30 companies and 6 trade associations in a number of different sectors. There's been a lot said today, and I don't want to repeat what my colleagues have already expressed concern about. I wanted to talk a little bit about a couple of the unintended consequences about the bill as drafted, and certainly this is an extremely important issue. It's one that we want to continue to work with you all on. I wanted to talk about just a couple of the operational concerns that we have. So one that was touched on briefly earlier, but I think is really worth noting, is that this bill would likely require age gating and verifying the age of just about every user on just about every website. And there are real concerns about the implications of that, about collecting that type of sensitive data from children and teens as well as adults. And this is not something that is just a business community concern. The Center for Democracy and Technology wrote a letter around the Federal Kids Online Safety Act that was co-signed by a number of youth groups that were also expressing concerns about the implications of this. And there have been civil society groups that have also written veto letters to the California governor when they were looking at passing their age-appropriate design code. So this is an issue that I think is worth continuing to work on, and again, trying to mitigate those unintended consequences. HB 18 also, as drafted, has some cybersecurity implications that could lead to increased risks of identity theft. Right now, it has access and deletion rights in it, but those are not cabined with any type of exemptions for fraud or cybersecurity risks. So right now, a business is required to turn over all of that information when an individual makes a request and doesn't have the tools in the bill to make sure that the person asking for that is who they say they are. And so these are some issues where we think HB 4 has some better balanced solutions, but something that is concerning to our members. And lastly, I would just say, in Texas, there are some safety implications in Texas. Anyone as young as 15 or 16 can drive a car. The way that the bill is written right now, and again, this is exacerbated by the private right of action here, but the way the bill is drafted, someone whose car breaks down in a rural area, et cetera, needs to, call a ride-sharing service, something like that, unless their parent was in the car right there with them to be able to provide consent, would not be able to do so. So, again, I'll stop there and happy to take any questions.
Members, are there any questions? Thank you. All right. Mary Castle, you are registered to representing Texas Values Action, and you are against the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You may proceed.
Good evening, Chairman Thompson and members of the committee. My name is Mary Elizabeth Castle. I'm Director of Government Relations for Texas Values Action, and I'm testifying against HB 18. Texas Values is the largest organization that stands for religious liberty rights, pro-life, and marriage and family rights, and it's been consistent amongst our organization to oppose codification of sexual orientation in bills. So as a tradition, if we see sexual orientation or gender identity language in the bill, we will oppose the bill because it could be a gateway to create special protections or other unintended consequences. However, HB 18 is unique in that it makes a presumption that kids have a sexual orientation, even though it's saying not to track kids based on their sexual orientation or gender. It's making a presumption that these kids do align with these political views, which we believe that these political views should not be pushed on children. So with that, I testify against HB 18.
Members, are there questions? Vice Chair Hull.
Thank you. I was a little confused to see y'all opposing the bill. So just if that phrase doesn't come out of the bill, y'all would rather we pass nothing to protect kids online?
So no, our problem is specifically with page 2, that line that says sexual orientation and gender. If that language were to come out, we would not have a problem with the bill.
But what if it doesn't come out?
If it doesn't come out, then we have to oppose the bill.
Okay, so then in that case, y'all would rather us pass nothing?
Well, our conversation, and we've worked with the author's office on this bill, and the response is that they will not take this language out, then we would have to oppose the bill. But we're willing to work with the author and with the committee to find another way to address this issue, which I think there are several things in the bill that you could use to protect kids, especially on that issue, but you don't have to make a presumption that kids have a sexual orientation or a gender identity.
So, but y'all, you haven't worked with the author yet, but you are willing to.
So we have worked with the author, and the response from 2 staff members in the office is that they don't want to take out the language. So we would have to oppose it, but we are willing to work further if the decision is to remove the language after the testimony today.
And was that all today that happened? Or was that, have y'all had these prior ongoing conversations, or was that today?
Regardless of time frame, it seems like the author is intending to leave the language in at the moment, but we still have time. Our recommendation is to leave the bill pending and have time to have more discussion about removing that language or finding another way to address that issue.
Okay, thanks.
Any further questions? All right. Mr. Marshall, it's your turn.
Thank you very much.
I see that you are representing the Chamber of Progress.
Yes, ma'am.
And you are against the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
You may proceed.
Good evening, Chair Thompson and members of the committee. My name is Corey Marshall, and I serve as Director of State and Local Public Policy for the Chamber of Progress, a tech industry coalition committed to ensuring all Americans benefit from the advancement of technology. Our corporate partners include companies like Google, Amazon, Apple, and Meta, but our partners do not have a vote or a veto over our positions. We respectfully urge you to oppose HB 18, which would put vulnerable teens at risk, threaten platforms' ability to remove hate speech, and sacrifice all users' privacy in the name of increased security. We agree that protecting young people online is an important goal. In recent years, many platforms have heard the concerns from parents and researchers and have implemented new technologies to protect younger users. These new features include limiting notifications at night, restricting messaging from advertisers, and increasing protections for content uploaded by children. HB 18 would require covered platforms to treat users under the age of 18 differently than users over the age of 18. For example, the bill requires platforms to block certain content for minors and request parental permission before collecting any minor user's personal data. One of the only ways to estimate users' ages with certainty is to avoid liability under this bill would be to affirmatively verify it. There's disagreement about the best methods for verifying users' ages, but they could include techniques like facial recognition or other biometric scans. Even less invasive methods like requiring users to enter their birth date, or ID in order to enter a site would still require widespread data collection. These techniques would have to be used for every user, not just for children, resulting in increased data collection for everyone on the internet. Age verification would be particularly harmful for anyone looking to browse the internet anonymously. Journalists, whistleblowers, or anyone looking to participate in online discussions would be forced to disclose personal details so that platforms could apply appropriate settings under this bill. This would, in fact, limit free expression for groups who in this country need it the most right now. Additionally, the bill would force platforms to reveal how they identify and block harmful content for all users. HB 18 would require platforms to disclose an overview of the manner in which the digital services uses algorithms to provide information to minors. This requirement could force platforms to reveal how their algorithms identify and remove harmful, violent, or hateful content. Requiring platforms to disclose how these algorithms provide information would also require disclosure of how the algorithms hide information they do not want to show, arming nefarious users with information about how platforms identify posts that would enable them to just post more in the future. We agree, again, with the need to build in greater protections for young people in this country and in Texas, but some of this bill's requirements would undermine the protections it tries to create and would end up harming vulnerable users. Thank you for the time.
Members, are there questions? Thank you so much. Glenn Hammer and John McCord. Mr. McCarter, we'll ask you to go first.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and we see that you represent the Texas Retailers Association, and you are against the bill.
Yes, ma'am.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Well, good afternoon, Chair Thompson and members. Appreciate the opportunity to visit with you all this afternoon for just a few minutes about what I think are probably some unintended consequences of HB 18. As I mentioned, my name is John McCord, and for about the past year or so, I've been the executive director of the Texas Retailers Association. TRA's goal is simply to keep Texas, not simply to keep Texas as business friendly, but to ensure we have the best climate in the country to open, operate, and expand a business. Unfortunately, our fear is that HB 18 would cause significant harm to our industry. Before I begin discussing some of our concerns, I want to note that I certainly respect what Representative Slauson is attempting to accomplish through the bill. However, the definitions in both the filed version as well as the committee sub go far beyond a website that many would consider higher risk for youth and encompass general use websites, including retail sites and apps. Despite being included in the bill, many of the harms detailed in subchapter B are not necessarily applicable to the retail industry. For instance, the bill states that a digital service provider, in this instance a retailer, shall ensure that a minor is not exposed to a type of harm described in subsection A. So when we look at the list of harms that the retailer is now responsible for, number 2 is substance abuse and patterns of use that indicate addiction. Does this mean that if a teen goes online and purchases a DARE t-shirt, the retailer has failed at their responsibility to shield the teen from a pattern that indicated addiction? What if the customer purchases a Margaritaville t-shirt or downloads the Alan Jackson Jimmy Buffett classic, It's 5 O'Clock Somewhere? Has the retailer violated the spirit of HB 18? I don't think so, not even close. But it is possible that they have violated the letter of the law. The easiest way to ensure retailers across the state do not experience adverse effects from this well-intentioned legislation is to narrow the scope of the bill to ensure that general use and retail websites are not included. Perhaps one of the most troubling aspects of the bill for retailers is the enforcement mechanism. Rather than having HB 18 enforced through the Attorney General's office, the bill instead creates a new private right of action against retailers. Because the enforcement mechanism in HB 18 is the creation of a new PRA, the only way to truly find out if a retailer has violated one of the harms listed in the bill is for the business to be sued. The business would then have to go and defend each product or circumstance that could potentially fall within one of these categories time and again. Even if the retailer were to win each and every one of the cases, the legal cost could potentially be enough to put retailers of all sizes out of business. Now, I certainly respect the intent of the bill. I think that it's well-intentioned, but as drafted, HB 18 would have far-reaching unintended consequences on the retail industry. I appreciate the opportunity to testify and happy to answer any questions y'all may have.
Members, any questions? Thank you. And Mr. Glenn Hammer, I see that you are representing Texas Association of Business, and you are neutral on the bill.
Correct. Chairwoman Thompson, members of the committee, my name is Glenn Hammer. I'm testifying on behalf of the Texas Association of Business, the state chamber for the state of Texas on HB 18. And let me just first say, we appreciate the work of this committee on this important issue. There's been a lot of thoughtful and extremely moving testimony already today, and we all share the desire to make Texas safe for our children while we promote positive commerce. And I'll also just say, it's very clear that there's a lot of complicated issues that were raised during the course of the testimony. And one of the things we've done at the state chamber, working with small businesses, tech companies, retailers, chambers of commerce, is we've created a Tech Means Business coalition that looks to delve into all of these different aspects of technology that's accelerating at a very rapid pace. And we've worked very closely with the chairman on HB4, and we were delighted that moved through the committee process, I believe earlier today. So we do believe that additional stakeholder conversations are very important. A couple of areas of concern, serious concern for us, are on the definitions that are included in the committee substitute, as well as we believe it is a very bad idea to create a new private cause of action. One of the reasons Texas is the best place in the country to do business is because we have a very strong civil justice system. It's very important that any sort of enforcement mechanism, particularly on something in this area that is novel and new and is difficult. It's just difficult to figure out how to get all the definitions correct. It would be much better to have any sort of enforcement go through the Attorney General than through private causes of action. We understand the importance of this bill. We understand the importance of this effort. We commend Speaker Phelan for working on privacy and child safety issues, and we look forward to the opportunity to work with this committee and the legislature moving forward. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman.
Members, are there any questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else here wishing to testify on, for, or against House Bill 18? If not, the testimony on House Bill 18 is now closed, and the chair recognizes Representative Slauson to close on her bill.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair and members. And thank you especially to the families and the victims who have come to share some very difficult testimony. And I appreciate the questions that you've all had for them. They came here representing themselves, but their stories are representative of a generation of young Texans who have suffered from the unwillingness of an industry to change and place their well-being over those bottom lines. And in spite of that industry reluctance, I'm proud that our chamber, on a bipartisan basis, is taking this on. It's complex, it's technical, but it is not above our ability. I'm grateful to Chairman Lozano and Vice Chair Johnson for beginning this conversation a year and a half ago. That was October of 2021, I think, when y'all first seated the Youth Health and Safety Committee. And then again last August 8th, 2022, held another hearing. And in that, our colleague, Representative Darby, challenged that industry when they were unwilling to testify, telling them, I'd like to hear what transformative policy initiatives we should consider, not tips and tools, not timers. Give this committee ideas on how we can address this concern. And I really appreciate Chairman Dutton's questions today, especially when he said maybe we ought to help parents be better parents. Exactly. That is exactly what we're trying to do. And we're trying to help educators be better educators and counselors be better counselors for our kids, especially, Rep. Johnson, when they don't have parents available enough to them. That's what we're trying to do. And it is evident that in the absence of some policies from us, that this isn't an industry that's going to self-regulate and self-police, because if you'll remember earlier today, there was a young woman who testified about her brother Eric and how he died from suicide after participating in a blackout challenge. That was in 2010. 12 years later, another little Texas girl died after watching and participating in a blackout challenge. We have to do better than that. I'm also reminded of another quote out there about this mantra of social media in the tech industry that says, move fast and break things. While it was not their intent, they have broken something. They have broken the mental well-being of our children, and in instances, the hearts of entire families. And we are calling on them to move fast and fix it. And with that, Madam Chair, I'd happy to take questions, and I close.
Members, are there any first questions? Members, the chair moves to withdraw the substitute and leave House Bill 18 pending. Are there any objections? The chair hears none. The substitute is withdrawn. House Bill 18 would be left pending, and the chair now lays out House Bill 516. Members, bear with us. We still have a long agenda.
May I proceed?
I want to thank all the witnesses of House Bill 18. You all were tremendous today, and your information you gave us were invaluable to our committee. Thank you. Representative Wu?
Thank you, Madam Chair. House Bill 516 is a piece of legislation that we're trying again for the second time. We had this voted out of the Pub Ed Committee last time unanimously. Essentially, what it's doing is, because of our increasing concerns about the way children are handled at school, we just want to collect some data on stuff that the type of data the schools should already be collecting in the first place is whenever force is used against a child, meaning whether they've been having be physically restrained with handcuffs, whether they get pepper sprayed, whether they get tased, or any other types of corrective actions being taken by either school resource officers or school administrators. We just want to collect that data from a top-down level. The one thing that I will note is that from talking to some of the stakeholders on page 3, we're looking to delete subsection M that requests the information about the teacher or information about a school administrator that was a part of that incident, meaning that we purposely do not want to individually identify individual. It's been a long day, I'm sorry. We don't want to identify individuals involved in the incident. We want like the 20,000-foot view of the data so that the legislature can make decisions in the future about what to do about discipline at school, or what to do about any number of things about using restraints, pepper sprays, tasers, and things of that nature. That's it.
Members, are there any questions?
Yeah. And I also want to add just one thing. I'm especially concerned, especially for students who have mental health issues and students who have intellectual disabilities. And we've had reports from a national level that students, especially with intellectual disabilities, has force used against them at a tremendously higher rate, and that amount of force tends to escalate with time. And we do have a serious concern about the way special needs children are being treated, and we can't do anything if we don't have the data for it. That's it. And we're trying to at least get the data so we can see what's going on.
Okay, we'll look forward to your substitute. In the meantime, Celeste Brown, Chima Izima, and Stephen Alleman. Okay. All right, Celeste.
Good evening.
I see that you are representing the Compass Rose Public Schools and yourself, and you are for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, Madam Chair.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Celeste Brown, and I'm the Director of Advocacy and Communications for Compass Rose Public Schools. We are a pre-K through 12 school network located in San Antonio, Bastrop, and Manor, and we are testifying in favor of this bill.
Your charter school?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
The fact that data on certain disciplinary actions and law enforcement actions taken against students are not currently required to be reported is concerning, largely due to the inequities that Representative Wu mentioned that exist in disciplinary practices across public education, both in traditional public and in public charter schools, disproportionately impacting Black and brown students, students in special populations, et cetera. At Compass Rose, we pride ourselves on our restorative justice approach and really investing in the well-being of the whole child. Because of this, we're excited to see the requirement of the collection of this data as a step towards understanding existing disciplinary practices and as a step towards us creating more equitable and inclusive school systems. Thank you so much.
Members, are there questions? Thank you. Chima Zima?
Yes.
Hi. I see that you are representing yourself, and you are for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, Chairwoman,
And
that's
you may,
correct.
you may proceed.
Thank you. Hi, good afternoon, but good evening, Chairwoman Thompson and members of the committee. My name is Chima Jonathan Azemba, and I am a proud teacher at IDEA Bluff Springs College Prep Academy in South Austin. IDEA is an open enrollment, public tuition-free charter school network of 143 schools serving over 80,000 students statewide. I'm here in support of House Bill 516, and I come as a former public school student, as a former legislative staffer, and a current educator. And I can remember growing up in Southwest Houston and all the interactions that I and my peers had with resource officers and administrators. Some were really positive, some were very negative. But these experiences shaped my belief that students and parents deserve transparency about disciplinary procedures, and we shouldn't handcuff nor severely punish students for minor offenses. I can remember in Alief in Southwest Houston, post-Katrina, we went through a major transition, I'm sure you're aware, taking in 250,000 refugees, and a lot of administrators didn't know how to manage behavior effectively. And so I can remember times where something as simple as tardiness will lead to out-of-school suspension, something like fights, middle schoolers don't know how to regulate their emotions. It will lead to students being handcuffed or tased or pepper sprayed. And as a teacher now, I can really go back and put myself in their shoes. And I think about the long-term effects that had on my peers, some who, really had bad effects on them. And as stated before, what we've tried to do is a restorative justice approach. So if a student gets in a fight with another student, instead of harshly punishing them, we gather them together for a circle, make them accountable to their community and the person who they have harmed. And I think we've seen a lot of really good effects of that. I know that we all have jobs and responsibilities here, and we want to leave the world a better place for the people who come after us. I've learned just the importance of restorative justice and giving people a second chance. And as a teacher, I never once needed police officers to traumatize my students with restraints nor devices. HB 516 is not simply a mandate, but a partnership between all public schools, staff, and administration to create more trust between communities. When we leave here today, I pray our decisions will reflect our commitment to student success. Thank you.
Members, are there questions? Thank you. And Steve Alleman, we see that you are here representing Disability Rights of Texas, and you are going to be testifying for the bill.
That's all correct.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Stephen Alleman with Disability Rights Texas in favor of the legislation. We have conducted analysis of available data, both from the state and the federal government, and know that students with disabilities are disproportionately affected by school disciplinary actions. We support this legislation because it allows us to dig deeper into all types and forms of discipline and measures used by administrators, teachers, law enforcement, to better understand the circumstances that students with disabilities face in schools. We know and believe in public education. We know that We have tremendous number of great dedicated educators and teachers every day serving students with disabilities. But unfortunately, there are instances that do occur, and having this data will assist us in devising better responses, both proactively as well in terms of helping those students grow and benefit from a public education. We support the legislation and encourage its adoption.
Members, all their questions? Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Lonnie Hollingsworth. Lonnie, I see that you are representing the Texas Classroom Teachers Association.
Yes, ma'am.
I used to proudly belong to that one.
Well, we appreciated having you.
And you're going to be testifying against the bill, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You may proceed.
Yes, my name is Lonnie Hollingsworth. I'm General Counsel of the Texas Classroom Teachers Association, and we're testifying against this bill. Our concern is that the bill as currently drafted would have a chilling effect on the ability of teachers to maintain discipline and to get disciplinary support with regard to disruptive students. And as you know, one of the main reasons for teacher attrition is working conditions, and one of the biggest working conditions that teachers cite when they're talking about leaving the profession is lack of administrative support and student discipline. And we appreciate the fact that they're taking Representative Wu is taking out the provision that requires them to name the names of the teachers who removed the kids from class 2 times during the year, but it still has a requirement in there on page 2 that anytime if a teacher sends a student to the office twice in 1 year, it still has to be reported. And our concern would be that has a chilling effect on the ability of teachers to use that important resource and right that they have to just send students to the office. I mean, our thought is that if a student is disruptive, the teacher should be able to send the student to the campus behavior coordinator. The disciplinary issues are dealt with, and the student is placed back in class as soon as possible. And also, teachers have the rights under Section 37.002 to remove a student from their class. They're actually required to send a student to the campus behavior coordinator under 37.002D if the student commits and engages in the elements of an offense that's a mandatory removal. So we would ask that provision be taken out. We also have some concerns about the definition of restraint that's in here. It says the restraint means the use of physical force to significantly restrict the free movement of all or a portion of a student's body. And our concern is it doesn't have a duration time, and it just simply breaking up a fight or something like that could be considered a restraint. We don't have a problem with the provision there about mechanical restraints.
Look like to me you and Mr. Wu needs to get together.
Sounds like we do, and we have communicated our concerns and made our suggestions.
Okay. Members, are there questions? Ms. Hollingsworth, always good to see you.
Good to see you. Thank you.
Sabrina Gonzalez. What do we call her? Sabrina, we see that you're representing the Texas Council for Developmental Disabilities, and you're going to be testifying neutral on the bill.
Yes.
Okay?
That is correct.
All right.
Dean Thompson and committee members, thank you for the opportunity to provide comments on HB 516. I'm going to make my comments brief since a lot of what I was going to reiterate has already been said. As I mentioned, I'm representing the Texas Council for Developmental Disabilities. The council has identified the issue of restraint as one of our 2023 TCDD public policy priorities, so it's really important to us, especially this session. TCDD recognizes that HB 516 is one step toward increasing transparency and addressing the inappropriate use of restraints against students in schools, particularly those with intellectual and developmental disabilities. This is an important first step in addressing leading factors in the school-to-prison pipeline, which impacts students with disabilities disproportionately. TCDD would recommend two recommendations to strengthen the language in this bill and protections for students with intellectual and developmental disabilities. That includes recommending adding to section 37.008C1 of the bill, adding whether the student is eligible for section 504 education services as a reported data point. The bill already, as currently written, would require school districts to report if a student is eligible for special education services. All this would do would keep track of the total number of students with disabilities receiving disciplinary actions and restraints. In addition to that, the TCDD wants to acknowledge that restraint is not a disciplinary measure. It's meant as a last instant intervention, emergency intervention, to be used when a student poses imminent serious physical harm to self or others. But restraint, unfortunately, is often unlawfully used as a form of discipline or behavior management. Because of this, accurate reporting of restraint in the PEIMS system is crucial in being able to use the data to reduce unnecessary instances of restraint in schools. Given that and the underreporting of restraint currently we're seeing to the federal government, TCD would recommend directing the Texas Education Agency to provide guidance and or training to teachers and staff for accurately reporting instances of restraint. We want to make it clear that school districts are already required to report instances of restraint to the federal government, to the Department of Education's Office of Civil Rights, through OSER. And in the annual civil rights data collection, school districts already are reporting restraint. However, the Government Accountability Office evaluated this data and highlighted in the 2015 and 2016 school year, at least 30 large districts were suspected of underreporting the instances of restraint. 4 of those included some of the largest districts in Texas, including Houston ISD, Dallas ISD, Cypress, Fairbanks ISD, and Northside ISD. So this report also indicated a lack of understanding as to what constituted a restraint among school staff. So TCDD believes that it would be really important, should this bill pass, to direct TEA to release guidance on what constitutes restraint and how to report this in PEIMS. As mentioned, this is one step in increasing transparency and addressing the inappropriate use of restraint against students in schools. As such, TCDD finds the aims of this bill to be consistent with our mission and guiding principles, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Members, are there any questions? Thank you so much, Ms. Gonzalez.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Is there anyone else here wishing to testify for, on, or against House Bill 516? If not, the testimony on House Bill 516 is now closed, and the chair recognizes Representative Wu to close on his bill.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Once again, the intent of this legislation is not to deal with mainly concerned about kids getting suspended. It's like in class type of discipline. We're not interested in discipline as much as we are interested in the use of force. That's the main thing with whether kids get put into a headlock, chokehold, whether they get tased, whether they get OC sprayed, or worse. And those are the main things we're after. We're happy to make sure to remove any language about naming reporters or anything like that, to make sure that we don't have a chilling effect. And so I'm happy to take any questions if anyone has any questions.
Members, are there any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Members, we're going to leave House Bill 516 pending. Are there any objections? The chair hears none. House Bill 516 is left pending. Chair lays out House Bill 1898 and recognize Chairman Jerton for a brief expression on this bill. And welcome to our committee.
Good evening. Okay. Thank you, Chair Thompson and members. I'm here to lay out House Bill 1898, which creates a grant program to fund mental and behavioral health services for children in Texas. Children and youth in Texas are struggling with serious mental health issues due to gaps in the continuum of children's mental health care. While the legislature has made strong investments in prevention and early intervention, a large focus on the full continuum of care, including inpatient mental health services, is needed to address the serious and all too often deadly issue. Children's hospitals are experiencing a staggering increase in the number of children with serious mental health issues. Children often do not have access to inpatient mental health beds during a crisis or to long-term treatment options. Kids are waiting months to see psychiatrists and psychologists, and a delay in care can often have dire consequences. When long delays in accessing care occurs, children and adolescents are more likely to come to Children's Hospital's emergency department in crisis. The grant established in House Bill 1898 would be separate from any other grant program, but would be modeled after the statute that established the Federally Qualified Health Centers, FQHCs, infrastructure grant program. The program's funds would be accessible to children's hospitals to increase capacity for those young Texans with most acute mental and behavioral health needs. While need exists at all levels of the spectrum, children's hospitals see the kids that are at the most risk of self-harm. Increasing capacity is needed to ensure that these children have a safe space to be seen. The communities in which Texas children's hospitals are located are experiencing comparable issues, but are all able to provide solutions in different ways. A grant program would provide the flexibility needed by these hospitals, but would maintain guardrails around how it is spent. Similar to the grant programs for FQHCs, funding for the House Bill 1898 could be used to establish new facilities or expand facilities, provide long-term or step-down capacity options, including planning grants, development grants, capital improvement grants, and grants for transitional operation support. The Health and Human Services Commission will operate the grant and determine the form and manner of the application for the grant. At this time, I'm happy to answer any questions. Otherwise, I reserve the right to close.
Members, are there any questions? All right. Stacy Wilson, Christine Bryant, and Leah Harris. Stacy Wilson, I see that you are representing the Children's Hospital Association of Texas, and you are for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, Dean, it is.
You have 3 minutes to tell us.
Yes. I'm not going to repeat the great.
Thank you.
I'm not going to repeat anything. My name is Stacy Wilson. I am here on behalf of the Children's Hospitals Association of Texas. We are testifying in support of House Bill 1898. Chair Jatan did a great job of laying out the bill, but I want to tell you a little bit more about what we would do with the funds, because I think that's important.
Right.
As part of the written testimony that you have, what we would be able to do with the funds is really increase the capacity and access to both the highest level of care through inpatient beds, crisis respite services, as well as intensive outpatient and partial hospitalization. And the great thing about that is, if you think about the corollary on the physical health side, there's inpatient, there's intensive care, there's rehab, there are all these different layers of care that you get when you need them. There's not the same thing on the children's mental health side. What we have is we have inpatient crisis beds in some areas, mainly psych hospitals, that don't do anything for physical health. And mainly these kids are coming in with both a physical and a mental health condition. And the best place for those kids to get care is in one of our children's hospitals. So what we're doing is a kind of a two-step, we'll call it the Texas two-step. One part is more immediate, which is this grant funding, which would allow these children's hospitals to expand the capacity and provide these services. It would be one-time funding to basically increase access, and then we anticipate that they would become self-sustaining through being able to bill for services provided through those new areas.
Would you be able to access federal money?
For Medicaid, a lot of
the grant, if we were able to give you this money.
If you were able to give us this money, I think what we would pledge to do would be to try to match that with local funds so that it would make our local dollars go further.
Okay.
Great question. The other thing I wanted to point out is that there is a reporting piece here that would help inform the second part of the Texas two-step, which is a statewide behavioral health plan for kids. We don't have one. Kids are mentioned in two paragraphs in the statewide behavioral health plan currently. So having something specifically targeted to kids makes a lot of sense. And having this particular reporting would help actually tell us what we need and where we need it and what's working, what can be replicated, what's successful, what's not. And that helps inform that strategic plan as we move forward.
Okay.
And Madam Chair, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions, members? Thank you. All right, Christine Bryant. Christine, I see that you are representing Clarity Child Guidance Center and you are for the bill.
That is correct.
Okay.
So yes, I am Chris Bryan. I am the VP of IT and Public Policy at Clarity in San Antonio. We're in Representative Allison's area. Clarity is a 66-bed children-only inpatient psych hospital. And I want to thank Chair Jatan for bringing the bill forward, but also recognizing the psychiatric class of Children's Only Medicaid Hospital so that we could be part of this opportunity. Clarity does serve 60 to 70% of kids are state-supported, whether that's Medicaid, CHIP, Star Health, Star Kids, very high volume, DFPS, and we have partnerships with all of our local mental health authorities. Pre-pandemic, we were super, super tight on beds. Things were escalating, but of course, you guys all know the pandemic really exacerbated that. We have, since 2020, had a 12% increase in admissions, and that probably doesn't sound like a lot, except that it's capped by our capacity. We have reached full capacity since then. We've had a 172% increase in our emergent walk-ins to our crisis assessment service. That's what you guys would probably think of as the psychiatric ER. And of those kids that walk in, unfortunately, we're averaging about 52 kids a month that are actually sitting on our crisis assessment service waiting for one of our own beds to come open. It's not uncommon that the area ERs are calling us in the morning to see what our morning discharge list is to get kids in. I want to call your attention to, in the packet on the second page, I've got this chart. This is a bed availability that we've been keeping track of. And unfortunately, our capacity has been so great that, especially for adolescent females, we have not had beds at times we've needed them, anywhere between 11 and 28% of the time based on gender or age, but we have hit 45, 48% for adolescent females. It's really been difficult. The other thing that's been an unfortunate trend in our bed availability is we generally historically go seasonal as the school year goes, so we're slower in the summer and slower during the holidays, and we're still hitting unavailability during those same periods of time. So the children's psychiatric inpatient care is really expensive. And so even for a hospital like us that already does it, to expand is expensive because all of the anti-ligature furniture and fixtures are very, very expensive. We have to follow all the safety and liability issues. So I'm so grateful that you guys are considering this, a little help along the way to expand the beds for kids.
Members, questions? Thank you. All right. Ms. Harris, you are here, look like you represent the Extension Seton and Dale Children's Medical Center and yourself, and you for the bill. Is that correct?
I am for the bill.
You got 3 minutes.
Good evening. I started by looking at notes that said good afternoon, so I really appreciate how long everyone has been here. My name is Leah Harris, and I'm currently the physician-in-chief and the interim president of Dale Children's Medical Center. I've been a pediatrician and a pediatric intensive care physician for more than 33 years. Never have we seen a crisis to this extent that we are now participating in, and this preceded the COVID pandemic. You would only have to listen to even a third of the conversations that took place this afternoon and not realize there's a mental health crisis affecting our children. The grant program proposed by House Bill 1898 will provide children's hospitals with unique and badly needed resources to help with planning, development, capital improvement, operational support for all the children in the state of Texas. Texas children need access to mental health services now more than ever. In truth, I speak to you from a vantage point because when I look at my colleagues in other children's hospitals, Dell Children's is uniquely positioned even to already offer an expanded continuum of care that other children's hospitals in this state simply are not yet able to do. In 2018, we opened a Grace Greco Maxwell mental health inpatient unit that takes care of children with suicidal or homicidal ideation, mania, and psychosis. We then built next to it a Texas Child Study Center, which is an outpatient mental health services facility that takes care of children from an outpatient perspective. Over the last 3 years, we've built a consultative liaison program, a partial hospitalization program, and an intensive outpatient program. Much of this with the support of the state legislature to help us fund CPAN, the Child Psychiatry Access Network, and TCHAT, the Texas Child Health Access through telemedicine. And through both of these programs, coupled with our existing programs, we've been able to keep children in school. We've been able to offer support to pediatricians in the community with an almost instant phone call. And we've been able to keep major changes in keeping children even in rural communities. Impressively, we talk about Coppers Cove ISD, which is one of our TCHAT programs we've been able to provide more than 1,300 appointments to this rural district. Even with that said, we are falling short. And we know that we need to expand our comprehensive behavioral health services, create new eating disorder programs, and provide a one-time investment to help build the workforce. Despite all the progress, more resources are needed now to take care of the children of Texas. We implore you to consider this. Thank you.
Members, questions? Thank you very much. Okay. Members, we have a resource person, if anyone would like to ask questions of Eric Marvin from the TEA. He's here only as a resource witness if anyone has any questions for him. Thank you. All right. Is there anyone else here wishing to testify for, on, or against House Bill 1898? If not, the testimony on House Bill 1898 is now closed, and the chair recognizes Representative Jeton to close on his bill.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for allowing me to lay out this bill, and for those that testified. I think that there are many parents like myself that look to our children's hospital and our community to provide both those physical services, but also the physical health services, but also the mental health services. And this one-time investment in the mental health and behavioral health services in our Texas Children's Hospitals will ensure that when a parent like myself goes with my child, that they'll be both equipped and able to take care of the child. So with that,
Any question of Representative Jeton? Thank you, Representative.
With that, I close. Thank you.
Members, the chair moves to leave House Bill 1898 pending. Are there any objections? The chair hears none. House Bill 1898 would be left pending. The chair lays out now House Bill 213 and recognizes author Chairman Moody to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
The chair, Representative Thompson, offers up the committee substitute, lays out a committee substitute to House Bill 213, and the chair will ask Representative Moody, Chair Moody, to explain the substitute.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I certainly appreciate this committee and the work they're putting in today on some very important measures. I'm pleased to bring you a bill that may look a little bit familiar. HB 213, known as Second Look, is a bill that one important commentator said is to be commended for aiming to provide opportunities for the young offender population, admirably recognizes the potential for change, and encourages rehabilitation and productiveness in the young offender population, and will allow for meaningful reform on this important matter. That commentator was Governor Abbott, those comments came from his veto statement. Now, he had a technical issue related to jury instruction language in this bill, which I guess is what you get sometimes when a judge becomes a governor. I told him that I would fix it and send it back to his desk, and I am here to keep my promise. Second Look is a bill that addresses a large population of juvenile offenders who were sentenced to prison, often for decades, before they were even old enough to vote. Much of that came during the bygone tough-on-crime era, where all we seemed to know how to do was to lock anyone up, anyone and everyone, for as long as we possibly could. Since then, our courts have acknowledged advances in brain science showing that someone who's 15 years old, for example, isn't just a tiny adult. A kid's brain literally works differently. They're more impulsive, less likely to appreciate the long-term consequences of their actions, and are a lot more subject to peer pressure than an adult. Kids are also easier to rehabilitate than adults. Together, this has resulted in a big change in how kids are being treated, even when they're certified as adults. But those changes haven't made their way into our parole system. As a matter of fact, youth at the time of offense is considered a negative factor in the parole process. What we're left with are a large number of people who were sentenced at age 14, 15, 16, and 17 to sentences where they're not eligible for parole until their 30s, 40s, or 50s. And they're at a disadvantage in the parole process to boot. It is senseless and it is backwards. Second Look changes that by giving them an earlier look at parole. Half the time, or twice as fast might be the better way to say it, than the adult offender in a similar situation. The bill also makes sure that the parole board is considering the same factors that our courts have created for assessing the culpability of young people. I do want to note a few of the changes in the substitute. One, to mirror the language in the Senate bill that Senator Drew Springer is carrying, this now is called the Senator Eddie Lucio Jr. Act. Let me assure you, he has not passed away. I know we usually save acts as memorial, but the senator was instrumental in getting this bill to the governor's desk last session, believes very much in mercy and redemption, and so we asked to name this bill after him in his honor for the work that he's done to lay the foundation for it. The second change is exactly what I told the governor we would do, which is to change the jury instruction language, and so that is here. The reason that it was vetoed is now rectified in the substitute you see before you. The third major change, there were some concerns from the Board of Pardons and Paroles regarding costs related to psychiatric examinations, so we've just eliminated a section based on that to make sure that there was no additional cost through the process. The fourth change is one that we'll probably have to come back to tweak a little bit more, and I'll explain that in a second, but overall it was a simplification of the time calculation. I don't know about y'all, I'm a lawyer, I don't do math. So when we talked about half the time or a quarter of the time or half of the time, last session when we went through that process, there was some confusion about how that calculation would work in the real world. TDCJ raised those issues, and I think they may be here if you want to ask them more about that in the cleanup language here. But what we did is we separated into two categories, non-capital and capital offenses. Non-capital offenses would consider good conduct time, and in that instance, you'd be looking at a quarter of the sentence or 15 years, whichever is less. And in a capital offense, you would exclude good conduct time. So you're talking about real calendar time, and that would be a 20 years hard time. However, we got this sub back today. I know that the hardworking folks at Ledge Council are doing everything they can. In trying to simplify the language that you see before you in the sub, there are some offenses that we wanted to not consider for this particular legislation. Throughout the process we've had this bill a couple of times. We've learned about, for example, mass shooters, right? So we're just not going, that is not an offense that we're going to put into a second look regime. And there's a couple others that we had done in previous iterations of the bill, but when we simplified the time calculation, that that level of complexity didn't make it into the substitute. So we have more language coming for you to make sure that we're getting at a population that I think everybody feels comfortable with addressing in this way. Those are the high points of this bill and some of the changes in the substitute. I'm happy to answer any questions. I know you have some witnesses, and I want to be respectful of their time as well as yours.
Members, all that questions? Thank you. Okay, we're ready to call your witnesses.
Thank you.
Larry Robinson, Michelle Mom, and Nikki Presley. Larry Robinson, I see that you're representing the Epic Center and yourself, and you are for the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You may proceed.
All right. I hope you show me a little grace
We got 3 minutes.
if I go over. Again, I'm Larry Robinson. I'm a retired Army First Sergeant with 24 years of service, 5 combat tours, and I am the father of a second looker, Jason Isaiah Robinson, who has been incarcerated now for 28 years. And I want to tell you a little bit about him since he's been incarcerated. He has never been in any gangs. He has gotten his GED. He's gotten 2 degrees. He's gotten a auto mechanic vocational thing that he's done. He's done the paralegal course. He's gotten EPA certification for refrigeration. He has OJT'd as a refrigeration mechanic. He is currently now working as a HVAC tech. Some of the programs he has been involved in, Bridges to Life, Changers, Voyagers, Overcomers, and Today's Leaders. Before you, you'll see there is a program that he put together. He talked to Penny Kemp out of Huntsville, who was very interested in implementing that program. Also, Representative Buckley and Cook, a couple of months ago, went to speak to him, and I will say they were very impressed with him. A little bit about our family dynamics. When I was stationed in Germany, Jason was 4, his brother was 2. Their mother decided to leave the family. So here I was, a single parent, E6, still had to do my military duties and, go to the field, exercise, things of that nature. So I would have to have my son stay with total strangers that the Army, said would be caretakers. It was very hard on them, and surely it was hard on me as well. After about a year and a half later, got reassigned back to Fort Hood. While we were there, about 2 or 3 months, their mother called and said, hey, she would like to visit the boys, and I agreed. While she was visiting, we decided to try to, make the marriage work again. And everything seemed to be going pretty well. After a couple of years, I got a call from Fort Bragg. I had got selected for Special Forces operation, which I was very proud of. The only problem with that was I had to be there within 2 weeks, and I could not take my family with me. Now, of course, my wife was not happy, neither were my kids, but they understood because, Dad is a soldier, and I had to do what I had to do. And during the time while I was at Fort Bragg, Jason was having problems as far as school, behavioral problems of that nature because of the separation, because we were very close. He was also having nightmares, worrying about, that Dad might get killed. And I would call to try to ease his spirit, but it just didn't work. So I had put in for a compassionate reassignment, and of course I got denied. But anyway, after 3.5 years, I came back to Fort Hood and said, hey, Daddy's here to stay. I'm not going anywhere. But then after being back at Fort Hood for 2 months, there's a storm started. So now I'm gone again. Their mother then said, hey, that's it. I can't do this anymore. She left the family again. Here I was again, single parent, concerned about what I'm going to do with my kids. So my father decided to.
That's your time, but let me ask you something.
Yes, ma'am.
What happened to your children when you was taken back in the Desert Storm?
They went to stay with my dad.
Okay, and as a result of staying with your father, how did that work out?
Well, we found out years later that he abused Jason. He beat him. So you had a situation where his dad was deployed, at war. Mom had left the family twice, and his grandfather beat him. And I'm sure that was because of behavioral problems, things of that nature. I really don't know because my dad has since passed away, so I wasn't able to find out.
Did your son have any kind of disabilities as far as psychological disabilities, things like that?
Well, what we found out, ma'am, is that there are studies out there that show that kids whose parents are deployed experience things like suicide, substance abuse, emotional problems, if you will, which Jason did experience, which I did not know at the time.
And do you believe that was exacerbated by the fact that you had been deployed several times?
Oh, yes, ma'am, absolutely.
He was
absolutely.
in a dangerous zone,
Yes, ma'am.
and then his mother left.
Yes, like I said, she left twice.
And did he have contact with his mother that second time after she left?
No, ma'am, did not.
Oh, no contact. So that means it was totally up to your father
Right, correct.
to do the rearing.
Right, yes, ma'am.
And he was
For the time that I was deployed.
and he was in an abusive situation at that time.
Correct, yes, ma'am.
And as a result of being in that kind of situation, what happened to him?
Psychologically wise, like I said, having that your mom has left, your dad's gone, I mean, that's a lot for a child to experience and to hold. So I did not know at the time that he was hurting. And I will say this, is that I blame myself. Because of, I enjoyed the Army. I loved it. But I believe, because of, and we as soldiers, we put our country first, and our families are second. I mean, this is just the way that it is.
But at the time that you went back to Desert Storm, you did not anticipate this kind of abuse happening.
Oh, no, ma'am. Not at all.
And being with a relative, you just knew that things.
Oh, yeah, my dad, because that didn't happen to me. He didn't abuse me, he didn't beat me at all. So, yes.
And was there any kind of help or outreach from the school? Would the teachers see anything, that they make any recommendation? This kid is maybe being in an abusive situation, he needs some kind of help or social services or things of that nature?
Ma'am, none that I know of because, again, I was deployed even again after coming back. So I stayed deployed quite a bit.
So what happened to him?
Again, just it was kind of like a perfect storm, and not having your mom. In fact, I got remarried, and in that situation, there was some friction there, but how bad it was, I didn't know.
So how old was when you got remarried? How old was he?
He was, I want to say 14.
So
14.
After having the experience with his mama leaving a couple of times, he wasn't going to let another woman come
Correct.
and tell him what to do.
Exactly.
That was another situation
Right.
that was friction.
And then she kicked him out of the house while I was deployed. Yes. So it was just one thing after the other.
So you say he was 14?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so he was having a very difficult time.
Right.
And at that age, he's trying to find himself as well.
Yes, ma'am.
A lot of bad experiences.
Yes, ma'am.
Members, are there any other questions? Mr. Robinson, Chairman Lozano.
Yes.
And so then eventually did he get arrested and locked up? What age and what was the?
Right, he was 16 and he had never been in trouble before. And so, yes, sir.
What was he charged with?
It was law of parties is what he was charged with, and he received a life sentence. But in 2012, the Supreme Court came out and said you cannot give a juvenile life without the possibility of parole. So a lot of states changed that. Texas went from that. Some states went to 10 years, 15 years. Texas went to 40, which is still a life sentence.
Okay, thank you.
Well, we have a person on this committee who's been trying to change that. Chairman Dutton,
Yes.
for a long time. Chairman Dutton.
Thank you. You know, he was 16 at the time, right?
Yes, sir.
And, but he was certified as an adult.
Correct.
And then charged and convicted under the law of parties.
Right.
How many of the other people were there?
There was probably about a group of 7 kids, which, from what I understand, the police had told them to testify against them. My son and my sergeant major, because that's who he was staying with when he got kicked out, was my sergeant majors. And really what it is, there was a group of kids in the neighborhood. You know, back in those days, being a gangster, if you will, was glorified. You know, I tell parents, you need to be careful what your children see on TV, these games that they play, and who they hang around with, because kids are getting desensitized to this whole thing. And that's important, very important.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any further questions? Ms. Robinson, thank you for your testimony. All right, Michelle Mum, you are representing Epic Center and yourself, and you are here to testify for the bill.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay?
Hi, my name is Michelle Munn, and I'm here to testify in support of House Bill 213. My youngest brother, Michael Tracy, is a second looker. In October of 1993, just 3 months after his 17th birthday, he was indicted in a crime in which nobody was hurt or killed. For that, he received 60 years in prison. My family moved to Houston in the early 80s when my father, a Marine Corps officer, transitioned to a career in the oil and gas industry. Michael, the youngest of 6 kids, was smart and active, an AB student, a Boy Scout, competitive soccer player. He enjoyed fishing and spending time at our family ranch. You could say we were a busy, healthy, well-functioning family until tragedy struck us in 1985 when my oldest sister committed suicide while away at college. A bright and beautiful girl nearing graduation, Division I tennis player and engaged to be married, she had her whole life in front of her. Her death marked the beginning of years of family grief and dysfunction. Our once stable and structured household became a stressful and emotionally volatile one, as we all struggled to make sense of our loss. My younger sister and I both left to attend A&M shortly following her death, leaving our 2 young brothers at home. The overwhelming sadness and despair that my parents continued to suffer for years would prove to make it difficult to regroup and continue parenting as they once had. Without the steady supervision, discipline, and emotional support that the boys needed from them during such a crucial time in their youth, my brothers began their journeys of seeking approval and acceptance outside of the house with many of the wrong people. Fast forward to 1993 when Michael decided to skip school one day with 3 kids and enter a house in search of a watch. He served as a lookout, the kids left with little, and nobody was hurt. They were very quickly caught, convicted, and received various sentences. Michael received the most extreme, 60 years, the result of a plea recommendation by a court-appointed attorney. From 1994 to 2023, today, Michael has served 29 years of this 60-year sentence. He has acquired his GED, completed multiple job training, reform, and recovery programs. He's near completion of a degree in Christian leadership and has served as an assistant to the chaplain for several years. He has an exemplary disciplinary record and is an ongoing mentor to many of his fellow inmates. Through years of prayer and healing, my parents remain together and our family stands strong. My mom will be 87 when Michael comes up for parole next year. We're praying for his quick release at that time. I've spent the last 3 sessions advocating and testifying in support of this bill, praying to buy time for Michael to spend with my aging parents. After hearing my testimony in front of the Criminal Justice Committee in 2021, Senators John Whitmire and Boris Miles went to visit Michael in prison. I'm so thankful for their support of this bill and happy they could meet my brother. I wish you all could meet him as well.
Members, any questions? Thank you very much. And Nikki, we're down to you. You are representing Nicolay Priestley. You are representing the Texas Public Policy Foundation, and you're testifying for the bill, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Chairwoman. My name is Nikki Presley. I'm the Texas State Director for Right on Crime at the Texas Public Policy Foundation. And I first wanted to say I had the opportunity to meet Jason as well, and he's truly incredible. I wanted to kind of touch on how developmental research has shown us that youth and adolescents are still developing the ability to weigh future risks and consequences, control impulses, and ignore outside influences. And when a developing mind is coupled with trauma or poor modeling, that becomes an even harder for adolescents to grasp the weight of future consequences. However, as youth transition from adolescence into early adulthood, there is a greater opportunity for rehabilitation in the case of juvenile offenders, similar to how we've seen with Jason. Lowering the time to parole eligibility is not a soft-on-crime approach. It merely acknowledges that adolescents possess unique qualities when compared to adults and allows the parole board to make individualized release decisions. I'm confident that the parole board will continue to be judicious when determining the likeliness an individual will successfully reenter their community while also prioritizing public safety. From 2017 to 2021, the average parole revocation rate was only 13.9%, so they are very conservative with who they are and who are not releasing. And that is my testimony, and thank you for your time.
Members, are there questions? Thank you very much. Thank you. Is there anyone else here wishing to testify on, for, or against House Bill 213? If not, the testimony on House Bill 213 is now closed, and the chair recognizes Chairman Moody to close on his bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'd be remiss if I didn't thank you for offering to join author this legislation along with Chairman Leach. The other two, actually, if you heard the story from Mr. Robinson about some of our colleagues who went to go visit Jason, he mentioned Dr. Buckley and David Cook. Both of those gentlemen are also joint authors on this bill. So I think that tells you about the experience that they had in meeting with Jason and understanding the complexity of this issue and why this is the right time for a second look. I'm happy to answer any other questions. Like I said, there's something further we have coming for you, and I'll get there quick as I can. I think just a little bit of a mistake in some of our requests since things are kind of moving fast and furious right now.
Members, are there any further questions of Chairman Moody? If not, members, the chair moves to withdraw the substitute and to leave House Bill 213 pending. Are there any objections? The chair hears none. The substitute is withdrawn and House Bill 213 will be left pending, and the chair now lays out House Bill 16. And the chair recognizes Chairman Moody and also lays out by Representative Thompson, Office of Committee Substitute to House Bill 16, and would ask Chair Moody to explain the substitute during his introduction.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I'm honored to bring you House Bill 16 today, a bill we've been calling Closer to Home. I'm sure you're all aware of the more than decade-long series of scandals in our TGA-JD facilities, essentially prisons for kids. I'm not here to lay undue blame on an agency that's underfunded and understaffed, but as recent news and pending litigation has shown, the problems there are worse than ever today. We're not just failing these kids. The system we've created is actively harming many of them. HB 16 tackles that on the supply side. It makes sure fewer kids are locked up in the first place. The default setting for a kid who's broken the law should be rehabilitation through interventions and services in their own community, not putting them behind bars across the state, and that's exactly what HB 16 does. In broad strokes, the bill does that by creating a presumption that a juvenile facility is the last resort. It keeps courts involved in these cases for longer and requires them to consider mitigating factors specific to youth at each stage of the process. It also imposes timetables for proceedings and decisions to make sure help comes quickly and that disruption to their lives is minimized. Instead of prison, the bill makes sure we're engaging community resources, including local secure placements, as well as DFPS involvement with the child and family where that is appropriate. It also sets up funds in each county to facilitate this programming. In short, it's a new and better way of doing the critical work of rehabilitating kids who we've failed to keep on the right path and building up the support systems, including their very own families, that they will ultimately have to rely on. There are subject matter experts here who can walk you through both the details of how this will work and why the need is so pressing. So I'd certainly encourage you to engage with them, but I'm happy to answer any questions at this time.
Members, are there any questions of Chairman Moody? Chair hears none. All right, Nikki Presley is coming back, Elizabeth Henneke, and Alicia Castillo.
Missing somebody. Would you like to go first?
Alicia Castillo, is she coming?
She's not here, sir.
Pardon me?
She's not here, then.
Okay, we represented the Texas Center for Justice and Equity and herself, and she was for the bill. She's not here. All right, Nikki, you're here by popular demand. I see that you're representing the Texas Public Policy Foundation, and you're for the bill, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you may proceed.
Is there any way that Elizabeth could go first?
I sure can. We can
Thank
certainly
you.
do that. Elizabeth Henneke, you represent the Lone Star Justice Alliance, and you for the bill, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you may proceed.
Thank you all so much for having me here. This is such a critical issue before the committee, and I'm thrilled to be able to support the Closer to Home bill, HB 16. This is really about recognizing that what is happening in the Texas Juvenile Justice Department, where kids are experiencing 23 hours a day of isolation. I represent those kids. So those are my clients. I represent them in a post-adjudication through a grant with the governor's office. And being in those facilities, we've seen kids that are utilizing their own water bottles to urinate into. They're defecating on their lunch trays. They're receiving less sometimes than 3 hours of instruction. And sometimes it's only through worksheets. We're seeing suicide rates that are exponentially higher than they used to be. And our kids are self-harming. It is everyday occurrence that one of my clients will walk into a room with some item placed in their arm, their private reproductive areas, their heads. They will have put shards that they can get. They'll have put pencils. They are self-harming to a critical level that every day when I go in, I'm looking at the most ill children you can imagine. And they have very little supports. But TJJD is a symptom of a broader juvenile justice system that has placed too many people deep in the bowels of our justice system rather than diverting them to the children's mental health wards that you heard from Dell and Children's Medical come up and talk about. And so what this bill tries to do is it really creates speed bumps. So I've walked through the bill very specifically in what I've given to you today, but in the interest of time, I'm going to give you the highlights.
Thank you.
One, it creates speed bumps so that at every intercept point in which a kid intercepts with the system, it asks the question, have you, judges, probation officers, district attorneys, done everything that you can to utilize existing resources before taking a kid away from their family and putting them in detention? Importantly, it still gives those critical stakeholders the right, when there is in fact a public safety need, to take those kids deeper into the system. But what it just does is it slows us down to ask those questions. It recognizes that we have to look at the mitigating circumstances of their crimes. We have to consider the full picture before we push them deeper. That's step one. Step two is these community stakeholders. It brings them together and asks them to work with their partners. It asks them to call Dell Medical School, to call Children's Health. It encourages contracting so that we can divert kids at the lowest level and make room for the entire system to shift down. Because if we can move those 550 kids out of the Juvenile Justice Department into their communities, we will be safer. Because I can tell you, my clients coming home, they are not ready, but it's too full for them. So we have to bring them into rehabilitative services.
I noticed also there have been some studies to suggest that when kids are closer to home, those who have parents have the opportunity for rehabilitation is much greater because they have family contact that are closer to where they can visit them rather than a long ways distance.
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor. I'm so used to being in court, can you tell? But I do think, I do honor you, so that seems appropriate. Yes, ma'am, and that's the Closer to Home study, which I've referenced in the materials, has actually shown that even with our most serious and highest risk needs folks, that those wraparound services and community that sustain them after they leave the system are critically important. So what we can't do, and I'm assuming most of you are parents or know parents, is remove kids completely away from what we call the pro-social parts of their lives. Right? The things that work for them, we have to keep them close to, the grandparents, the soccer coaches. And if we remove them from that and put them in a long, far away facility that's so far away that they don't have any of that positive, when they come home, those relationships are destroyed and they're gone. And the kid is left with nothing. And they could be 19 years old, aging out of the juvenile justice system with no housing, no supports, no Medicare, no Medicaid, no health insurance, and suddenly they're back in your neighborhoods. And I can promise you that they're not ready. And so what we have to do is start figuring out ways to keep them close, keep them with those pro-social networks, support them when they do come home. And this bill attempts to do that. It's a first step. There's a lot of reforms. But hopefully what it does is it looks at the entire system, not just the one symptom that's in the Texas Juvenile Justice Department.
Okay, let me ask you another question. In working with these children, do you see a lot of need for mental health services?
Yes, ma'am.
We have missed that kid who may have fallen into that category where, they have not been receiving those services.
Yes, ma'am. I think that TJJD reports, and I'm going to follow up with you guys on the exact numbers. So I'm going to give you lowball numbers just to make sure I don't say anything incorrect. I think TJJD reports that the adverse childhood experiences average in community is around 3. This population is close to 8. That means they're experiencing massive amounts of childhood trauma. Right? We also know that their mental health issues, about 70% of the kids come in with some form of mental health issues that are diagnosed within the first diagnostic period. So what I'll just give you one anecdote. My mom and I celebrate Christmas at TJJD every year. We sponsor one unit. So that's what my family does for Christmas, is we sponsor a unit of Christmas. And I take my mom, who is just, she was a mortgage broker, right? She doesn't know anything about this world, to the units. And the first time I took her with me, she walked away and said, I thought these were going to be scary kids, and I didn't realize that they're just our neediest kids. They're the kids that we all think need resources and services, and instead we've locked them up away. And I just always come back to this moment of my mom, who's just like a regular Joe and not involved in this world, just being shocked by who is in our units. So if you haven't had a chance to visit the units, please do. I'll give you some names. You can go talk to some of my kiddos. I represent mostly women, mostly little girls who have been sex trafficked. That was our original entree. And so there are 90 kids in TJJD right now who we suspect have experienced some form of trafficking. And those are my kiddos. And they're there, and they don't have blankets at Christmas, and they don't get stuffed animals, and no one gives them hugs at night, right? And we need to make sure that we only send the kids there that we're scared of, that we really can't have into populations. And I don't know that we've done a good enough job as the state of Texas.
Member, are there any further questions? All right.
Madam Chair, thank you. As the chair of the Juvenile Justice and Family Issues Committee, we've dealt with TJJD for some time. And we went from having, I believe, 11 facilities down to 5 now. What always struck me as strange is when we did that, juvenile crime went down. And I couldn't figure out how that happened. But like somebody told me that the more beds we have, the more people we'll find to fill those beds. And when it comes to juveniles, one of the things that we have been trying to do is to make sure that juveniles get the kind of attention we know they all need to be reformed and rehabilitated. And yet, when we tried to increase the age to 18, we passed it in the House several times, but we've never been able to get it out of the Senate. One of the objections to that has been from some of our county probation departments. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Sure. And, you know, as you know, I'm a huge fan of 828 and Raise the Age because it does recognize that even despite all the limitations that I've just given you, the juvenile system far performs the adult system when it comes to this group, right? And, you know, Chairman Dutton is going to know that I, in addition to representing kids in TJJD, represent kids. So my organization is a legal organization that goes up to the age of 24. So these are my kids, right? I go up to 24, you age out of 24, you need different lawyers. And so that takes me to the youthful offender program in TDCJ quite often. In fact, there was a time in which our staff tried to meet every child who was transferred into the youthful offender program at the adult prison system because we got so concerned about the suicide attempts that were happening when we were seeing our kids go from TJJD up into the adult prisons. We were seeing incredible amounts of suicide. And so I think that what I heard from juvenile probation is concerns that the Texas Juvenile Justice Department and our juvenile system is woefully under-resourced for the arduous task that they have of actually changing behavior of people who, we all know, I'm a parent, I have kids in schools, right, pose risk to other children, right? So they have a high task. They also, however, what we know is that the state prison system is even more challenging for this population. And rates of this show that there are much more kids who go into the adult system are much more likely to reoffend. They're much more likely to commit serious offenses if they reoffend than kids are who come out of the juvenile system.
Yeah.
Does that answer your question, Chairman?
Well, thank you. I just wanted the committee to have the benefit of knowing at least how we can, even though our TJD system is not the best, it's worlds apart from our adult system.
Yeah, I mean, there are three specific things that everybody should keep in mind. You get school. I mentioned that it might be less than 3 hours a day, and any of you have kids, you want your kids to receive more than 3 hours a day, right? But you aren't going to get that in TDCJ, even if you're a kid, right? 2, you're going to get a mental health caseworker assigned to every case. Now, that mental health caseworker, if you're in TJJD, may have too many kids to see you frequently, but at least you have somebody to call, right? And then 3, you're going to get stabilized medication. And I cannot tell you how critically important that is. My kids in TJJD get put on medication that they stay on. My kids in the YOP and up in TDCJ do not. And I have documented so many instances in which the provision and stabilization of medication changes in TDCJ every time you move a kid. TJJD does a much, much better job with continuity of care across the units. So my kiddos benefit from that. And I think that accounts for some of the lower suicide rate.
Well, thanks. I just wanted the committee to have the benefit of that because I don't like the TJD system either, but it's far superior to our adult system.
And just one last thing for that point. If we pass closer to home and we actually start lowering the populations by bringing kids closer to their homes, diverting more kids, it's going to free up space for the 17-year-olds to come in and actually receive those juvenile facilities. So if you can think of this as potentially a package, I'm not saying it is. I know there are lots of concerns, but the House has always supported raising the age. We're in, 4 sessions of support? And I heard people reference Chair Thompson and Chair Dutton's, respect us or expect us, which was a raise the age call. And so, if you can think of this, we tried really thoughtfully, and I know you have an amazing bill, Representative Johnson, that we support today, to think about the system as a whole and how we can best serve our kids, how we can create public safety for our entire community. So that all of us who are parents can feel safe, and we can also efficiently address all of these issues.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
Nikki Priestley, you are representing the Texas Public Policy Foundation, and you are for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You may proceed.
My name is Nikki Presley. I'm the Texas State Director for Right on Crime at the Texas Public Policy Foundation. I wanted to kind of give our perspective and why we are in support of this bill. So one distinction that I wanted to make is the juvenile justice system differs from the adult system, and that while the adult system focuses on punishment and public safety mostly, the juvenile system primarily prioritizes treatment and rehabilitation, with public safety still being a core function, but it prioritizes treatment and rehabilitation. And this is an important distinction as we discuss the goal of keeping youth as shallow in the system as possible and promoting a more family-centered approach to the juvenile system. HB 16 is a step towards reinforcing that goal of rehabilitation as it encourages parents to get more involved at the front end and promotes an individualized approach when determining the appropriate placement and services for these kids. In some cases, the most appropriate placement will continue to be the juvenile probation or referral to TJJD. However, there are other cases in which juveniles end up in the system due to the breakdown of the parent-child relationship and would benefit more from services that address the entirety of the family system and promote reunification and restoration. Additionally, HB 16 will encourage collaboration between DFPS and the juvenile system with the long-term goal of identifying current community service deserts across the state and identifying ways to collaborate or build out additional services throughout the state. And thank you for your time, and I'll answer.
Members, are there questions? Thank you very much. Jennifer Toom. Jennifer, I have you here representing yourself, and you are against the bill.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Chair Thompson, Vice Chair Hull, committee members. First, let me say thank you to Rep. Moody for his incredible continuous work on criminal justice and juvenile justice issues. I want to honor that. But today I'm here testifying against HB 16, not for what it would do, but for what it would not do. As a woman who was once a young girl in the juvenile justice system almost 30 years ago, I am deeply saddened and angered that my experience there still remains extremely relevant. HB 16 does not go far enough to end the abuse and neglect in our juvenile justice system and appropriately meet the needs of kids. Any plan must include closures of the remaining 5 state facilities within the Texas Juvenile Justice Department and never use a carceral system as an option for treatment settings. I am fearful and suspicious that this bill, without commitment to closures, will be just another reform in decades-long cycles of scandals, abuse, and reform that has plagued Texas and played out over the past 100 years. I understand that perfection can be the enemy of good, but as a child who was violated and abused in the Texas juvenile justice system, to me, this is just not good enough. The Department of Justice is investigating the remaining 5 state facilities for civil rights violations and expanded their investigation to include whether Texas violates the rights of children under the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. I would be disappointed if that HB 16 would be our best answer, the best answer that we have for the most egregious abuses against our kids. I am imploring you to go further, to be bolder and more ambitious to solving the problem of juvenile justice and youth prisons in Texas.
What would you like to see? What else would you like to see in the bill?
The closure of the facilities. I do believe that this is a good bill in the sense of being closer to home, because I know that's what I needed. A lot of times those rural facilities, and testimony Elizabeth just mentioned, this has to be a place where we send the kids that we're most scared of. Well, I was one of those kids. I was one of the kids that people talk about that's so violent. They need this system. And the harm that was created there just from incarceration inherently is harmful. I don't see any kid being served there. So I certainly see regionalization as part of the solution, but that it's not the whole solution.
What do you think the whole solution is?
Creating a new way of treating youth justice that is not dependent on the carceral system. Setting matters. So I definitely see that kids need to be in a secure setting. But a carceral setting is not what helped me. Treatment and being close to home is what helped turn my life around.
Okay. Chairman Dutton?
Thank you, Mayor. What grade level or most of these kids you come in contact with?
Oh, gosh. When I was in the system, I was housed with girls from age 10 to 17.
And how would you rate their education? I mean, were they on grade level, they weren't great students, or they were bad students, or?
Well, just like the previous testimony talking about, oftentimes kids don't receive good levels of education, worksheets. I know a lot of times when I was in the youth system, and from what I hear from girls that have been in the youth system recently, it's not the level of education that you receive even in a public school.
And most of them come to you, though, behind in their grade level.
Yes, sir.
Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir, and that was my experience there as well.
And so most of the ones that you see that enter the system are typically 3, 4, and sometimes even 5 grade levels behind.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Members, are there any further questions? Thank you for your testimony.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I think Alicia Castillo is here. Lauren Rose. Is there anybody else? Alicia, I see that you are representing the Texas Center for Justice and Equity and yourself, and you are for the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You may continue.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and thank you to the distinguished members. And also, thank you very much to Chairman Moody for filing this bill and for his dedication to all of the most marginalized, forgotten youth in Texas. What you've received is a 2-part series that I hope you guys can pass around because I didn't bring enough copies. But this is a history of the agency from before it was TJJD, before it was TYC, since 1887 when it was created. We partnered with a professor out of A&M to compile this, and he's subsequently written a book called Who Gets a Childhood? And so while we talk a lot about the news reports that came out this summer that highlight grave abuse and neglect and self-harm and suicidal ideation in these facilities, and we say, oh, it's worse than ever. If you guys look through these books, I think you'll see that it's really not.
You gave us 2 parts, a part 1 and a part 2.
That's right, yes.
You don't have enough copies for each.
I do, and I can bring those by your offices, just not on me. Yes.
Very much.
Thank you. Yes, and what I think you'll see in just kind of flipping through those is that a lot of the stories sound quite similar to where we are today and where we were 2 years ago and where we were 2 years before that and 2 years before that when I started working in this building. And unfortunately, despite great efforts and incredible leadership at this agency who's dedicated to things like trauma-informed care, positive-based interventions, modalities that we know can be effective, but are not effective in an environment where a child feels unsafe or where a child is exposed to violence and danger. I understand that this bill is one that I support because it will do a lot to stop that influx of kids going in. But what I hope this committee will consider as the days go on is that there's still 600 kids in there right now and about 150 who are currently on a waiting list for somewhere to go. And Texas cannot continue to rely on this outdated and failed policy of sending children as young as 10 to prisons in this state. There are entire countries that don't have child prisons. They just don't exist. And I think that we have the resources and the willpower and the smarts in this building to make it so that we can develop the community infrastructure that we need so that we don't have to rely on this anymore. And so that those children, the same ones that we're talking about protecting from cell phones, that we can protect from adults who wish them harm. 91% of the girls in these facilities have experienced some form of commercial sexual exploitation. And one of the most egregious acts that we see come up again and again and again in this agency is sexual assault of those same little girls who have already been trafficked their entire lives. And continuing to expose children to that because we're scared of them is unconscionable. And I hope that this committee, we were excited to see that the speaker is prioritizing juvenile justice, but if this is the only bill that's prioritized this session, then we've spent another session not serving the kids the way that we need to.
Members, are there questions? Thank you very much. Lauren Rose, you are representing Texas Network of Youth Services, and you are neutral on the bill.
Correct.
Okay.
Good evening, Lauren Rose, Director of Public Policy at Texas Network of Youth Services. Here on House Bill 16, TeenWays is a network of youth-serving providers. We represent providers from across the state serving youth who are systems impacted, whether it be in prevention services, foster care, juvenile justice, youth experiencing homelessness. And we appreciate greatly the emphasis on this bill of right-sizing the juvenile justice system, keeping youth closer to their homes and out of facilities when possible. However, we do have some concerns that the bill's not necessarily getting to those intentions, specifically focusing on the sections around the involvement of Department of Family Protective Services. I think there's might be some confusion around that statute 264.302 in the Family Code, where we're referring youth instead of detention and other services. That actually is creating just a grant program to serve at-risk youth. Specifically, what used to be called Services to At-Risk Youth is now Family and Youth Success Program. Those providers who are greatly successful in keeping youth out of juvenile justice systems to prevent delinquency are really not equipped to serve the youth that this bill is kind of pushing towards them, but also are not funded and don't have the resources to serve the youth that would be coming towards them. They're really about parenting classes for youth who have some behavioral challenges. Maybe they provide a handful of counseling sessions for the youth, maybe some group counseling, but not really the services that we're needing to keep kids out of facilities. And so if we really want to be looking at building out community resources, we need to kind of really up the game and those proposals on how do we get those services to youth. Right now, based on how this bill is set up, we would be referring these youth to community-based providers that don't have the resources to support them, that aren't funded to support them, to fund them, to get them out of detention. And so we just want to make sure that as we're looking at these proposals that we are using the state's resources in a way that truly keeps kids out of the system.
Members, are there questions? Thank you. Thank you. Is there anyone else here wishing to testify on, for, or against House Bill 16? If not, the testimony on House Bill 16 is now closed, and the chair recognizes Chairman Moody to close on his bill.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, be remiss if I didn't thank you for joint authoring this, and also Representative Ann Johnson on this committee for helping me with this effort. And as you know, Madam Chair, and as Chairman Dutton knows, these are long journeys. And there have been many failures and challenges along this particular journey. And I think you heard from some witnesses here today that have questions or maybe are against what we're doing in name because it could go further. And what I would tell them is that this journey continues, and it'll continue long after we're here and our pictures continue to get yellow in the ground level of the Capitol, because these are issues that will persist. We'll have to continue to grapple with them because of the way the system's been set up. But I do believe it's always worth whatever we can do for these kids, do better by them, to try and address what we can and take as many steps as we can on that journey in each of these sessions that we are here. That's what this represents to me. It was a bill that had a much different number when I first filed it. And I'm grateful that it has this number now, because it means that this journey is having a light shown upon the path that we're on together. And that's going to result in better things right now and in the future. And if there's no questions, I'll close.
Member, are there any questions of Chairman Moody? The chair hears none. Chairman Moody, thank you very much. Member, the chair moves to withdraw the substitute and leave House Bill 16 pending. Are there any objections? The chair hears none. The substitute is withdrawn and House Bill 16 is left pending. And now the chair lays out House Bill 98 to recognize its author, Chairman Moody, to explain the bill.
Madam Chair, I do want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to lay out this bill as well tonight. And honestly, I don't know that I've ever laid out three more important bills in one day in my entire time in the legislature. This one is very fresh for me because one of the most important and most heartbreaking things I've ever been a part of was the House investigation into the Robb Elementary School mass shooting last year. When something like that happens, the tragedy is so incomprehensible and the pain is so deep that it's easy to throw up your hands and pretend that there are no real solutions. When you treat it like a natural disaster, sometimes it can be easier to swallow. But the fact is that the people of Uvalde pointed us to causes and solutions over and over again. One of those was the utter lack of mental health services offered or even available in our schools. Everyone knew the attacker needed intervention years before the shooting, but no interventions were available. HB 98 is about changing that.
You know what gets me?
Yes, ma'am.
We all see that there's a problem, but we don't have a solution until after they commit some crime. And then we have all the resources coming forward to help that person. Why can't we stop it before it happens?
And
I apologize for
Madam
that.
Chair, I couldn't agree with you more, because even though I'm talking about something that's in the past that could have been possibly averted, the reason probably now more than ever this is necessary in a community like Uvalde is because you have an entire cohort of students who had their classmates taken from them, ripped away from them. Some of them saw them dead and dying. Others are going to be traumatized for the rest of their lives and are going to need more services and supports. And that's not me saying that. That's a study commissioned by the governor that says these things, these needs are not going away.
And the public is on the hook for the payments.
It is, as I said before, I don't know how to properly describe my time in Uvalde. Visiting with the people, visiting with the teachers who were in that hallway, visiting with family members, with parents, watching interviews, forensic interviews with the kids, talking about their day on May 24th. And I said, I really don't know how, I still don't know that I've fully processed exactly all of the tragedy that took place there. But I do know this, we can do something. We should already have done something. Because this isn't the first time you or I have talked about this. But this is something that we can do. We can address children's health by involving local mental health authorities within school districts to ensure students are provided with counsel and mental health resources on their campuses. This bill would also create a link between the student's primary care physician and the school district by presenting them with the results of the assessment conducted on the student by the mental health authorities. So we're going to have systems talking to one another, which is another thing we heard over and over and over again. This bill also introduces Medicaid reimbursement by directing the Health and Human Services Commission to allow school districts the ability to enroll as a provider under the medical assistance program. That's the crux of the bill. This will enable the providers to be reimbursed under Medicaid if they're already covered. Now, I want to be very clear. This is not any form of Medicaid expansion. These are services that are compensable today. That is not changing. What it is changing, and what it does is merely creates a mechanism for reimbursement when these services are provided on our campuses, which is what so many people are asking for. That help today can be the difference between tomorrow's well-adjusted young adult and tomorrow's school massacre. Members, I'm happy to answer any other questions. If there's any questions, if not, if you see fit, I'm happy to come back and close as well.
Members, are there questions? Chairman Dutton.
Chair, I just had a comment. And thank you for the bill, but we've got a system, Madam Chair, that our system when it comes to juveniles is designed to address the problem with that juvenile after the juvenile gets in trouble. Not before. One of the worst calls I get, or perhaps all of us get, is from the mom who calls and says, Mr. Dutton, I need your help. My son is going to get in trouble. And that's a difficult call because you have to try to figure out, well, where can I get help for this child? But I think doing it through the school is the way to get it started, at least, because school is where everybody ought to recognize that this is a child in trouble, that the child needs some help. And in terms of all of it, I mean, it just boggles my mind in terms of how we fail to recognize that a child needs help. But it's even more criminal to me not to get them some help. So if this bill can do that, I think we need to pass it out of here real quickly, because there are children literally who've been impacted. My daughter's a child psychiatrist, and she always says, Dad, you all are worried about what the effects of the pandemic has done to adults, but you need to recognize that how big an impact this has had on children, because they are children who are really kind of hanging in the balance, and having an opportunity to do something about it in the mental health and joining mental health with school activities is the best way for us to approach that. So thank you for the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further questions, members? Thank you very much. The chair now calls Lizette Garvan, Robin McDurnham, and Susie March. Lizette Galvan, I see you are representing Nambi, Texas, and you are for the bill?
Yes, ma'am.
Correct. Please go ahead.
Good evening. I'm Lisette Galvan. I serve as Public Policy Director of NAMI, Texas, and I'm here to testify in support of HB 98. This bill expands opportunities for all Medicaid-enrolled students, especially in rural and low-income areas, to access mental health services. After 9 years in education, I left the classroom when I saw the disparity students face accessing mental health services. From my personal experience when Hurricane Harvey hit Houston, our families were impacted. As teachers, we helped our students demolish their homes so they could rebuild. A week after we came back to school, our social worker was no longer with our school. Although we had social workers from across the district come to support our school for a few weeks, we had no long-term solution to help our community heal. Our school partnered with a local community-based health clinic. However, the one therapist that would come to our campus had a long wait list, to the point that students I referred never got seen in that school year. For 2 years, I advocated to our administration the dire need of having a school social worker on campus, as we worked in the east end of Houston, with many of our students qualifying for reduced or free lunch. My voice was never heard. As a teacher, you wear many hats, and supporting our students' mental health is one of them. The trauma that our children face is not always known, but there are times when they will open up and tell you things you never imagined, such as, my mom is in rehab. She left to California to get better. Then a week later, that same 9-year-old student tells you, my stepmom said I'm going to end up like my mom and be sent to rehab. This is just one of the many stories I carry with me in the work that I do. Teachers are not equipped to be the primary mental health support for students. It is a role teachers are forced into due to the lack of campus-based mental health services. HB 98 would expand capacity and help our most vulnerable populations across the state by providing mental health services they need. By having school districts partner with LMHAs, we are providing basic mental health care that should be easily accessible, but currently it is not. Giving schools the flexibility to bill Medicaid for mental health services delivered to all Medicaid-enrolled children increases federal revenue to the state and more reimbursement for districts. This moment in time is a tipping point to help increase mental health services across our state. HB 98 is one of those solutions. Thank you.
Members, are there questions? Thank you very much. All right, Robin McDermott, I see that you are representing the Transformation Waco,
Yes, ma'am.
and you are for the bill.
Yes, ma'am.
You may go.
My name is Robin McDermott. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Transformation Waco, which is an in-district 1882 charter partnership with Waco ISD. We operate 5 Waco ISD schools that had been chronically low performing, and there are 2,300 students in our network. 96% of our students are low SES. Transformation Waco's turnaround model is based on a community school strategy, which focuses on academics, youth development, family engagement and support, health and social services, leading to improved student outcomes. In 2018, Transformation Waco created a pipeline for licensed clinical social workers. These employees are in our schools, and they are able to treat various mental health conditions, including behavioral disorders, addiction, severe mental illness, and serious emotional disturbance. With grants and federal COVID relief funds, we've hired these LCSWs to work directly with our students and their families. Our model is successful because the social workers are integrated into the school community. As staff members, they work closely with parents and families and provide targeted strategies to teachers and campus staff. The demand for their work continues to grow as more students experience post-COVID anxiety, depression, drug dependency, and family and community violence. The needs outweigh our current capacity for services. However, passing House Bill 98 would mean continuing and even expanding these vital services with a sustainable funding source as the grants come to a close. During the 22-23 school year, this year so far, we've had 28 emergency suicide threat assessments. Mental health services in our county have an 8 to 10 week waiting period. And as you've heard tonight, residential treatment centers have limited beds. Instead of parents having to navigate this pain and crisis alone, our clinical social workers are able to work with the families, provide immediate services and case management, and keep our students safe and in school. Thank you for considering innovative ways to provide much-needed resources to benefit our most vulnerable students.
Members, are there questions? Thank you. Susie March, I see that you're representing H.E. Butts Foundation and you are neutral on the bill. Is that correct?
I am. I'm representing a family foundation. HB 98 offers a world-changing, life-changing, elegantly simple success formula. A success formula to contract with local mental health authorities or community-based mental health providers to provide mental health services on a campus in a district. What does it mean to have a professional, well-trained, and excellent partner to provide a multi-tiered system of mental health services on a campus? Y'all, it means everything. Picture a high school campus where an attempted suicide or potential violence by a student is resulting in grief and fear and extreme anxiety for a whole bunch of students. Now picture a place where every teacher knows exactly what to say, where every professional in the school has discussed before this shattering event who in their class might be most vulnerable. Picture teachers who know for sure what resources are available today so that there could be one-to-one services for students. And picture a student who's teetering on the verge of violent or habitual patterns of behavior, who can be skillfully and persistently and patiently led step by step, day by day, to a healthy place of self-regulation while being connected in his school. Picture a qualified, licensed mental health coordinator who can advise parents and advise the principal and the staff with confidence and access a whole network of behavioral health experts because it's their expertise. It's a bench of mental health guides for training and equipping. Well, you're picturing Base Campus. This is not a dream. It's a reality in schools and districts in San Antonio who've established a strong partnership between communities and schools and their licensed mental health professionals and social work network and Clarity Child Guidance, who you heard from earlier today, and the braided funding towards whole school wellness. The H.E. Butt Foundation has been a part that's helped pilot these very pieces that are laid out in the TEA Task Force on Mental Health for a blueprint for us. The right people, the right practice, and the right funding. What House Bill 98 is proposing is not rocket science or a luxury that we can't afford. It is a cost-effective, common-sense partnership that well-trained, compassionate professionals know how to help. Base Campus is one example. We have the right people, we've done the right practices, and we've had the right funding. After the tragedy in Santa Fe in 2018 and the tragedy in Uvalde in 2022, the newsletters of almost every single elected official in this building mentioned the need for mental health services in school. And so I ask you to consider House Bill 98 and meet the needs that showed up in your own newsletters. Thank you.
Ms. March, when I first saw a situation like this for the social workers, I was in Taipei, Taiwan in the late 90s. And I went to an elementary school in Taipei, and they had a whole department of social workers, not one person, several people in that school. They had a complete department of persons, maybe about 10 people that was social workers. If the kid was having a problem, they could go to that department and talk about their issue. And we're just begging for one. And here's a country that's been doing it for years, you know. That's a question. Chairman Dudley.
I want to ask you a question, Madam Chair.
Yes, yes.
I thought you said she was testifying on the bill.
She said she was neutral on the bill.
Well, her testimony sounded like she was for it for me.
Yeah.
Was she? I mean,
I'll tell you what, I'm a big believer in this program in San Antonio. It is fantastic. I represent a family foundation. It's their policy to.
You're testifying on the bill, right?
I am testifying on the bill.
Thank you.
that's kind of inconsistent with your
Supporting.
testimony. I got confused there for a minute.
Members, any further questions? Thank you very much. Laura Heffelfinger. I know I murdered that name.
No,
But at least you know I'm talking, who I'm
You're
talking
hooked
about.
on phonics. I
Kristen Woodruff and Lee Spiller. All right.
Everybody
Got
else?
two other persons to come. Lee was sitting in the back. He'll run in here in a minute. Just give him a moment. Where's Kristen Woodruff? Well, Kristen Woodruff was going to be representing herself, and she's against the bill. And Lee Spiller, representing the Citizens Commission on Human Rights, and he's against the bill. So, Laura, you are representing yourself, and you are against the bill.
Yes.
Okay, you may proceed.
Yes. Hi.
Thank you all for the opportunity to speak before this committee, and I appreciate you being here late to hear our thoughts. I think we've heard ample testimony that we have mental health issues in this state, okay? I'm not arguing that. My thing with this is the school the right place for your child to receive mental health? And I would say no. I have a child that did have to have mental health. His mother was bipolar, and my grandchild, not my child. And I think it's very important who counsels your child, and I think that the parent should have a say in that. And I'm all for Medicare being used to supplement for people that can't afford it or whatever, but I just don't think that school is the place to do it. The school's job is to teach children and to train them. And, if we have a situation or whatever, I'm not against bringing in people to that place to counsel them. And also equipping teachers with a list of, if they see issues on mental health, this is where you can get help. And I think it would be easy for a school to compile a list to give to people, and you can get, this is paid for, whatever. My big deal is doing it within the school, because I think you're taking away the parent's choice of who is going to counsel their own child. And there are differences in counseling techniques and philosophies of counseling, and that the parent should be involved in that. Okay. Now, I understand that this is all brought about by Uvalde and Santa Fe, and that's a tragic situation. But, for something like that, I think the state can bring in counselors to deal with that. And I wouldn't have a problem with those receiving Medicaid in a special, almost like a FEMA type of thing. Mm-hmm. So that's my take on it, and thank you for listening.
Members, any questions? Thank you very much. Okay, is there anyone else here wishing to testify on, for, or against House Bill 98? If not, the testimony on House Bill 98 is now closed, and the chair recognizes Chairman Moody to close on the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the opportunity. I guess I'll just leave you with a different answer to the question that was posed. Is the school the right place to provide mental health support? I will tell you that 201, every single person I visited with in Uvalde will say yes. And in fact, it was those lack of services that created an enormous gap in that community that was partially, this doesn't solve everything, I want to be very clear, there's partially to blame for the tragedy there. So I'm happy to answer any questions if there are any. Otherwise,
Members, the chair moves to leave House Bill 98 pending. Are there any objection? The chair hears none. House Bill 98 would be left pending.
May I be excused, Your Honor?
Thank you very much. Please.
Don't offer and give to somebody else.
House Bill, Chair lays out House Bill 655 and recognizes author Representative Allison.
Okay.
And Representative Hull offers up the committee substitute to House Bill 655, and Representative Allison will explain the substitute.
Thank you, Madam Chair. May I lay it out from here?
Yes, please.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to lay out House Bill 655, which relates to the placement of a school district student who's demonstrated a propensity or engagement in habitually violent behavior or harmful or destructive behavior or damage to school district property. And it strikes a balance in that it maintains the student within the education process, but at the same time protects the safety and well-being of teachers, students, school district employees, school district staff, and district property, particularly when it's reached a situation where, for example, a student assaults and seriously injures a fellow student and another student, and then assaults a district teacher and causes serious injury, goes through the campus detention system, goes through the district detention system, goes through the county, through the JJAEP, and then is back in the district, where their option would be expulsion, which wouldn't serve any purpose, particularly for the student or really anyone, or if it's a special education student, back through the process through an ARD proceeding, that would still be protected. And at the same time, the importance of protecting the safety and fear that's been imposed upon other students and teachers in this case. House Bill 655 attempts to address that, protecting the safety and well-being of the students, teachers, staff members, employees, and at the same time, creating a system where the student that is demonstrating these propensities and this behavior is maintained within the education system. Like I said, it goes through a process with the district that the district will determine if the student needs to go to a virtual setting for a set period of time, whether that's a day or 30 days or whatever, and then back determine if there's a more meaningful or longer range program to put the student in, but at the same time maintaining the safety and well-being of the teachers and students. And then if it's a special education student, goes back through the ARD committee to determine if there's another appropriate alternative treatment to undertake, including therapeutic or residential treatment if that's deemed appropriate, that the school district would pay for, and then under the bill be entitled to reimbursement from the state, whether through the school safety allotment or otherwise.
What is the substitute? What is the substitute?
That the substitute extends it to provide for, rather than just habitual violent behavior, extend it to harmful or destructive behavior to another person or to district property. Also, the original bill talked in terms of the grading periods that had no really relevancy to where the bill was headed, and it takes that out. Otherwise, it stays pretty much the same.
Okay.
So with that, I know there are witnesses that can answer the questions or set the stage much better than I can, so I'll defer to that, but respectfully reserve the right to close.
Okay, members, are there questions?
I have a question, Madam Chair.
Chairman Dutton?
Is the virtual setting, is that at school or is that at home?
It could be either. It would be up to the district to determine.
So the district could actually have a section in the school for all the kids who required virtual?
Yes.
Okay, and the school then would, I guess in that case, provide all the equipment that you needed, but if it was a home virtual, who would provide the hardware and the software for?
The district would provide that as well, but then be able to seek reimbursement from the state later.
Okay, okay. Oh, it's in the substitute. Okay, I was looking at the original bill because I didn't quite understand it. And so does a student, a placement of a student, does it require or give the student any due process rights? For example, if the student wanted to challenge it, or the parent wanted to challenge their placement in a virtual setting.
It would all be, the bill provides that it's the student and or the parent or guardian stands in custodial relationship with the student that would go through that process with the district.
Okay, so the student would have an opportunity to object or something?
Yes.
Okay, okay, Madam Chair, thank you.
How much is this going to cost?
It came back, there's no fiscal note. In fact, the fiscal note that came back said there's no fiscal.
Because they already received money for that student.
But there's, when I was first approached about this by parents and then confirmed with the school district, I was surprised to see that received calls and emails from around the state that it's picking up as a problem around the state. But I think it's still a relatively small number, so I don't anticipate the expense being that great.
Because I'm anticipating, we're asking the school to provide virtual services, so are we going to be compensating them for that?
Yeah.
That's what I was just. Members, are there any further questions? Representative Johnson.
Thank you so much. And Representative Allison, you and I started to talk to each other here before I had seen the committee substitute.
Okay.
And I mentioned to you that the prior bill talked about what I read, 2 hospitalizations in 1 year. And to me, that seemed like a very narrow circumstance. And I've read the news report on the circumstance in case it may have arisen to this, and can understand why people were so concerned. One thing I would caution and ask for you to consider, having done juvenile work as both a prosecutor and a defense attorney, the definitions of assault can be a slap with any indication of pain or redness. Again, injury is not even what we would call serious bodily injury, but any injury, again, could be presumed as a slap to teacher, employee, and damage to property. Could be any kind of mischief. And my caution on that is this is an excessively wide net that could catch up a whole lot of folks. And I thought about what somebody said earlier today about pro-social elements. And so I understand your concern for folks that are putting people in the hospital. But this definition could probably get 3/4 of your student population, maybe even on a daily basis. So I hope you'll think about it, and maybe we can talk after we get done today.
I appreciate that, but I think that's why there has to be a determination that there was a course of such conduct to fit under the bill and to keep the acting student under the education system, but at the same time protect the teachers, students, other employees. Like I think was commented earlier, we know we have a teacher shortage and a teacher crisis. And we know it's compensation, we know it's time management and an ability to have more time for lesson planning and just their own time, but also the conditions. And discipline is one of the top ones. So I think we have to look at something that protects and recognizes and respects our teachers and students, but at the same time recognize the importance of keeping all of our students in the education system.
And I do appreciate that you don't want to expel them. I think that speaks to you and who you are, without a doubt. And the only thing I would ask is if we could talk about it. I don't see the definition on habitual, violent, harmful. And you and I talked about it, the habitual, that could be 2 or 3. And if it's property damage, I think that could catch up quick within a year. So I look forward to continuing to engage because I know how well intended this is, and that's why I wanted to raise it as we started the committee substitute.
Sure, appreciate
Thank you so much. Thank you, Chairwoman.
Yes. Brenda Oaks, William Cook, Sumantha Mohan Kali. I know I killed that name, but I hope somebody recognize. I hope you recognize the name. Okay, you are
Brenda Oates.
Brenda Oaks. William Cook is
William Cook, yes, ma'am.
and Sumantha Mohan Kali is she's here representing herself, and she is for the bill. All right, Brenda, we're gonna let you start off. I showed that you are representing the Northeast Independent School District, and you are for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the committee, I appreciate your time this evening and allowing me to speak to you on behalf of our support from our district for House Bill 655. I currently serve as the Executive Director of Special Education for Northeast ISD, and in that capacity, I also supervise the programs for Section 504. And while this bill is not targeting students with disabilities specifically, it targets all students, it is a bill that would affect many of our students that I supervise and serve. I want to point out that the bill is designed to work for a very small number of students that we experience habitually violent behavior with. with. It is yet another tool in the toolbox of school districts to find a place on the continuum of educational placement where we can work in partnership with parents to help them seek these mental health services that we've been discussing, where their students, their children can seek services that they might be able to reach out and receive in the middle of the school day, whereas they wouldn't be able to do that if they were incarcerated. We want to work with students and parents to find solutions for them, but also keep them in the educational system, ensure that they are receiving an educational service as well. And oftentimes that is what falls by the wayside. The biggest point to this as well is to ensure that all students on the campus and all staff remain safe. And that's really what this is about. Those students who have committed acts that are so violent that they've harmed others, and we can no longer safely provide education for them and ensure the safety of others around them. Currently, a student who engages in these types of behaviors would more than likely receive repeated placements in a disciplinary alternative education center, a DAEP. And as we've heard through testimony this evening, when they return to the school after repeated placements, then we start to see that stigma that comes with it as well. Their peers, their teachers start to see them as that student, that bad kid, and that brings with it a lot of negative connotations that are hard for people to get past, especially if they were impacted directly or indirectly by the violent acts that occurred. We want to make sure that we have a transition program for those students, a transition plan that would ensure that they have access to education, they have access to mental health, but that they also have access to their peers in a safe and supportive way. I know there may be concerns that school districts might use this as a sort of dumping ground, a way to get rid of students. And I don't see that that is the case. There are already systems in place for students who are placed into non-public day schools or residential treatment centers where we seek approval from the Texas Education Agency for these placements. And as part of that plan and that placement, we're required to develop a reintegration plan with goals specific to that student. We also currently seek waiver approval for virtual homebound instruction for students who are confined to their home for a period of 4 weeks or more, and we could easily implement many of those same safeguards with the agency for this bill.
Members, any questions? Representative Johnson.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. Chairwoman, I just want to make sure we're real clear about the testimony you're providing and whether or not it is this committee substitute or the original bill.
The notes that I had prepared were for the original bill specifically because of the connection.
That's why I don't want your testimony that just indicated what I would almost consider some pretty severe violent behavior.
Yes, ma'am.
To be confused with the language that may be submitted to the House floor.
Yes, ma'am.
So let me let you know that this new language says, such as assault, which, as you know, working
Yes,
in
ma'am.
school could be a slap on the face that causes redness. That's not hospitalization or what we would necessarily consider extremely violent or anything like that,
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
Okay. It also says injury or harm to a student. I worry about that term harm to a student because that doesn't even mean bodily injury. That could mean saying something offensive to a student, a teacher, employee, or staff member. Or, not and, or damage to school property. That could be digging into my desk with my pen to draw something offensive or anything else. Does that sound like habitual violent offenses to you?
No, ma'am. And I agree with the discussion earlier on the need to consider definitions and tightening of those things. We currently work in a system under the special education umbrella where anything in the student code of conduct that is considered a mandatory placement is really not mandatory unless it involves a weapon, drugs or alcohol, or serious bodily injury. And I'm sure you know that definition of serious bodily injury means that there is a permanent disfigurement or an impairment in a person's ability to work
That would
beyond
be
that.
a felony grade, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So just to clarify, because you've almost brought up a couple of concepts, which I'm not sure if this is what Representative Allison is getting to or not. But I thought you said something about maybe in lieu of prosecution? Or that's
No,
what I
ma'am.
heard.
No, ma'am.
So you're
We
still
have no control over
anticipating-
that.
Okay.
We have no control over that. But what we know is that students are struggling to have access to services. And our resources are very limited. Our options are a disciplinary placement, an expulsion to JJAEP, or to place them back in the school setting. And if a student is not confined to the home by a medical professional, we can't even provide homebound instruction for that student.
And this is a question to you, because I don't
Yes,
know
ma'am.
the answer. And this may have changed since I've done some of this work. But if somebody gets charged with a criminal offense of which they get referred to delinquent conduct, typically they're always going to get sent to alternative placement out of school, correct?
There is a DAEP placement for Title V felonies, if that's where you're going with that. Typically, yes, that does occur. We also, though, have to consider if it's a student with a disability, whether or not that disability directly impacted, that's part of that ARD process. But more importantly, I think the place that we're failing is in understanding that there's still a need for that mental health treatment, and we're not able to provide that and continue the education.
I think that's my question, which is, do you anticipate that this bill of sending a kid to virtual learning is on top of all the other punishments that we already have in place? Or is it some alternative to not reach those points? Because to me, those are two totally different concepts.
They're two very different things, but I think right now, the way I understand it, it would be another piece of the continuum to be considered. Depending.
Considered or in lieu of, because once you file and accept charges, that ship sailed. And so it feels to me like this is something potentially on top of that, when it may be intended to mitigate, and maybe not. I might be reading this all wrong, but I apologize. I just want to make sure your testimony, as it was described, was not fitting the words I saw on this page, and I didn't want somebody to come back and look at this record and misunderstand which bill you were speaking to. So the language you were referring to was the original bill.
Yes, ma'am.
Not the substitute.
Yes, ma'am. I appreciate that.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Chairwoman.
Chairman Dutton?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to follow up a little bit on that. Are you, if I understood your testimony right, this would be triggered as a result of a student engaging in conduct that resulted in that student being placed in a DAP several times?
Not necessarily.
So you didn't mean that then, because you said...
Well, our only option right now is a DAEP placement or an expulsion. And currently, the students are receiving multiple DAEP placements if they're repeatedly violent, and then returning back to the school where they are oftentimes treated very differently by their peers and by their teachers.
I understand that. But are you saying that this would only be triggered as a result of that conduct?
Yes, or that type of conduct, yes, sir.
Okay, where they would be actually placed in a DAEP.
It would give us the option to provide the instruction to them at home through virtual means rather than that DAEP placement, I guess is where, yeah. And I think it gets muddled in there.
Well, that's akin to what Representative Johnson was.
Yes, sir.
Because I'm not sure that this bill, I'm not sure whether it's in lieu of the placement in DAP or whether or not it is a result of having been placed in a DAP several times. And then the school district can use this virtual learning.
I think I can speak a little bit to the news article that you referenced that perhaps triggered this discussion, in that the student in question had been repeatedly violent, causing serious bodily injury to a peer and then to a school administrator.
And then referred to a DAEP, a JJAP?
The student had been referred to DAEP.
Okay.
Returned to the school, and everything was fine for a short period of time until it wasn't, and then hospitalized a school administrator as well. And so at that point, DAEP had not proven to be in any way effective in changing the student's behavior, nor had any other strategies the school district had tried. What the student needed at that time for the socially maladjusted behavior and mental health needs was mental health services in the clinical setting that we could not provide.
Would you be opposed to this bill, at least one of the requirements being that you all this conduct have resulted in your placement at DAP for some number of times before this bill triggered?
I think that that would be an appropriate consideration, given that the original language of the bill was about the student's habitual behavior, so repeated behaviors. Yes, sir.
Because having served on the Public Education Committee, I can tell you this, that what we found was that we asked a psychologist, does a student's behavior cause their lack of educational achievement? Or does that lack of educational achievement cause their conduct? You know what he said?
What did he say?
That lack of educational achievement causes their conduct.
And I would say that many times that is true. When you look at students with disabilities versus students who are demonstrating socially maladjusted behaviors, those students who are demonstrating socially maladjusted behaviors oftentimes do demonstrate a lack of educational achievement because of their removal from classroom repeatedly. They've been placed in the DAP a number of times. All those things, they're missing out on educational opportunities.
And the DAP is a lesser quality education.
For the purpose of the committee, would you tell us what those letters mean?
Yes, ma'am. Disciplinary alternative education placement. It is strictly a disciplinary placement resulting from a student's behavior. And so I would say that it is often very difficult to provide a high-quality education at a DAP placement because you have students in a district our size, for example, coming together from 20-plus secondary campuses into one setting. And while we do have one district-approved scope and sequence and curriculum framework, it's hard to ensure that you're on the same spot and that we have enough highly qualified, certified teachers in every single content with the expertise, particularly at high school level, to provide that education, whereas in a virtual homebound instruction, we could provide that.
So the virtual homebound instruction or the virtual instruction would be on the same quality as your instruction in the regular classroom?
It is collaboratively provided currently by a teacher who provides homebound instruction working side by side with their teacher of record. It may be their teacher of record that provides that instruction, or it may be another teacher that works with them. So yes, it's more exactly what they're getting in the classroom.
But let me ask this. So before you place a kid in the DAEP, do you provide them any kind of hearing or anything?
Yes, sir. They go through a disciplinary hearing. Their parents do. They have meetings at the campus level.
Before you place them in there?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, they are afforded due process.
Right. Okay.
All students are through the hearing process.
Right.
And if they are a student with a disability, be that served under special education or Section 504, then there's also a manifestation meeting to determine if the behavior was directly related to the disability.
And in that case, you can't place them in the DAP?
Not unless both the parent and the school district agree. Yes, sir.
Yeah. And so I mean, the concern I had is whether or not we're adding on top of the discipline that we now inflict on a student. Because we did the DAPs in public ed because the principle was we were never going to expel a child to the street.
Right.
And that's why we did the DAPs. And now what we're saying is we are going to send them to the street, but virtually. So they'll have to be a virtual candidate for public education.
Well, I think what we're saying is that in partnership with the parent, we want to work out a situation where the parents are able to provide or access services for their child while still receiving educational services.
Yeah.
My experience during this current school year includes some very young students who have become extremely violent, and their parents are seeking that mental health care outside of the school system. And in order to achieve that, they have to withdraw from our schools because we have no mechanism that would allow us to provide educational services to them.
The last thing that concerns me is that one of the things the pandemic taught us is that most children don't learn virtually.
I think that one thing, I wouldn't disagree with you completely that it is a different type of learning, but I would say that one thing we learned in our district was a better way to provide instruction to students virtually, and that there always has to be a consideration as to whether that virtual instruction also affords that free, appropriate public education that we're obligated to provide. And if that's not the right means for that student, if we can't provide them an appropriate education, then we have to fall back on other existing structures.
What's the racial makeup of your district?
It has changed dramatically. So I'm looking over my shoulder there. We have a large Hispanic population. We have a growing socioeconomically disadvantaged population and a growing African American population as well.
And what's the makeup of the kids going into the DAP?
I cannot answer that off the top of my head. I'm sorry.
Could you get us that?
I can get you the information,
Okay.
yes, sir.
All right. Okay. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Any other questions, members? Thank you. Mr. Cook, you are representing yourself, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you are for the bill?
Yes, ma'am, I
May
am.
proceed. Thank you for being patient with us, the committee today.
Oh, you bet.
Okay.
I'm a neophyte at this, so
Okay.
bear with me. But this is very succinct, but it does have a little bit different ideas. Let me just get to it. My name is William Cook, and I am here to speak on behalf of myself. I want to speak in favor of House Bill 655. I'm a public school teacher in Texas. I am in my 23rd year of teaching and coaching. I am not here as a representative of my school district. In addition to my public school experience, I have 25 years working in both public accounting and private accounting in industry. I began my elementary education on south side of San Antonio in 1959 and continued my journey earning my college degree at TCU in 1975. I did go through Northeast, so, and for my high school. If you've done the math, I just turned 70 and absolutely love my profession, and I never want to retire. I feel a real need and a passion for it.
We hereby anoint you to work as long as you want. Committee gives you that permission.
Yes, ma'am. With my experience, I hope to offer a helpful perspective. As a teacher, I am disappointed in the current process of discipline for physical violence by students in a public school environment. This trend towards allowing students to return to schools within a short period of time is very counterproductive. When a student is removed or when the student returns, the group dynamics changes for the campus, for the classroom, for the athletic field. Some of them, I've even talked to some students and have witnessed where they enjoy the notoriety of being a tough kid on campus or tough girl on campus. And that's their way of mattering, which is very sad to me. Some of them have remarked to me that they would not be allowed to act this way at home, but they can come to school and know that they can fight and not get that much trouble. I've also noticed that if the consequence of their behavior does not cost them enough to change, that individual will repeat the behavior and not take the avenue of being a productive citizen, but will rely on government assistance, including law enforcement. Over the years, I have witnessed the disruption of the educational environment and the trend of accommodating and tolerating the perpetrator and the subsequent decline of overall educational achievement. In addition to protecting the physically violent student, we owe a duty to protect the innocent, all the other students and staff. Today, new teachers are very frustrated and leave the profession because of this. It's a primary example that I've seen. Safeguarding the educational setting, as you know, is one of the primary goals of all educational campuses. And comparing the success of private schools to public schools, it appears that private schools do not tolerate physically violent students. In a discussion with the UT administrator, I discovered that many of the students at UT, when they're freshmen, have to take 18 months to remediate because of the lower quality of education. It wasn't that way when I went to school and went to college. Also, many businesses are complaining to me about the lack of academic and behavior skills by new staff, but I'm for HB.
Members, are there any questions?
655.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, Representative Dutton, I was hoping to ask.
We got a bunch more people
Yes, ma'am.
testifying.
Okay. I'll talk to you in private.
Francesca Leahy, Christina Brogo, and Paige Clay.
That's Paige. That's Francesca. I don't think she's here. Christine.
Is Christine here? Christine would be representing the Texas for Special Education Reform and herself, and she's testifying. She would have been testifying against the bill. We got another person.
1 minute. Yes. I call Sophia Alejandro.
Sophia Alejandro. Okay, Sophia, since I called you last, I'm gonna let you start first. You are Sophia Alejandro, and you are representing yourself, and you are against the bill.
Yes, ma'am.
Would you please proceed?
Yes, ma'am. Good evening. Thank you so much for your time. My name is Sofia Alejandro. I am a teacher at Thomas Jefferson High School in San Antonio. I am here today to oppose and express my concern for House Bill 655. This bill would label students as habitually violent and force them into a virtual setting. As an educator, I know that harsh methods of school discipline disproportionately impact students of color and students with disabilities. I work in the west side of San Antonio at a Title I school. Throughout my time teaching, I have encountered all different kinds of students. However, when it comes to this bill, I can't help but think of one. For the sake of this, let's call him James. James was always in and out of trouble. One day, he was sitting in my class and suddenly started verbally fighting with the student beside him. James and the boy jumped out of their seats, and before I could jump between them, James punched the boy next to him. James was sent to alternative school for assault. When he came back a few weeks later, he walked to my room and said, "I know when I fight in your class, it can come back on you. I'm sorry, miss. I know I can do better." He walked out of my room, and I never saw him again. He dropped out. Let me tell you a little bit more about James. He comes from a family where his dad left when he was a child. His mother had to get multiple jobs to take care of the kids, and unfortunately, James was the oldest, so now he had to step up at home. He couldn't play football, he couldn't join clubs, he couldn't hang out with his friends. He was an angry guy. Let me be clear, I'm not excusing his behavior. I'm simply saying I'd probably be a little angry too. Once he was sent to alternative school, he lost his community, his school friends. There are two things that I want to point out about this story. First, James was a student that was listed as emotionally disturbed, which simply means it's not uncommon for him to lose control of his emotions. It can't be ignored, however, that by his own accord, he came to me and he apologized. He knew better. I knew that at the time. They always know better. The second thing that I want to point out is that I am still trying to pick up the pieces from virtual learning. As someone who was also in college during the COVID era, I want to point out that it is not the same as learning in a classroom. Virtual learning is not the same as a Zoom meeting. I fear that labeling students as habitually violent will lead to more self-fulfilling prophecies like James. If we want true change, let's look into mental health programs. Let's ask teachers what they need. Let's create preventative and restorative practices. Believe me, as an educator, I want my students, my colleagues, and myself safe. I want to go to school and not have to worry about violence. However, a state law seeking to label students in damaging ways doesn't seem to be the answer. I implore you to consider the harmful and ambiguous language of this bill before passing it out of committee. Thank you so much for your time.
Members, any questions? Thank you. All right, Francesca Leahy.
Good evening. Thank you for the time
You
to
are
speak.
representing yourself. You are against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct, ma'am.
Please proceed.
Good evening. My name is Francesca Fraga Leahy, and I currently live in Austin. I'm here representing myself to testify in opposition to HB 655. I'm a native Texan from Waco and a parent of two beautiful young boys who I hope are asleep by now, and a former middle school teacher. I've taught in Title I schools in the Rio Grande Valley, in Waco, and in Austin. And all told, I have 15 years of experience at both the classroom and state levels. I oppose this bill because it risks removing at-risk kids to virtual learning, isolating them from a supportive classroom environment, risking academic and developmental harm to kids most in need of our support. As a teacher, it was my job to ensure that all students, regardless of ability or life circumstance, received a high-quality education that prepared them for college, careers, and civic engagement and beyond. Removing a kid from my classroom would have only made it harder for me to strengthen trust and build relationships with each kid and their family to facilitate learning. As a parent, nothing is more important to me than my kids' safety, especially at school. To that end, we need proactive and sufficiently funded school-based mental health programs and common sense laws to prevent gun violence. We do not need to remove students to inferior and often ineffective virtual learning for indefinite time periods. We do not need to increase the likelihood of student involvement with the juvenile or criminal legal systems as a result of the provision on district consultation with law enforcement. I ask that you do not pass HB 655 out of committee as written, and thank you for your time.
Members, are there any questions? All right, Paige, Clay, it's your time. And I see that you represent the IDRA and yourself, and you're against the bill. And would you tell us what IDRA stands for?
Yes, ma'am. Good evening, Chairwoman Thompson, Vice Chair Hull, and members. Thank you so much for sticking it out. And thank you, Chair Thompson. The agenda for today's hearing really reflects the seriousness with which this committee takes its charge. And there's so many wonderful things that we can do to help the children of Texas. IDRA stands for the Intercultural Development Research Association, but we go by IDRA. We are very proud to be celebrating our 50th anniversary this year, and we were founded on a simple premise that every child deserves access to a high-quality public education that prepares them for access to college. At our IDRA, our mission is very simple. It's children first, and it's with that spirit that I respectfully oppose House Bill 655. Representative Allison, I did have the opportunity to connect with your office today, very thoughtful conversation, so appreciate the opportunity to engage in dialogue. Unfortunately, after hearing even more about this bill as amended in the committee substitute, my concern has only grown with the excessively growing definition of habitually violent, which is one of the first concerns that we have. I also want to flag that I come to this committee and to this space. I think I'll be coming to this committee many times this session, working on school safety and discipline. And I come here as the parent of 4 kids who are or will be in Texas public schools, as the parent of a child with a mental health related disability, and as the daughter of a 30-plus-year-old educator who was Teacher of the Year in 2021, which, as you can imagine, is a significant accomplishment. And I vet my testimony and my positions with all those stakeholders who I'm ultimately accountable to. I'm very concerned. We've not seen any data supporting the necessity of this bill. There's not a term habitually violent in a current PEMS code, so I'm having a very hard time understanding the need and prevalence for this issue, recognizing, of course, that the stories of impact are quite disturbing and quite challenging. Similarly, we have not seen or heard reference to any evidence demonstrating that removal to virtual setting is appropriate for children, as you heard, who are most vulnerable, the most at risk, and the most high needs. If there's anything that I think everyone can agree on and has agreed on coming out of the pandemic, it's that virtual education is not what the students and the parents of Texas want. It's not a high-quality option for the vast majority of kids, and certainly not the kids who need those school-based resources and supports to navigate this very challenging behavior. It's also concerning, and now I'm hearing, I have not had the opportunity to review the committee substitute, but I'm now hearing language about the bill covering a propensity to engage in violence, and of course other offenses that disproportionately that Black children, other children with disabilities, and students of color are disproportionately impacted by. And the data will show that, particularly when these removals are discretionary, those are the kids who are more likely than not showing up in those sorts of removals. And again, those are also our most at-risk kids. I think it bears reminding this committee that there's already a robust threat assessment place and process for children who do engage in this highly problematic behavior. There's also been wonderful discussion today about really excellent policies that would support educators and students and families in navigating these really complex issues. I want to acknowledge absolutely that there are times where kiddos need to be removed from the classroom for their safety, for the safety of the classroom community. But removal from the classroom is not the same as taking them out of the school and totally divorcing them from the critical school-based support and resources that parents and kiddos need. And so with that, remain available for questions, and thank you all for your attention.
Members, are there any
work on
questions?
this.
Thank you very much. Christy Furge, Pat Freeze, and Edgar Pacheco. We apologize for the long wait, but the agenda was long today, heavy bills. But thank you so much for being patient with us. Okay, Christy.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I show you as representing yourself and you're against the bill.
Yes, ma'am.
Christy Furge.
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 Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Furge. You may proceed, please.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. So my name is Christy Furge. I'm here to speak against House Bill 655.
You want to pull that microphone just a little bit closer?
Is that a little better?
Yeah.
Okay. And thank you, Chairperson Thompson and the other members of the committee for agreeing to hear me today. So I'm a parent of this 9-year-old little boy here who has a few superpowers. One of his superpowers is autism spectrum disorder. Although he is verbal, he is classified as low on the spectrum, related to his overwhelming response to sensory input, including the inability to cope when overstimulated by noise, sense, sight, and touch, excessive activity or commotion, spatial awareness, and rigid and flexible thought processes. His responses in the public school setting have included behavioral meltdowns and/or elopement, which entails aggression toward himself or others, severe agitation, yelling, throwing objects, or eloping from the primary stressor. After experiencing a frustrating and disappointing public school experience, we enrolled him at an incredible private school specifically for autistic children that adheres to ABA methodology. I am under a non-disclosure agreement to share the devastating facts of the situation, but I can share that since his enrollment, he has not had any episodes of any meltdowns or elopements because he is in the right learning environment with teachers trained to understand his needs. My son is excelling academically, and he has caught up from being 1.5 years behind when he entered the private school. And he loves school for the first time in his life. As a mom, I am so grateful that he is in the very best learning environment for him. My concerns for House Bill 655 include possible reentry into the public school, where my son exhibited those behaviors as described before. I'm legally not allowed to disclose much, but as a mom, I'm pleading. My child does not deserve or require to be placed in a remote virtual learning environment because in his previous school, his autistic behavior included outbursts of a very frustrated little boy, my boy, who was not being served. My child and every child deserves evidence-based education practices for ASD kids that are proven to prevent maladaptive behaviors, reactions. So the remote learning is in utter opposition of education evidence-based practices for children with ASD. It's simply a way to discard children with simple needs like my child to an environment that stifles their growth while ensuring the physical schools do not have to deal with them. Any parent and ASD expert will confirm that multi-component practices and strategies are proven to achieve the highest success rates for long-term functionality, coping, and socialization in individuals
Can you
with...
wrap it up? Your 3 minutes up.
Yes, ma'am. With ASD. So the NCAEP affirms that peer-based interactions and intervention, along with social skills training, increases ASD children with the capability to engage in social interactions appropriately and successfully with others. These are the same methods being used by my son's private school. Do you mind if I just close?
I see he keeps you all in the dictionary.
I'm sorry?
I was reading your material. He keeps you and your husband on your toes.
Oh, girl, you have no idea. He keeps us on Google.
Members, any questions? Thank you. Pat, freeze or freeze?
Freeze.
Thank you.
Freeze.
Okay, all right. I see that you are representing yourself and you're against the bill.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. And Representative Johnson, I think you've been looking over my shoulder because you've already addressed just about everything that I wanted to say. And Representative Allison, I would like to respectfully, very respectfully disagree with House Bill 655. I find some of the language in House Bill 655 to be problematically vague. I encourage this committee to review how the bill defines habitually violent behavior. In one of my previous versions, I had defined habitually, I had defined violent and behavior, but I don't have time to do that here. So I would also encourage the committee to review how the bill defines a legitimate ongoing threat. There are other terms in the bill that additionally are ambiguous. Reimbursement for past expenses. I think past expenses should be defined, and appropriate funding for future expenses. I think appropriate should be defined, and future expenses should be defined. Now, to get into what I wanted to say, I understand that violent behaviors are increasing in schools and interfering with teachers and learning. I totally get that. Do we know what I was going to say, do we know why this is? But I think after all the testimony today, we know why this is. Do we care? Again, after all the testimony today, clearly we care about why this is happening. But for some, it's easier to label the disruptive students as habitually violent, like habitual criminals. We are already criminalizing even minor infractions in school, and I know this to be a fact because as an advocate, I get calls from parents regularly whose children have been arrested or detained for something ridiculous. More and more childish acts are being criminalized. Give me just a moment.
You got a whole 3 minutes.
I know, really, I better hurry up. I would just like to ask, who benefits if we label a child habitually violent? This bill proposes to place a student who engages in habitually violent behavior, whatever that is, in a virtual setting. Did we not learn anything from COVID? And we did. I have so much to say, but I want to speak. The lady, the executive director of the special education, said, talking about the continuum of placements, she said, she referred to Homebound. I subscribe to LRP publications. In that it's mostly for schools, but I subscribe to it as well. In that publication, there's a chart for schools that clearly defines homebound instruction and instruction in the home. Those are two completely different things. And instruction in the home is on the continuum of placement. So although I don't want students to be placed in virtual in their homes, that is on the continuum. So homebound is not, shouldn't even come into this. My final thought is let's not take a knee-jerk reaction and write off all students who may be having a hard time in this crazy world we live in now. Let us meet these students where they are, dig deeper within ourselves, and find a way to reach them.
Members, are there any questions? We thank you for your testimony.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Edgar Pacheco, how are you?
Good, how are you, Madam Chair?
Okay, it's your time. I see that you are representing yourself and you are against the bill.
Correct, yes.
Okay, you can go.
Madam Chair, members, thank you very much for allowing all of us the time to speak. I've worked with a lot of you on various special education issues, and I appreciate the time that I have today to speak on this. As my colleague and Ms. Fruget have said, I respectfully oppose HB 655. And normally you see me advocating for the special education side of the issue. But today, Ron, I want to touch base on the general education side of it, because ultimately, even students in special education automatically qualify as students in general education. And first and foremost, they're gen ed students. That being said, the national average for special education students identified that receive special ed services nationwide is 14.5%. The state of Texas, according to the 2020-2021 data set from TEA, has us at 11.3%, very well underneath the national average. And for a lot of time, there was a cap instituted by TEA that placed that average at 8.8% for many years, meaning that there are thousands, if not tens of thousands of students who in the past have been denied services in special education because of that cap. And for that purpose, the federal government fined the state of Texas back in 2017, I believe it's $277 million for failing to provide special education services and for failing in their child find obligations, which is to locate, identify, and evaluate those children all across the state, or those children who live within a specific district's boundaries. And that being said, when we're talking about this habitual violent behavioral pattern, that number one is too vague, as many of my other colleagues have stated. But number two, when we're talking about the simple aspect of going and requesting an evaluation, there are parents who are being denied this evaluation, or who maybe their child is evaluated, but they're being denied special education services for whatever reasons at this point in time. And so that being said, behavior is a method of communication. And a lot of these students who are acting out in these specific ways, and behavior can mean anything from throwing a chair to not wanting to go to school to avoiding tasks at school. That is a behavior. And a lot of these students are behaving in a specific manner because they have no other method of expressing their frustrations. And so to that point, what I would respectfully ask this committee is oppose HB 655, because the answer is not to criminalize, and the answer is not to act punitively on these kids. The answer is to continue supporting positive behavioral supports, intervention, mental health resources that will allow a lot of these students to continue in this educational setting, flourishing and prospering without the necessity of being able to being placed in a virtual setting for an indeterminate period of time, subject to the criteria set by the school district that may very well be permanent. Thank you, members.
Have you had a chance to work with the author of the bill?
Yes, we spoke with his office this morning, and between myself and Ms. Fruget, and we went and submitted recommendations to the office of the author. And we are willing, and I'm more than willing to work with Representative Allison. As I've said, I've worked with a lot of the members on this committee, but the bill as it stands, and even the committee substitute, I don't believe that there's a way that I could support it, and I'm not going to speak for anyone else, but it is very difficult for me as a special education advocate to support it.
Members, are there any questions on Mr. Pacheco? Thank you very much for your testimony. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right.
You got it.
Gabriel Zidon, Emily Grantham, and Steve Alleman. Steve, you're getting to be a regular around here. All right, Steve, you are representing Disability Rights Texas, and you're against the bill, right?
Yes, ma'am, and I want to be, for the record, against the bill as introduced and against the committee substitute.
Okay, then you have 3 minutes.
Very good. I won't take 3 minutes.
Well, we appreciate any time you give us back.
Very good. I'm Stephen Alman with Disability Rights Texas. Our basic premise is that there are challenging behaviors in schools. There are challenging behaviors by some students with disabilities. That's not in dispute. What is in dispute is what are the solutions, what are the answers? And we humbly submit to you all that this legislation is not it. It's about supports. It's about resources for those supports for students with disabilities. I want to be very clear that every situation that's been contemplated, at least if conducted by a student with a disability, there is no impediment in state or federal law to allow a school district to say, we are going to impose discipline. And if the behavior at question is because of the disability, what we would say in legal jargon, a manifestation, then there are appropriate responses. There are appropriate responses by way of programming, and if necessary, considering a change of placement. There is nothing in the law that currently impedes a school district from convening an art committee meeting today to review behavior that may be an impediment to learning to either the student or to other students. So there's already mechanisms in place for school districts to respond to these situations. So the legislation on that face is unnecessary. We also, again, just want to emphasize that really, as we've heard over and over again this evening, and this will be my last point, it's really more about the proactive response. It's about what do we do to enable schools to proactively analyze why is a student conducting that behavior. As Edgar just said a lot of times, and others have said, behavior is communication. So what is a student trying to communicate? How do we analyze and understand the behavior and then provide an appropriate response? And if part of the response is, for everyone's well-being, we need to put a student in a more restrictive setting, hopefully temporarily. There is, as mentioned, another legal term, continuum of educational placements. Legally, school districts can make a change, and parents are afforded their rights to challenge that if they dispute that. So everything in the system is geared to provide an answer if an answer is needed. More fundamentally, it's about resources and providing the resources for the services to help both the student and the teacher, both at the end of the day, go home safely and with progress having been demonstrated. Thank you.
Members, are there any questions? Thank you. Emily Granham, I see that you're representing yourself and you are against the bill.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct. I am here to express my deepest concern for House Bill 655. The language of this bill allows for students to be labeled as habitually violent and to funnel those students into virtual teaching mediums. Not only does data prove that virtual school is unsatisfactory, but bills like this also affect students of color and disabilities at highly disproportionate rates. I am a 6th and 7th grade science teacher at a low-income district in San Antonio. During my time in the classroom, I have had students make mistakes, several going to alternative school, getting into arguments, and in moments of frustration, laying hands on one another and classroom property. I was going to share a story of a student of mine, one of my special education students, but the story was very similar to a student that's actually in this room. So I will acknowledge that I have a story that's very similar. And there have been multiple incidents throughout the school year that subjective opinion and interpretation of a bill like this would prevent my student from the least restrictive environment. So I do want to respect the story in this room, and I want to talk about something else. The age range that I teach is 11 to 13-year-old children, an age range that are incredibly formative years in a person's life. Students are learning to navigate their identity and interests, but they're also kids learning to navigate their emotions, formulate healthy relationships, approach conversations with social emotional intelligence, develop empathy, create attainable personal goals, make responsible decisions, utilizing self-control and self-awareness. These are all things they learn during these years. Emotional regulation has to be taught. Students that are in middle school right now were denied the learning to navigate these social interactions due to being virtual during COVID, and I see that in my classroom every day. I've had to get in the way of journals being thrown across the room because someone gave them the wrong look. I had a student aggressively approach another student over a Pokemon card, but forgot that he had a giant pair of scissors in his hand, a situation that could have easily resulted in something very serious. Not to mention my classroom supplies are destroyed and damaged on a daily basis. I mean, I teach middle school. Like, that's just something that happens. They're kids. All students are deserving of the least restrictive teaching environment, though. And these are quick stories that also are heavily stories that rely on my special education students. Now, this format that is being proposed for students who exhibit a need for additional opportunities to learn to interact with peers, emotionally regulate, pushing students that have these outbursts only serves to fully delay them, which does not prepare them to be a functioning member of society. I, of course, recognize the need for school safety. However, what is sustainable and long-term is to instead make sure that mental health resources are funded and to focus on restorative discipline instead of exclusionary. These are the steps to forming long-lasting safe schools that seek to provide students with the opportunity to regulate their emotions to guide rational decision-making. Consequences for students is fine, but I do urge you to instead allow students the opportunity to learn and grow through positive modeling, restorative practices, and social emotional learning instead of laws that label students in a way that is damaging. So please consider opposing this bill.
Members, any questions? Thank you. Gabrielle Seiden, I see that you're representing the Austin Area Urban League and yourself, and you're against the bill.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Gabriela Zaidan. I'm the policy analyst and education advocate at Austin Area Urban League, as well as the chief of education for the young professionals and the lead on the Equity and Excellence Project in education. This amendment of Chapter 37 of the Texas Code of Education is another example of dealing with the symptoms of the problem rather than addressing the root cause. Of course, we all agree that violence against classmates and teachers is reprehensible, and it needs to be dealt with. But kids do not become violent overnight. There are warning signs to the mental state that leads a student to harm another student or teacher, but they have usually told us verbally and non-verbally that they are not okay, that they do not feel represented, that they do not feel supported or valued and believed, and that they need help. If we are to reduce, if not eliminate, school violence, we need to read these red flags early on and implement policies that rely on prevention, monitoring, and intervention. Half of Texas school districts have no mental health supports. And according to the Mental Health America, Texas ranks last in our nation. So it's clear that we need to increase counselors, social workers, mental health professionals. And additional to that, we need to make sure that we are engaging with all educational stakeholders, primarily the people that are most impacted by this, which are the students and the parents, because they are the ones with the wealth of knowledge. Regardless of our data and research, we need to go back to them. And let's partner with the communities, the churches, and give schools the financial means so that they can make sure that they can pay for mental health professionals. But most of all, let's change our approach from punishment to prevention. Studies after studies have shown that punishment and exclusion do not improve students' behavior or school safety. We need to consider also that narrative is incredibly powerful, which is what we've talked about numerous times today. And the narrative that we teach these youth at such a young age is that they are different, that they don't matter, that they are removable, and that they are to blame, even though we as adults are the ones who hold the tools. A narrative that honestly increases dropout rates and pushes youth, especially Black, brown, and students with disabilities, into the criminal justice system. We see this with the school-to-prison pipeline. How the educational justice system is tied to the judicial system is something I cannot understand to this day. And this is a narrative that is influenced by bias and bigotry. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. This amendment does nothing to address the anguish, the pain, the isolation that so many students feel when they say that they consistently suffer silently, and the loss of community that many of our youth are living. We must invest in children and not invest in criminalizing them. And we must ask ourselves, are we actually making a change in the system, or are we choosing to remain the same? I ask that we try to practice more restorative justice. We try to look at our history and understand that today we are making history. And how do we want to be remembered? It's not right that children keep taking the weight and the responsibility, and an institution that tells them that they need to trust us originally from the beginning.
Members, are there questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Andrew Harrison, Christian Caballero, and Yosa Elagon. All right, who would like to go first?
If I may, Chairwoman, I'm Christian Caballero, representing myself, but I'm also with Texas Appleseed.
You show that, just a minute. You show that you're representing Texas Appleseed and yourself.
Yes.
You're against the bill.
Yes. Is it possible to donate my time to my coworker at Texas Appleseed, Andrew Harrison?
We have shown you that who you're representing, who you're against, and who want to be next?
To Andrew Harrison.
Andrew Harrison, you are representing Appleseed, and yourself, and you're against the bill. Yes, ma'am. Please proceed.
Okay.
You got 3 minutes.
Good evening, Chairwoman Thompson, and to the members of the Select Committee. Thank you for your diligence today and for your service. I'm Andrew Hairston. I direct the Education Justice Project at Texas Appleseed, here speaking against HB 655. So I'm a lawyer and I'm thinking about history. I have a deep appreciation for it. And I am appreciating the inheritance of habitually violent from the Nixon administration and its examination of black families and the pathologizing that came with that to say that black families were responsible for the woes that they face rather than the society in which they existed, all the way to the Clinton administration, where super predators were supposedly roaming the streets and were irredeemable and could not be rehabilitated. To think about this phrase, habitually violent, as we have expressed to Representative Allison and in so many of our written and spoken materials, very much so speaks to that deep history of treating black children, LGBTQ young people, kids with disabilities, as if they are other, as if they can be ostracized and placed out of their school environments. We're thinking about what has been lifted up during this committee process today, that there is a robust threat assessment process in place that was passed by this body in 2019 that is still underway in terms of its implementation. We have a report coming out by the end of the month to look at SB 11 from 2019 and to think about the many ways in which the implementation of that bill are lacking as schools struggled with the pandemic. And this bill, SB 11 from 2019, would create the mechanisms for many districts across the state of Texas to address the root concerns at play here.
Mr. Harrison, you are speaking on House Bill 655, right?
That's right. Yes, ma'am. Yeah. But just thinking about what exists in state law and why this is superfluous at best and very harmful at worst.
Okay.
To think about certain provisions of the bill, like therapeutic services, one thing that I think a lot of us are facing is that the pandemic occurred and young people saw 1 million people die, more than would have died in a similar 3-year period. And the push is to just move past it and act as if it didn't occur. And so to think about the idea of therapeutic services being required of these young folks, and then a reimbursement process being implemented against them, you have to think about the economic devastation that has been wrought by the pandemic. So if you're labeled habitually violent, then placed in virtual learning indefinitely, and then expected to pay for it up front, we have to think about the history that is bearing down upon, again, black and brown folks across the state, and so many folks who are still grappling with the effects of the pandemic. So for these reasons and more, we urge you very, very vehemently to oppose HB 655.
Members, are there any questions? Thank you. All right, Kristen Caballero.
Oh, she did?
Oh,
I can still speak. I was trying to donate my time to him, but I can still speak. It's very, very brief.
not necessary.
Okay.
We got plenty of speakers.
Okay.
We're not short on speakers.
I'll let my.
Okay, I was gonna call, Mr. Elgin.
Every attempt has been great, I promise.
You have to pronounce your name for me.
It's Uyosa Elgon.
Okay, and you are representing, Texas Appleseed and yourself,
Yes,
and you're against the bill.
yes, I'm against the bill, speaking on behalf of myself mostly. Originally it says good morning, but I'd rather say good evening at this point. So good evening, representatives. I'm Uyosa Elgon. I'm a 24-year-old community member from Houston, Texas. It's a privilege to have driven from Houston this morning to speak with you today for 3 reasons. One, I am the product of the first wave of virtual learning in school districts, particularly the Power Up program in the Houston ISD, where they gave plenty of us laptops and Wi-Fi access to do all sorts of really nifty things from home. I also graduated from college at the University of Houston at the time of the pandemic, and I'll say that both my experience in high school and my later years of college were really difficult in that virtual learning environment. I felt very distant from my teachers and professors and all my learning opportunities. 2, I am the older brother of my brilliant and beautiful and very Black 13-year-old sister. And during the COVID-19 shutdown, even as brilliant as she is, she struggled to maintain her learning journey online. 3, many of my sister's peers have and still struggle to maintain focus in their frustrations and manifest it into behavioral issues. Even with the wisdom that's been shared in this room throughout today, we understand this bill to make no sense. But without that, the bill is just straight up dangerous. The author says that this will keep kids in the learning process, but frankly, there is no learning process when you're staring at a screen for 8 hours of the day. Challenging behavior is unideal, but we should not exclude students from a supportive school environment where students can build up relationships with teachers and peers and learn crucial social skills. It's clear that this bill will disproportionately harm non-white students, especially Black students, due to rampant implicit bias. Also, it's alarming that we're considering using the virtual world as a solution after this committee's discussion of the mental health impacts of online life. We should direct resources towards strategies that prevent behavior issues, including mental health supports, trauma-informed care, and restorative practices. We should never oust a child in the name of expediency. I also find it kind of weird that social media companies have been proven to be habitually violent, yet earlier representatives replied and said that we're very pro-business. I'm really interested in us being pro-child in this committee. So I pray that you invest your time and your attention and our resources towards creating safe and supportive school environments. I also want a point of logistics. Susmita from earlier today is actually against the bill. She accidentally at the kiosk put for. I want to know later how to kind of fix that for the record, and she can also work on that as well. But thank you for your time.
Members, any questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Celeste Brown, Jaime Puente, and Andrea Chevalier. Okay, Celeste Brown, you are representing Compass Rose Public School and yourself, and you're neutral on the bill.
May the record show I'm representing just Compass Rose Public Schools on the bill.
Pardon me?
May the record show that I'm just representing Compass Rose Public Schools on the bill.
Okay.
Yeah. For myself, it would be.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay,
Thank you.
thank you. May I correct your record?
Yes, please.
You have self included.
Yes, please.
Okay,
Thank you.
okay. You may proceed.
Thank you. Good evening, again. My name is Celeste Brown, and I am the Director of Advocacy and Communications for Compass Rose Public Schools, a pre-K through 12 school network serving San Antonio, Manor, and Bastrop. And you may be wondering why a public charter school is speaking at all regarding this bill, but we are in the process of opening our first alternative social emotional supported school this fall. So a DAEP supported school will be opening this fall in San Antonio, where I am born and raised myself. And I'm here to testify on the bill because we can appreciate and acknowledge the intent, right? And the intent is not malicious. It is to create safer schools and make clear that violence has no place in our classrooms, which we believe is something we all can agree on. We also understand that the intent of this bill is for virtual learning placement to be a last resort after DAEPs, JJAEPs, threat assessments, etc. But there is not language in the bill that ensures that. We believe this bill could use additional guardrails for when and how schools may exercise this option, when and only if absolutely necessary. At Compass Rose, we are deeply committed to restorative justice practices and keeping students learning. As was mentioned earlier tonight, the pandemic showed us the impact that virtual learning has had on learning loss. The language in this bill around what constitutes as violent or assault is broad and vague, which will likely lead to this legislation disproportionately impacting Black and brown students. The fact that this bill does not place timelines on placement in virtual learning can also lead students to being kept out of classrooms indefinitely, which we cannot agree with. Not every student lives in an environment that is most conducive to learning virtually, and not every student has a parent or guardian that can support virtual learning for them indefinitely. Our number one priority remains keeping students and educators safe, but we hope to work with the author to tighten up these issues to ensure that this is approached from a lens of equity and restorative justice, and that conversations and legislation can continue to focus on the root cause by supporting schools with more resources to support the social and emotional well-being of all students. Thank you.
Members, any questions? Thank you. Jaime Puente, you're representing Everett Texan, and you're against the bill, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. My name is Jaime Puente. I represent Everett Texan, and I'm against the bill. Thank you all very much for hanging out on a very late night. I'm sure this will not be the last one this session. And so, I really think that, I really want to thank you all, and especially you, Representative Allison. I think that, the conversations that were had today are important for our kids. But every Texan is against HB 655, precisely for the many reasons that we've heard tonight. Putting kids out of school is not going to solve the problem. And we understand that teachers, especially after the last 2 years, have had a lot to deal with. They have had the, proverbial foot on their neck by some leaders in the state. And that has not made it easier. Students have had the foot on their neck by some leaders in the state, and that has not made life easier for them. And so now we have a bill that proposes to put kids out, the most troubled kids out, and let them learn on their own, and let them be to their own devices. And that's just not a viable solution. We're going to pay for it either way. We're either going to pay for it by providing the resources, healthcare, mental health care supports to our students, or we're going to pay for it in prisons. And we can do one or the other. We're going to do one or the other, regardless of whether we like it or not. So I think that it's a much better investment to do what some of the experts, some of my colleagues have come up and testified, which is provide kids the resources, provide teachers the resources, schools the resources they need to make healthy, safe environments, and provide the most at-risk kids the healthcare, the resources, the supports that they need in and out of school. One of the things I'm going to be saying, you might hear me say a lot in this committee and in other committees, is that public education is the tie that binds our communities, our state, and our nation together. We need public schools, and our kids need public schools to remind them who we are as a state and nation. When you put kids out of school, they can learn that from anywhere. You heard today, many of you were talking today about where kids learn some of the adverse things that they are learning. Schools are where we can teach kids what we need to teach them to be healthy, productive members of our society. Thank you.
Members, are there any questions? Thank you. Andre, did you use the English version or the French version to pronounce your last name?
English.
Okay. Chevalier. That's the French one.
Chevaliers.
Chevalier, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
no, it's
I'm so accustomed to using the French one.
That's okay.
I apologize. Andrea Chevalier, you are representing Education, TCASE, Texas Council of Administrators of Special Education, and you are neutral on the bill, is that correct?
That's correct. Thank you.
Ms. Chevalier.
Chevrolet.
I'm so accustomed to saying Chevalier.
That's okay. I'm sure it was said that way at some point in the family history. Thank you. Good evening. I'm Dr. Andrea Chevalier with TCASE, Representative Allison. It's late. Absolutely appreciate your intent and very much appreciate your office. Your staff has been really amazing at listening and talking to us when we come in. I think what the intent is to give options in very limited extreme situations. Because some districts, I think, no longer have the resources or maybe are not prioritizing to have or cannot. I mean, we've heard from the Special Education Funding Commission that we're underfunding special education by like more than $2 billion a year. So I think that there's a lot of needs when it comes to staffing and specialized staff in particular for addressing behavioral and mental health issues in districts. So I understand absolutely that districts need options. If they cannot provide the services, specialized services related to behavior in order to keep that child in the district, then that poses a problem for them. Ultimately, our members, I think, have a lot of questions about the bill, just thinking from a practitioner standpoint about implementation. When the ARD committee is meeting and they're talking about these options, are they considering the home life? Are they considering access to weapons? Are they considering the fact that they would have to send staff into the home to continue to provide services? All of that, I think, would be something that the ARD committee would have to think about. And so I think that our members, what we've looked at as terms of other legislation this session is thinking about that continuum that's been mentioned a few times and thinking about how can we strengthen and empower districts to pool resources between districts within the district to provide specialized settings that can temporarily address the behavior issues and then allow that child to be reintegrated into the school setting eventually. So again, appreciate your office and look forward to continuing working with your office. But at this time, we are neutral on the bill for those reasons.
Members, any questions? Thank you. No, you're not going to believe it, but I'm going to call the last witness on this bill. Alicia Castillo. Alicia, I see you represent the Texas Center for Justice and Equity and yourself, and you are against the bill.
That's correct. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And thank you all, committee. I've been here a few sessions now, and this is the most attentive committee hearing I've ever been in. So I really appreciate you all and all your time and dedication to the children of Texas. Alicia Castillo with Texas Center for Justice and Equity, our Director of Policy and Advocacy. We are formerly Texas Criminal Justice Coalition, which is the name that you see on the 30-page report I just handed you. So I won't belabor this because you can read it right in front of you, but I wanted to share that I'm also a former special education teacher. I worked in San Antonio and I worked in Austin with kids with severe intellectual disabilities and behavioral challenges. And so I can attest to the things that folks before me have said about modalities that work for kids to de-escalate challenging behaviors and to address them and help children to learn from those behaviors and become healthy and thriving adults. Additionally, I wanted to point out that adultification bias is something that hasn't been mentioned yet in this committee. I think is really relevant. In 2017, there was a groundbreaking study by Georgetown Law that showed that adults across the country see Black kids as less deserving of care and support and more mature, and that the average adult sees a Black child as many years older than they actually are. And so that can really lead to some biases in the way that we treat children of color in the classroom, in addition to those kids with intellectual disabilities that I mentioned before. So again, just want to thank you all for your time and know that those are some of the challenges that I think this bill unfortunately won't help resolve that already exist in our school system, and rather encourage you all to dig into that report, or I'd love to come by your offices and talk more about things that actually work. We have some stats in there. We have results from 50 to 58% to 85% reductions in those challenging behaviors in classrooms from using some of those different alternative methods of behavior treatment that are listed.
Any questions, members? Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else here wishing to testify on, for, or against House Bill 655? If not, the testimony on House Bill 655 is now closed, and the chair recognizes Representative Allison to close on this bill.
Thank you, Chairman Thompson. I appreciate it. I'm stunned. All I can say. Let me try to correct some of the misinterpretations, misstatements, to some extent that we made. You know, this isn't addressing someone who's done a childish act out or anything like that. This is someone who's done something very serious on a repeated basis, harmed fellow students, harmed teachers, caused damage to the school district property on a repeated basis, whatever. There's different stories around the state, and it's increasing. And it's not moving anyone out of the education system. If anything, it's throwing a lifeline, because except in the special education setting, and I'll get to that in just a second, the only option left is expulsion. And I don't think anybody wants to see expulsion. I don't think it helps the student. I don't think it protects the ones that have been injured before. I don't think it does any good, and we want to keep people moving in the education system, and this bill does that. But for this, that we wouldn't have that situation. And it doesn't put someone into a virtual setting forever. The bill is very specific on that. There's initially, the district determines a set period of time that goes into virtual. And then there's a meeting with the parents and all, and they determine if there's a situation where the student can return to an alternative, general, or hybrid educational setting. That goes next. So there's certainly no abandonment of the education system. In fact, it's trying to help someone who's put himself or herself in a bad situation. And if it's a special education student, I mean, there's been this assumption that that's all we're talking about. We're not. Around the state, it's been people that aren't in special education. But if they're in special education, we've got that covered in the bill just as well. That it goes back through the ARD committee, and they determine if there could be some other address, whether it's therapeutic, which I think is important. You know, and it strikes me, I think is very interesting, Joe Moody's bill. I think how the nexus is perfect, and I agree fully. We need mental health, and we need corrective measures taken. And I think this bill, in conjunction with House Bill 98, I think is a path we need to start following to try to restore people and make sure we keep people moving forward in the education process. So I'm frustrated. I'm upset the way this thing's been misinterpreted and misaligned. I think this is important, and we've got to maintain respect for our teachers and protect our teachers, and I think we need to maintain respect for our fellow students. And that's what this is designed to present. So I close.
Members, are there any further questions of Representative Allison? Chair hears none. Members, the chair moves to withdraw the substitute and leaves House Bill 655 pending. Are there any objections? The chair hears none. The substitute is withdrawn, and House Bill 655 will be left pending. The chair now lays out House Bill 459 and recognizes Author Vice Chair Hull to explain the bill.
Thank you.
Who you want to offer this? Landgraf? Okay. Representative Landgraf offers up a committee substitute to House Bill 459. The chair lays out the committee substitute and recognizes Vice Chair Hull to explain the substitute.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members, for allowing me to lay out the committee substitute for HB 459. I believe that this bill is a very important piece of legislation, and I am glad to have the opportunity to bring this back this session. After passing the House on the local and consent calendar, it ran up against Senate deadlines. No kids in cuffs is a simple concept. Like many of you, I have been horrified by stories of elementary age children who have been forcibly restrained with handcuffs at school or school activities. Oftentimes, these students have known intellectual or developmental disabilities and are experiencing a behavioral episode that should be addressed with proper de-escalation strategies that are often listed in a student's IEP. The committee substitute includes language from Mary Gonzalez's bill, HB 133. Both of our bills address restraints of children, and in a bipartisan effort of achieving the best legislation to protect children, the language from her bill is included here. While no kids in cuffs applies to law enforcement, the substitute includes language prohibiting district employees from using a floor or ground restraint that results in immobilization, a position shown to be dangerous as it inhibits breathing. As an absolute last resort, a student may be placed in a side hold position on the ground to stop them from causing serious physical harm to another person. I anticipate one more change of this language as we continue to work with the special ed community to get this language right to protect children. The committee substitute also ensures that all of the discipline management statute applies to charter schools. And finally, it includes the original bill that prohibits an officer from restraining or using chemical spray on a student 10 years of age or younger unless the student poses an imminent rather than serious risk of harm to the student or another person. I truly believe that no one wants to handcuff a child or improperly restrain a child. Not only is this incredibly traumatic for the child, but for everyone involved as well. I'm proud to have so much support for this bill, and I want to thank everyone for their continued work on this. I'm happy to answer any questions and like to reserve the right to close.
Members, are there any questions of Vice Chair Hull? Chair calls up Andrew Harrison, Celeste Brown, and Noah Sela. Celeste Brown? Give me somebody else. Celeste Brown was representing the Compass Rose Public School and herself, and she was for the bill. Thank you. What about Jolene Foster?
She's not here.
Jolene Foster. Jolene Foster was representing the Coalition of Texans with Disability and herself, and she was for the bill.
She's not here. Okay.
We have to put this in the record.
Sorry.
Paige Clay. Paige Clay is representing the IDRA and herself. Okay, and she's for the bill. Okay. Okay, Nora. We want you, Nora, pronounce your last name.
Saleh.
Saleh.
Yes,
You are for the bill, and you're representing the Minaret Foundation, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Please proceed.
Thank you so much.
You have 3 minutes.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. My name is Noor Saleh. I'm the Government Relations Coordinator at Minaret Foundation. And it was wonderful to sit here through all the testimonies. I'll keep it short. It's heartening to see how many folks are dedicated to this issue. And I'm glad that we're towards the end. We won't have to cater breakfast for everyone. But I'm here to support HB 459. Across our state, children as young as 4 have experienced and witnessed the use of physical, mechanical, and chemical restraint. In the 2018 school year, over 45,000 students were restrained, 91% of which were students with disabilities. Our children have been held to the ground, they've been handcuffed, pepper sprayed, and tased for violations as inconsequential as refusing to be seated during story time. But there is a solution. After a lengthy conversation with law enforcement officers, we came up with a solution called No Kids in Cuffs. And in 2020, it was introduced to limit the use of restraints on children. We've convened law enforcement officers and educators, both parties who no longer want to see children restrained, as well as a broad coalition of advocates from the Texas Public Policy Foundation, Coalition of Texans with Disabilities, amongst others. Our conversations with law enforcement officers also unveiled layers of pain and discomfort on the part of school resource officers, who, like our friends Chief Runnels from Klein ISD, want to ensure the safety of children without unnecessarily restraining them. These officers spoke about the impact restraining young students against their will can have on their mental health. Studies have emphasized that officers who experience negative interactions with children, such as restraining them, have a higher likelihood of developing PTSD, anxiety, and depression. Similarly, educators have continuously spoken about the toll watching their students get restrained has had on them and their other students. It is imperative that we understand the implications restraints can have on our children, officers, and educators. The use of restraints can lead to long-term mental and physical harm, such as PTSD, anxiety, suicidal ideation, bruises, and broken bones. It can also damage the relationship between students and their teachers, leading to a breakdown of trust and respect. It is up to us as parents, legislators, educators, and advocates to work together to ensure the safety and well-being of our children. Let us work together to promote positive, nonviolent strategies that foster a safe and supportive learning environment for all students. Thank you.
Members, are there any questions? Thank you. Paige Clay, you are representing the IDRA and yourself, and you are for the bill. And would you tell us what those letters represent again, please?
Yes, ma'am, and I'll make that correction for future testimony. My name is Paige Duggins Clay. I'm an attorney and the chief legal analyst for IDRA, the Intercultural Development Research Association. Thank you, Vice Chair Hull, for this excellent bill. I got a text right before.
IDRA stands for?
Intercultural Development Research Association. Thank you, Chair. And right before I came up here, I got a text from my husband that my 4-year-old daughter, Zadie, is waiting for me to go home. I submitted a copy of my written testimony out of respect for all your time. I just wanted to say personally thank you, Vice Chair Hull, for this great bill. We are eager to support it. I testified in support of the companion in the Senate just last week. Very much appreciative of your work on this and advocating and just uplift the message of our partners, making sure that our most vulnerable kids, little kids, aren't placed in these really harmful restraints.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Members, any questions? All right, Andrew, it's your time now.
Thank you so much.
Okay, and Andrew Harrison, you are representing Texas Appleseed and yourself.
Yes, ma'am.
Correct? You may proceed.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you again, Chairwoman Thompson and members of the committee, especially after a long day. I'm Andrew Harrison from Texas Appleseed, speaking in support of HB 459. At this point, recognizing similarly to Paige as a lawyer who's done this public policy advocacy on behalf of young Texans, we recognize the exorbitant abuses of school police across history. There has been a very bipartisan commitment to zero tolerance and to hardened school environments. For example, you can go to the Clinton White House archives right now and see that the administration touted that they added 2,600 school police officers to campuses across the country. Leading up to 2020, that reality was that tens of thousands of school police officers patrolled campuses across the country. And then, after the public consciousness registered the murder of George Floyd, there were incredible movements across the country to divest from school police departments, either internally or with contracts between school districts and local police departments. Since 2020, there has already been regression on that front. There were commitments to either end these contracts or to start moving money away from school police departments. But again, these stories about children and the effects of the pandemic on them started to take over the news media, and districts walked back their commitments pretty significantly and have landed us here in 2023. This is the first step in a long journey to recognize the full humanity of children and to understand the youngest among us deserve exceptional grace and compassion, particularly after they have survived a pandemic, and certainly as they are seeking to achieve their full academic potential and not attend school environments where they are surveilled and feel school police abuses bearing down upon them. So with that philosophy in mind and with that spirit, we urge you to support HB 459.
Members, are there any questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Lonnie Hollingsworth, Sabrina Gonzalez, and Andrea Chevalier. Lonnie Hollingsworth, I see you registered representative Texas Classroom Teachers Association, and you are neutral on the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
May proceed.
Lonnie Hollingsworth, I'm General Counsel with Texas Classroom Teachers Association, and we had no concerns with this bill as originally filed when it was just directed at peace officers. But once it was expanded to include classroom teachers, then it became something that affected people I represent.
Okay.
And we have been working on this issue and have no problem working with it and working with the bill's author to come up with a way to make sure that restraints of students are done in a safe fashion. We would just like to be included in the process because we have some concerns with the language in the committee substitute with regard to intent and whether or not the holds are done in intent as opposed to just an accidental fashion or something that results in a position that you don't want. So we just ask to be included in the process.
Okay, then members, are there questions? Thank you. Sabrina Gonzalez, you are representing Texas Council for Developmental Disabilities, and you are neutral on the bill, correct?
Yes.
You may proceed.
Yeah. Thank you, Representative Hull, for bringing forth this important piece of legislation. Thank you for being at the event, the press conference back in January, bringing awareness to the restraints of students, especially those with disabilities in schools. And I'm really excited, actually, to hear about the committee sub-language that incorporates Representative Gonzalez's ban on prone and supine restraints. Prone and supine restraints are some of the most dangerous restraints that students can be put under. This is when severe damage and even death has happened in schools, and so this is incredibly important, and we thank you, Representative Hull and Representative Gonzalez, for putting forth this bill. As has already been mentioned, the U.S. Department of Education has recognized physical restraint as a technique that should only be used in situations in which a student's behavior poses imminent danger of serious physical harm to self or others. This is due to the negative psychological and physical impact restraints can have on children. I'm going to share very quickly the story of a 10-year-old in Forney ISD. His name is Zai, who has dwarfism and experiences chronic migraines. He's a 10-year-old student at Crosby Elementary School in Forney ISD. And his mother shared just 2 weeks ago when I was testifying over in the Senate on the companion bill that Zai's teacher duct taped her son to a chair. And while unattended, several of Zai's classmates began hitting him over the head while Zai was still restrained. And as for the teacher's justification, she stated that he wouldn't be still. Zai's story is one of many students in Texas public schools, especially those with students with disabilities, intellectual disabilities specifically. To strengthen the protections laid out in the bill, TCDD would recommend expanding the applicable age. This horrific story that I just shared of Zai is equally as horrific if Zai's age was changed from 10 to 12 or 14 or to 16. So that would just strengthen, as I mentioned, the protections for students with intellectual disabilities, specifically in schools. As such, TCDD finds the aims of the bill to be consistent with our mission, guiding principles, and public policy priorities, and we thank you, Representative Hull, for bringing forth this bill. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Members, are there any questions? Andrea Chevalier, Texas Council, you're representing the Texas Council of Administrators of Special Education, and you are neutral, you will be testifying neutral on the bill, is that correct?
Yes.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Andrea Chevalier with T-Case. Vice Chair Hull, thank you for your bill. So HB 459 as filed, don't have any issues with that language. We are working, T-Case is working closely with Representative Gonzalez's bill on her restraint that is separate from Vice Chair Hull's bill. Representative Gonzalez's bill is specifically about restraints in the context of special education, and I would like to just share that from the perspective of our members and their practice, they use restraint as a last resort. And they do so to keep kids safe from themselves and others when there is an emergency situation. So an example would be running out of the school building into traffic, running through a window into the street, repeatedly banging their head on the wall, scratching themselves. In those instances, that is an emergency, and it is behavior that is a manifestation of their disability. And in those instances, they will try to de-escalate and use the training that they've been given, which focuses on de-escalation. Sometimes that doesn't work, and restraint is necessary to protect the child. So as we work through the language with Representative Gonzalez's office, we look forward to also working with your office, Vice Chair Hull, and getting to a place where we can ensure that our educators still have all of the tools necessary to keep students safe, as well as keeping students safe in general from any practices that would harm them.
Members, are there any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Lee Spiller, Tricia Cave, and Alicia Castillo. Alicia Castillo. Okay. I didn't see her coming. Lee Spiller, I show that you are representing the Citizens Commission on Human Rights, and you're going to be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You may proceed.
Thank you. My name is Lee Spiller. I'm with the Citizens Commission on Human Rights. We support this bill. Early in my career, it was 1997, was the first time I ever worked on a restraint death, and it was in a psychiatric hospital. And it was a prone restraint. And this girl was literally dogpiled by 6 staff. And she died. And up from then until about 2005, I looked into, in various degrees of depth, about 20 other restraint deaths, one of them in a school. This should never happen. In the process of finding out how it works, I spoke with experts. And I'll never forget, one of them was the medical examiner of LA County. He was a true expert on restraint death. And I can't quote him verbatim, but basically the interview, what he said was, it has to be a last resort because you have to realize that person may die. We don't have any business doing it in psychiatric hospitals. We don't have any business doing it in schools. It truly does have to be the last resort. That scenario where the kid is running out in the street, you grab them. That's not a restraint, that's an escort. Right? The language around restraint is pretty well known. And mostly we know that the real goal is de-escalation, and that's the thing you have to practice. Restraint is finite, you can learn the techniques. De-escalation is an art, and you have to practice it every day. Anyway, we support this bill.
Members, are there any questions? Thank you. Tricia Cave, you're representing the ATPE, and you are neutral. You will be testifying neutral on this bill. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Madam Chair, committee members, Vice Chair Hull. My name is Tricia Cave, and I'm here to represent the Association of Texas Professional Educators, and we are testifying on HB 459. We're here to say that we support representatives, or rather, we are here to say that we have no problem with Representative Hull's bill as written. However, we do have concerns about language that might be added with the committee substitute. So we would like to ask that we please leave the bill as is. And that's really all that we have. Thank you.
Members, are there any questions of Ms. Cave? Thank you. Alicia Castillo, you are representing the Texas Center for Justice and Equity, and yourself, and you're for the bill. You'll be testifying for it, is that correct?
That's correct.
You may
yes.
proceed.
My name is Alicia Castillo. I'm Director of Policy and Advocacy at Texas Center for Justice and Equity, and I support the bill. I'm excited for it to pass this session and for us to come back next session and expand it. Thank you.
Members, are there any questions? Thank you. Is there anyone else here wishing to testify on, for, or against House Bill 459? If not, the testimony on House Bill 459 is now closed, And the chair recognizes Vice Chair Hull to close on her bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate the opportunity to lay this out and ask for your favorable consideration, and I close.
Members, do you have any, you don't have any questions of Vice Chair, I see? So members, the chair moves to withdraw the substitute and leave House Bill 459 pending. Are there any objections? The chair hears none. The substitute is withdrawn, and House Bill 459 will be left pending. The chair lays out the very last bill, House Bill 1504, and recognize the author, Representative Ann Johnson, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Chairwoman Thompson, Vice Chair Hull, members of this committee. What House Bill 1504 does is addresses the issue of progressive sanctions, which is currently when kids under level 6 are sent to TJJD, there's a minimum time of 9 months and 24 months. Language has been amended to allow for the extension beyond 24 months. However, what this bill will do will allow for the reduction of under 9 months. The reason that's important is prior, we would send kids to TJJD to get services that they may not get in the county. Currently today, they're getting many of those therapeutic services in the county, or they're getting services at TJJD that their treatment time is completed prior to the 9 months, and they're literally having to sit there. So this would accomplish the goal of allowing for a reduction where appropriate. It also standardizes the language on the necessity of that report to the court. There's 2 different dates of 30 days and 10 days, just makes it consistent that this information goes to the court 10 days before release. That we do have Sean Groves from TJJD, if the committee wishes, as a resource witness. I don't believe we have anybody else up to testify on the bill. Happy to answer any questions and reserve time to close.
Members, are there any questions of Representative Johnson?
Well, I have one.
Chairman Dutton.
Thank you. What I was always wondered is, why do we put the minimum and the maximum time in there in the first place?
So back in the day when we did progressive sanctions, we had basically the standard that if you got a deferred, then you got probation, and then you got ISP, and we stair-stepped. And that was frustrating because as a provider in the county, you couldn't deviate and you had to take these steps. We've gotten away from that. This is the additional component for those that are actually sent to TJJD. And again, right now, they'd have to sit there for 9 months. This gives the authority for TJJD to make the decision where appropriate to reduce and release back into the community, just like we've heard about today, about being closer to home at a prior time than just sitting there and literally watching the clock run out.
So you eliminate the whole maximum time of 9 months?
Yes, you eliminate the minimum requirement of 9 months.
The minimum requirement, yeah.
You can still go above if needed, but this would allow you to drop the floor where appropriate and services have been completed before 9 months. So you're not just waiting out your time.
Yeah, okay, that's good.
Thank you, sir.
Members, are there any questions of Representative Johnson? Anyone want to hear from the expert resource witness? No. Is there anyone here wishing to testify on, for, or against House Bill 1504? If not, the testimony on House Bill 1504 is now closed, and the chair recognizes Representative Johnson to close on the bill.
Thank you, Chairwoman. I appreciate your favorable consideration of this bill, and good night.
Members, the chair moves to leave House Bill 1504 pending. Are there any objections? The chair hears none. House Bill 1504 will be left pending. I know this is a very ambitious committee and you want to continue to work, but I'm going to stop tonight. Members, this concludes the committee's business for today. I'm looking at holding a formal meeting on Thursday, members, upon adjournment in the museum to vote out some bills that we have been considering here. We'll get you the information over to you all once it gets all in and finalized. Are there any announcements or comments? If not, Representative Chairman Dutton moves that the Select Committee on Youth, Health, and Safety stands adjourned subject to the call of the chair. Are there any objections? The chair hears none. The committee stands adjourned.